Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by guise of electronics.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Riley is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe in trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You've got footwork looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek holds at a main. Yep, that'll play.
Now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. Who swings back onto shot next. He's on the back. Oh, man. 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things after he was the one called into...
Now, I know some of you are panicking about your tactics right now, but put it to the side because you're watching VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vans and Emily on the desk, and I've been showing everyone, you two. You guys like my new notebook? Isn't it cool?
Well, I saw that last week.
Dang,
yeah.
That is really cool.
Emily, you sound like you didn't like it at all.
No, I think that's really sick.
Okay, there we go. That's the enthusiasm
Also,
I'm looking for my notebook.
Everybody watching this is like 14. Nobody's doing taxes.
Are you okay? Then I just didn't go to the post office today to deal with that. But friends, stop focusing on taxes. Focus on me. Focus on VALORANT Challengers League North America because today is a huge day. We have 2 amazing games on stream that we are so excited to show you. But before we get there, Emily, we've talked about the games that happened yesterday. Both elimination games. We had to say goodbye to 2 teams, but also 2 teams at the same time kept their playoff dreams alive.
I think it was really exciting to watch. Sadly, I didn't know that they were elimination games. I didn't know we were saying goodbye this early. But in this first matchup, I think Division 1 did phenomenal against Rose, especially on Lotus. I felt like they had really great protocols, really great team fighting. They were always super proactive, whereas Rose, they struggled a bit. They were playing a lot more split. There was a lot of man advantages that should have gone their way, but unfortunately, D1 is just them. They were able to kind of bounce back in rounds that they shouldn't have and close out map 1, and then map 2. Haven was just like a little closer, I gotta say, but it just felt like they struggled on gaining momentum there.
Yeah, for me, I tried to watch as much as I could on the Wi-Fi in the plane on the flight back, but I was only able to catch like 5% at a time. Very sad actually to see Rose not be able to make it through because that roster for me was a pretty good roster that I felt was a really good underdog. But props to the other teams that are playing against. D1's been looking pretty good. And then the other game, I think it was pretty cool to see some Gecko come back actually.
Yes. Yeah, very surprising.
Breeze. So there's something about Pigeons that just likes to think outside of the mold. Weren't they the team that came out with a mix at some point playing on Lotus, if I'm not mistaken, too? So it's pretty cool that they're not afraid to think outside of the box and really try to run their own game. I wouldn't necessarily call it like their own meta, but they just like want to try to figure things out and just threw everybody for a loop. And it worked out. They're able to defeat here Invictix. Overall in this series, it did go into a 3-map series, and I think that's why you're seeing that right now in the green room. I'm seeing that Tenrek probably saw some games, was like, yeah, maybe this is kind of weird to watch from time to time, but that's what it is when it comes out with, when you're trying to come out with brand new compositions and testing things out. Sometimes it'll get brawly, and it comes down to who shoots better at the end of the day. And thankfully, Pigeons was able to do that.
Like happened on map 2 here on Lotus. I feel like Invictix were actually just coming out on top of these team fights that they weren't having on Fracture. I felt like they had set protocols and were able to kind of take down whatever Ku was kind of throwing at them. And then map 3, Ku did a great job at coming back when they were down man advantages. Because I noticed that Invictix, oftentimes, they'd be up, they'd get the first kill, but the way that Ku was playing, they were able to just team fight their way back up to it, win a lot more of the trades than Invictix were able to, and unfortunately, Ku just ended up closing out. But we got a really sick close map. We saw him take one map off of Ku, or Pigeon, sorry, I'm calling them their teammate.
It's such a good try
I sound like a bird.
Such a good try code.
But yeah, and the other thing too, I don't think it was on mainstream if I'm not mistaken, but to see that Energy Academy who had such a strong start, I think it goes back to the curse of Liz. Basically having a super strong start, but then slowly but surely mid-season or whatnot, mid-stage, they're starting to falter a bit. And I don't necessarily think it should have been a match that they should have lost, because on the other side, EG Academy had to play with a new player because as the rumors came through, you guys, if you're living under a rock, the latest rumor is that Mitch is going over to Energy main roster, but as an assistant coach to assist Bonkar. So they have to come in with a new player. So they brought in Moobs after his stint here playing with Winthrop University in past stages. And yeah, they were putting up numbers. I don't even know who's IGLing for that team anymore now that Mitch is gone. Oh, Pancakes. Well, there you go. That's a nice little slot in. That's a not necessarily 1-for-1, but Pancakes does have a little bit of that XP as an IGL in the past. And yeah, it worked out pretty good against Energy Academy, and they're moving on forward. And Energy Academy, thankfully though, wasn't an elimination game for them, so they have a chance to really play here. But as you can see, they had to play against Pigeons, and again, like I told you, sometimes Pigeons may come out of with something out of the box that might surprise you.
When I interviewed Coburg after their win last night, he just essentially said, like, sometimes we just do it as a joke. Like, we say it as a joke and we lock it in. So you literally like don't know what's going to come from them, which is so exciting. But also, if you're Energy Academy, I know MC is not happy about that whatsoever. But friends, this is how our Swiss stage is shaking out. We did have to say goodbye to Rose, Rise of the Scarlet Empire, aka, and Team Invictix yesterday. Two teams I was actually very excited for in Founders, but unfortunately have been eliminated, joining SR Gold within the elimination. But we also now have, I mean, Vans, if you told me that NRG Academy would be facing elimination 2 to 3 like early in the stage, I would have called you ridiculous.
Yeah, well, again, history kind of repeats itself too, right? Strong starts, then slower mid-season. Not too sure what is the reason why they're faltering a little bit more. Are they afraid that they're too cookie cutter, or people trying to like look a little bit more around their VODs? They're trying to elaborate on the certain comp that they have, and they're just missing out on certain things. But it's definitely a panicking moment for Energy Academy here for their next game next week.
Well, hopefully they can figure it out. But friends, we are going to focus on today's games that we are going to have. And we're first going to start with Nightblood Gaming versus SAD Esports. You saw them in the Swiss bracket. You see them here now. I feel like SAD Esports, Emily, have been such a mainstay of challengers and just, just the kind of like the tier 2 scene in general. But Nightblood Gaming, I think, really kind of proving a lot of people wrong, especially not only last stage, but this stage as well.
No, they've definitely improved a lot for them to be here up against SAD. Both of these teams are, what, 2-2? So
yes,
on one side of the dice, you have one team that will come out of this one game away from qualifying to playoffs, which would be huge for NBG, right? As they didn't make it last stage. And then on the other side of the coin, if you lose this, you'll be one away from elimination, which is going to be sad for either teams. Like I said, NBG, they want a chance to make it in playoffs, whereas SAD, they're the team that went 4-0 in Swiss stage. They placed 3rd in stage 1, and now they want to make it even further, but to find themselves having a little bit more of a slower start than they did last time, it's kind of scary territory.
NBG was always like an organization for me that was kind of like, as you mentioned before here, Liz, that Rose is like the up and coming team. I think NBG was kind of there too, but then throughout the last couple of splits, it was just falling just short. I think they were able to get some nice little upgrades and evolutions from week to week, especially when they had Veer at the helm as the head coach helping out NBG. So I think when it comes down to a lot of preparation, trying to play against her teams, trying to find tendencies, and basically have like a little booklet of this is what you're able to this is what you should face up against, and this is how you can react to it. I think they were well prepared into that. But going to this game today against SAD, it may be a different story because Veer recently departed the roster to join Cloud9 into the VCTs as an assistant coach. Unfortunately, not the best of starts that they had over the weekend, but yeah, NBG, despite the coach, if you're looking right now at this roster, you still have a lot of good players across the board that have been around challengers for quite a long time. And the cool part about it too, as we get through it, is that they've elevated their gameplay from season to season as well.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I think Veer, even though he was only there for, what, a month, really helped improve this roster. Because before, you have a bunch of really great names on this roster, really great individual players. And I felt like that's kind of what NBG was before. They relied on those individual players to kind of step up and run it down every game and just find success in that way. But the past few weeks that they've been playing, their team play has leveled up. I've noticed a lot more discipline. I've noticed a lot more team fighting, a lot more protocols that they kind of rely on rather than having, like, for example, Son of Car lead the way in a retake and then the rest of the team kind of figure it out. I feel like they're a lot more set. They have a lot more plans and ideas that was brought into it. And it might not just be on Veer, but he definitely helped that roster. And I continue to see that improvement. It kind of gave them a new perspective on, okay, we have these great individuals. Let's make them work even better together.
Yeah, exactly. I think especially for the responsibilities, I'm assuming here Monsi is still IGLing right here for NBG, and he's had experiences IGLing in the past with like Trust and Plug, having a stint as well with Shopfire Rebellion Black when Sean Garris is trying to rebuild that roster in the past season. So I think now adding Veer to help him develop as an IGL too is definitely something that is going to elevate his calling, hopefully, in this game. And then when you're working on those little protocols and fine-tuning that kind of stuff, then the loss of Veer is still a great experience gain, and the value that Veer has brought in can continue going into this game.
But someone Nightblood Gaming has always had and has just, I become such a big fan of watching his games is Fireball Ops. Fireball, Emily, I don't know if you agree with me, he just makes magic happen on is so dang good at what he does mechanically and in his macro.
I mean, there's a reason why we love to highlight this guy so often. He is just such a well-rounded player, and I think the last best of 3, he went plus 25 against Pigeons. And one thing that I really want to point out, though, is his 50% headshot rate the entire series, okay? When you look at that stat, you probably think, oh, he probably just insta-lock chamber every single game and just off the entire time. No, this guy was playing Viper, this guy was playing Vise, and only played Chamber on one map. But he is just that mechanically good. And that is a very scary opponent to go against, just someone that has that raw aim that kind of just, if you're running down into him, he can just wipe out your entire team. But it's even scarier that he is actually so skilled on the Vise and Viper. His delay is great. When he's lurking, we always find some sort of success. He's always going to get some kills, to get some space. But especially when he is anchoring, the way that he's able to lock down site by playing around his util and then adding his raw mechanics onto that, he is so scary to go against.
Yeah, he's basically the second highest rated player currently on this stage in terms of the roles of the Senti, of the Lurk, of the pseudo Senti with the Viper as well, just under Sorix with the Fly. So it shows how good he is. I think he's had a chip on his shoulder for the longest time in my eyes, because he's been grinding for the longest time trying to make it into tier 1. I think the latest or the past news that we heard about Fireball Ops the most was when he was playing with the BBG Academy, and they actually had their team house. They're trying to make it through it throughout that gauntlet of the VCTs, I think in like 2021, 2022. Unfortunately, that fell through, but he still stuck around and still wants to show to the population that he has what it takes to make it a tier 1, especially now that the circuit will go into a different format in 2027. You know damn right these guys want to play to the best of their capabilities to show, hopefully get scouted out, or if not, as a team can move forward here in 2027.
Well, Fireball Ops just does what he normally does. I'm sure his opportunities will come running them. He's just that dang good. But on the other side, it is sad Esports, who also have some incredibly mechanically gifted folks. I mean, of course, you have Paint, you have Welly there, who's actually turned into one of my favorite players to watch in Challengers as well, Van Silly. But Asad Esports, I think, has had their strength of schedule. They've like had some tough games and tough rounds, but definitely a team that has been really fighting through this Swiss stage.
Yeah, definitely. I think what's missing right now for Sad Esports is the coordination as a team, because if you're looking across this roster, from time to time, you'll see Paint with a 4K, or you'll see Welly go with like some historical clutches that's going to keep the team in the game. Or when I look at Paint, I'm thinking about how he plays Brimstone on blind. He's just unstoppable at trip box at A-side. So there's always going to be some great individual prowess around this team. And when you have such a good IGL as Stellar and the veterancy that he brings from his days at tier 1 with the VCTs, I'm actually quite surprised that I don't see this level of coordination that should show them to be like a very, very strong team going into the stage. Whereas the past, as you mentioned, Emily, they were actually really good. They had a very strong start. They went flawless pretty much. And unfortunately, since
just they're not consistent with it. Some matches, it feels like they need a little bit time to warm up. It feels like the comms aren't exactly all there with how split they're playing and how they're just not really on the same page, especially towards that mid and late round. But they have the potential in them. They're able to do it. They just need to bring it out and make sure they're showing up every match, especially now that we're here trying to make it to playoffs, where before they had a little bit of an easier time.
I think also something to put into perspective while we're talking about these games is these teams are 2-2, right? These teams have a little bit of a cushion. They're not eliminated if they lose today, but they're also not qualified if they win today. So they're going to fight for it. One of those people fighting for it is Zaj, who has eventually some of the most like fun agent pools I've seen. When you look at what he plays, I wish people could like have a whole list of what he plays, but he is someone who is like, I definitely want our audience to keep an eye on for not only the agents he's going to play, but the matches he's going to make happen on them.
I just feel sorry for Zaj because he's set up in a role where he's just trying to open up as much as he could for Paint, right? Because now with the changes around the meta and whatnot, you're seeing that Zaj has the responsibility of like creating space for Paint, having to play the Waylay, even if the Waylay's nerfed, and is just trying to create that. So he's not going to be able to really open up as much as you want to and stay on site whenever he's trying to find that space. He hasn't had the best stats in terms of openers, in terms of first kill attempts, rather, should I say, when he's trying to work out for a team. But hopefully now, if they're able to fix things up from the past week to this week as Sad Esports and really trying to find a groove of how Zaj could really support this team of Sad Esports when you don't really need to play this double duelist, maybe you could play the initiator to help him out a little bit more onto Paint's side, and maybe that could help Zaj just focus on the screen a little bit more too, just to shoot some people.
Yeah, and when he's playing more passive roles, I'd say, like Viper and Vise, he's a very move with the team kind of player. Like, he plays in the pack, but I really want to see him, especially when he's anchoring, I want him to prioritize his life a little bit more. I find when he is in a lot of those team fights, he's one of the first to go down over the Neon, over the Omen, or whatever kind of team comp they're running at the time. And his anchoring, he has so much potential to go, or sorry, his lurking. He has so much potential to always go for more or find timings, but he plays a very passive role, and I want to see him take a little bit more risk because he has it in him. I think he has the aim to kind of take those ones on the lurks when it's needed, and it would just open up a lot more opportunities for Stellar to kind of make calls around him rather than just kind of always playing back and waiting for the team before taking any sort of space.
That's fair.
Well, folks, hopefully we see that from him. But moving forward, for our Philips Norelco head-to-head, I'm so excited for this one, Emily. It is Son of Car, who I have been preaching from the choir for years for people to pay attention to, versus Paint, who I think, is someone who has made such a name for himself in Tier 2, as someone who I think is kind of similar to Fireball Ops in this way, that has been kind of searching for this chance in Tier 1. But it's going to be the battle of the Neons today, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, with this meta switch, I'm excited that we're having a lot more neon head-to-heads. I think it's a lot more hype than kind of just seeing the Waylay where you can just stun and whatever and get away. But I think these two play a very different Neon style. I think Son of Car is a lot more initiative taking. He's definitely the one that kind of sets his team up for success, where on the other hand, as Vance was kind of mentioning, is that Paint kind of gets set up by his team. He relies on utility, or maybe Zaj going in on the Waylay to kind of find success with that. So it's two different styles that when they're going up against each other, most of the time you will be getting that 1v1. It's just who will have more util and what team will kind of be following, or how the team will be following that up.
Yeah, and I guess that's how it works well too, because when Pate is able to find that space and be on site for the executions, you know he's going to be able to stay and maybe probably get one, if not two, for his troubles when the team's trying to flood exec back against you. Because if you're looking at his past role with when Whaley was still very strong in the meta news, he was still trying to find a spot here within the team. Playing as a KO, he was really, really good in terms of just being that second entry and just fragging for the team. He was pop flashing for his teammate, but if outside of that, I'm talking about the SRB days, outside of that, he's still has amazing aim to be able to make a difference here for the team. So I don't rely on him to like try, or actually as a Neon, it works out well for him because now he not only is he set up by his team, he can be sort of self-sufficient because he could just slide tackle for a kill, and then on top of that, get the space. So I think that that goes back into like a meta that fits his play style a little bit more than what we've seen in the past.
It'll be super exciting to see, because when Paint is on, he is a menace that cannot be stopped, which I'm looking forward to seeing. And the maps we will be seeing today, we have for you all. We will first be starting on Bind, going to Haven, and then Split. I mean, hitting the Bind right away, Vans, with SAD Esports starting on the defense.
I love SAD Esports on Bind. I think, again, as mentioned before, if I'm thinking about Bind, this is the strongest map and strongest suit individually for somebody like Pain. But I'm also thinking back in the day when Stella was just breaking ankles by throwing fake geckos for plants and whatnot and really manipulating the map. And he's had experiences IGLing with 100 Thieves in the past. And you know, 100 Thieves, this has always been the bread and butter for their map. So he's gained a lot of experience throughout the years of playing on this map that is just going to be a wheelhouse for somebody like SAD Esports. So it works out well.
Well, folks,
I'm very excited. Oh, sorry.
No, all good.
I was just gonna say, I'm very excited because when I'm looking at NBG, they made a comp change in their most recent bind. So we're gonna be getting, hopefully if they didn't change anything again, possibly mirror comps, a Neon versus Neon and a Whaley versus Whaley. So it's gonna be an absolute battle.
Well, folks, we have our predictions as well from our broadcast talent team. I think they're a little split this time, yes. Oh, no, not split, just Van. There on SAD Esports org, the watch party over there, but also all of us, I think, believing in NBG. This was a very, very hard thread, to be fair, your SAD Esports org when you are listening to us. But we are going to head into agent select here. Emily, you talked about a possible comp change. You talked about the comp changes that have been made. I hear you say, oh, so I'm going to send it right over to you.
No, I just mean no Whaley, no Neon. We're going for a Raze Sage as the replacement. I mean, I knew that they're willing to make some comp changes. I'm just curious to see like why they decided to go with a little bit more stopping power, a little bit more damage with that Raze versus the SAD Esports Whaley Neon combo. Will it be enough delay to kind of split that up, having the Whaley be able to take space, but no one to be able to follow it up because of the slowing utility that they have now? I don't know.
Yeah, I went for SAD Esports because I like I said, I feel like Veer stepping away kind of hurts them a bit, but seeing that NBG comes out with a brand new composition is kind of fire. So it almost shows to me that they could do this without Veer, and they're going out with the Sage just to counter the whole speed of what Neon is going to do. So I'm expecting a lot of like choke fights before SAD Esports are trying to enter into their attack side. So I think this is going to be a really fun watch for NBG's side. I'm still going to stay with my predictions though. I think SAD might be able to take this series still, but it's a lot of cope. They're still playing against two players in the top 10 rated for NBG this stage.
Well, folks, let's just get into it right away. We are heading to Bind, the first map of the series. It is SAD Esports versus Nightblood Gaming with your casters, Marks and Tenrak. Friends, take it away.
Thanks so much, Liz. Yeah, it's exciting to see both of these teams return to form here in the 2-2 round. But Marcus, yeah, the one thing that stands out starting out this matchup is Nightblood Gaming's radical comp changes coming into this. As Vans mentioned, the departure of Veer is definitely going to affect this team. How adversely remains to be seen, but already some new ideas creeping into the woodwork, and I mean, a good couple of them with these agent. I mean, these are 4 of the players on NBG switching it up.
Fun fact, the very first game of Valorant I ever played in my entire life was locking Sage on this map. So this is kind of funny. Did I know what I was doing? Absolutely not. But there's a lot that Sage can kind of bring here, especially kind of emphasizing the point that Vansili made about how there's a lot more slow potential on what usually is a pretty explosive composition, what we can see SAD Esports bringing in. But Nightblood Gaming are going to be starting us out onto this attack, and this is really where I have the most number of questions, because their comp means they probably have to play a little bit more slow, a little bit more patient, and hope that SAD Esports are the ones who take the advantage and then spring some traps on them to get early picks before moving in on sites.
100%. Yeah, it feels like NBG has to find some sort of early advantage before they can lean heavier on that explosivity. The lack of a secondary duelist and Carson choosing to take the raise as opposed to something to the waylay shows something clear. NBG wants to zone before they bulldoze, and that is already very new for them. Carson, though, on that lurk, is able to get away with one for free. That is insane out the gate. And now NBG can go for that trample on a basically unoccupied B site. Rest of SAD Esports coming over for the post.
Yeah, just a very good job at kind of zoning things out. Spike goes down now, 3v5.
Now the dog and the slow orb to follow up, and this is the kind of confidence that NBG has with the resources. They can do so much stalling at any point on the site, especially if it's after the spike goes down. Already a lot of time wasted, and that's the perfect time to throw in slow orb number 2. I mean, with the pistols, you have nothing to do here. You have to just wait until everything's burned manually. The pistol is so strong here from NBG. In slides Paint, and he is good as ever. Can get away with one, but that's about as far as SAD gets. Stellar able to get one more as the barrier fades, but I mean, that is a really great start by Nightblood Gaming. Exactly the kind of vision that everybody knew they wanted to come into this with, executed beautifully.
Yeah, that was executed masterfully, honestly. Like, you look at how they kind of controlled the map, just made sure that they were playing the time, SAD get a little bit antsy, and then they find that initial kill, take the site for free, and then suddenly all of that Sage utility, oh boy howdy. On pistol round, that's extremely annoying. Oh, what's this? A barrier orb in front of me. I can't do anything. And SAD Esports, like, their retake was just stopped as soon as it started. So an excellent first pistol round from Nightblood Gaming. Once again, coming out with a little bit of a unique idea on how to run this, but it does feel like they are coming into this one with a plan. And so really, eyes are going to be on SAD now on how they plan to adapt to try and, you know, dismantle some of this strategy that Nightblood Gaming has put together before this match started.
And yeah, I mean, we were looking for the structure to come out of Nightblood Gaming beforehand when Carson and Fireball also have been putting up such insane numbers, but it's led to almost a bit of a disparity, a disconnect between them and the rest of the team just because nothing is facilitated this properly. It's another disgusting shot by FP. Yeah, I mean, these two big-time fraggers are just going to keep on fragging. That's never going to change. Even with Fireball ops back on this Viper, as opposed to the initial switch off to the Neon that we saw him take on the previous stint here. But again, NBG, I mean, they have enough guns to set up. They can get the barrier orb on the first choke of contact, and that is the round basically decided here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you can do all the strategy crafting that you want to do, but at the end of the day, exactly like you said, if players on Nightblood Gaming are going to be shooting you as well as they have been, once again, the emphasis on Fireball Ops, on Son of Car, at just kind of taking that space and winning those initial duels, then a lot of how SAD want to play their composition kind of gets tossed to the wayside. The whole point of bringing in that double duelist, exactly like the desk was highlighting, was to set Paint up to have some kind of unbelievable plays. But if everybody else is dead, then you don't even get those opportunities really, which is pretty much what we're seeing. Like, SAD Esports have just been iced out of the site.
Gun here.
Just to burn clock once they have a certain position set up. And they have all the freedom to do that because SAD can't reposition with the players that they have. They have to collect themselves and have the stack ready to push. So if NBG have the read on where they're going to retake from, as long as they win the foot race, this is so many setups just already figured out for them.
Well, this is the gun round now. So let's see what SAD Esports have set up for us. Remember, Welly under a lot of pressure, but this is one of those players that has come in clutch multiple times for SAD. So you know that combination of Welly and Stellar holding down this B site should give Nightblood Gaming a little bit more trouble if they do decide to push in on B.
Stellar's done a great job at being able to find times that the team can freeze and figure out when next to take action. Ain't gonna be able to get active, step back. Not close to Welly at the moment, so no chance to heal. So the disconnected duelists make it so pressure towards B is a little more worrisome, but SAD should be pretty keen to it. So Stellar's just gonna let that bite go and burn away at some clock down to 50. Paint Shell's now in the back. That's gonna force almost the run out from Welly. He's gonna take the chip. to continue to obfuscate himself. And the 3-stack, now that Payne has made it over, might not be worth it as NBG. Yeah, they'll go for the TP double pinch onto A site. It's gonna be a little slower though, with Fireball Ops and Carson making their way over through short. They want to pinch here.
And all of this time being burned down, so SAD are really running the clock down. Now we see as well Payne makes their way back to the A site as well.
Yeah.
So quite a few defenders waiting.
They're just gonna run it down. No more time to give anything else away. The noise is there, and the bullhorn sounds off to aid spike plant that will go off as soon as that molly goes away, but into the open space, Fireball Ops can't wait, and now there's no time. SAD are able to reduce that one option down to nothing, and that's the other side of the coin here for Nightblood Gaming, is they have a lot of firepower, but it's low-key a little one-and-done coded. If they don't get it done in their one game plan that they try to see all the way through, it's gonna deflate really quickly.
I don't think it was low-key at all. You kind of see the issues kind of coming up on this one, right? Like, it's just like, oh, yeah, there we go. Right out into the open. But even then, when they were trying to get set up onto that B site, you could see all of the members of Nightblood Gaming hanging out outside. Utility ready to go, just waiting for that go signal, but it just feels so uncomfortable. If they're able to take the site, then they're going to be able to shut down the retake extremely appropriately. But a lot of that responsibility is going to be on the backs of Son of Car, on Fireball Ops, to get those opening kills so they don't have to use their utility, because they can't do a good job at holding, but hey, once again, they're shooting. So down goes Payne. That's one piece taken off the board for SAD.
Very interesting seeing them have the buddy system on the lurk here while everyone else is on the other side. They haven't even grabbed Spike. They finally will, but Payne's puppy guarding that choke spot, able to find Sag, and still the swing up. They're keen to it and traded through. Good sense to understand how far up Paint could have gotten in that moment. And the same for the rest of SAD. Practo holding for the sand walk, but 2-stack there, and Practo's easily dealt with. Nightblood Gaming sacrificing that for the 3v2 post.
And this is just a little bit of spaghetti dropped over here, some meatballs on the ground over here, just little duels happening around the map, right? But this is exactly how Nightblood Gaming want to be taking this duel, taking this fight against SAD, because SAD, it's all about coordination. You know, setting up your players to be able to find those kills and have those opportunities, while Nightblood Gaming are more of like the Blitzkrieg style. You know, you want to be all over the map, on the lurk, take the advantage, take the initial fights, because you're confident in your players being able to win it. So really, it's gonna come down to that initial engagement as to how it kind of falls down and whether or not SAD Esports will have an opportunity to shut down Nightblood Gaming. Because once again, if Fireball Ops just gets a wallbang kill around the wall and opens up the entire site, like it just looks hopeless for SAD. They have almost no opportunity of getting the retake underway. Every single time we've seen the spike actually get planted, it's gone very handedly in Nightblood Gaming's favor without SAD even really stepping in on the site.
Wonder if there's going to be like an internal competition here for NBG between Carson and Fireball Ops on who gets more first bloods. Because I agree, I think that's a huge part of their MO here, and with them stacking together and often being the certainty NBG leans on in order to find it, they'll be farming up a lot of them. SAD will choose to call the timeout here. 6 seconds on the clock as well, late call. But I can understand why you would want to make it this early, because you understand just how much power NBG comes with, and how integral it is to interrupt at least a bit of that. Like, the only reason SAD had a clear sight to that is because of the molly that was set up on the round that they took. Apart from that, NBG, I think, still had the zoning pretty down. And if they have better guns in that position, then they can have the confidence to swing them. One thing is the clock. So if SAD can take better control of the clock, if they can use a bird, if they can use the molly and the bite, and even the saturate almost, I feel like Zaj might have to play a little harder preventative, especially if he wants to enable paint. Then SAD can, you know, sheepdog NBG over into the right side. Hold on, I'm cooking.
I'm letting you cook. I'm letting you cook.
They can hurt NBG into the right site. But yeah, it's a lot of steps.
100%. I mean, if you take a look at the minimap at how SAD are setting themselves up, they're pretty much trying to follow exactly like you're saying. We see that exploratory phase from the two duelists trying to take that space and push people away. But a lot of pressure relies on the duelists being able to find those kills. And well, if Nightblood Gaming, without a lot of utility, mind you, you just got to swing out and kill you, a lot of that planning just kind of goes to the wayside. And so this, to me, is really coming down to just a bit of a mechanical difference happening. If you can do all the homework you want, but if you aren't finding the kills, then it doesn't work out. But, well, my bad, Fireball Ops. I think I just cursed you into the ground on that one. as we get to see a classic kill onto someone who's just been fragging so far in those first 4 rounds.
Yeah, head flinch messed him up. But knowing that there's still a save, NBG is willing to split the diff again with their next most powerful resource. Popping a toss to make sure they confirm this position, and in the meantime, the rest of SAT can walk up, and I mean, the classics are doing some damage, I'll say that much, but there's another thing that this Sage pick from Practo is going to get you on top of that extra heal is the res to let you have another attempt at what normally would be such an empty approach. And that Bucky is going to be able to get you a freebie now, considering grabbing, yeah, as an outlaw. It ain't a rifle. He wants that Bucky back instead.
Oh, boy.
He wants the close range fight, and he goes, and he gets good damage onto Practo, but he adjusts, has to heal himself. The cooldown on the gun lets Stellar come in and lay waste. And it's a couple small errors on the side of NBG, a couple underestimations of SAD's ability to get proactive that lets them take the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's not like it's a clean retake coming in necessarily from SAD, right? It's finding areas that you want to apply pressure onto and then kind of surrounding and executing on all those different fronts. Like, all of the members of SAD were coming in on different areas, but then that leaves so many question marks on Nightblood Gaming on how they actually, where they should be looking, where they should be paying attention to, because so many threats are coming from different angles. And it's in those moments where the utility is not set up well enough and the chokehold on the site is not set up well enough that SAD are going to be able to find those opportunities. But still, like you said, a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of craziness kind of happening on the site, but still all within the margins of errors. Here come the ultimates.
Big approach. Orb strike on one end, showstopper on the other, but it doesn't really feel like it's gotten the connection. Still SAD, they feel they have to bottlenose into short, and it lets NBG have open season. Free plant, free barrier, free back to formula from the beginning of this game. And it looks just as unbreakable as any 2v5 does.
Okay, all things considered, not terrible from SAD. We did see Paint use the overdrive there, but that was 2 massive ultimates coming out from Nightblood Gaming, that and the orbital strike, as well as a showstopper. So those massive entry tools, very well thought out, very well coordinated. You drop the space laser and then you have the rocket, clear out other parts of it, and it's enough to deter SAD from even bothering with this retake. So they will be just trying to find a couple of opportunities. Fireball Off's going to be first up the bat against Stellar here. Let's see if we can damage the economy just a little bit more. But wow, that is kind of nuts. And now, yeah, Cavalry coming in.
Wow.
Okay, at least they get practical on the way out. But a very decisive round coming through from Nightblood.
For me, it just goes to show how much SAD respect Nightblood's bottom line with this composition and the way that they're playing this. With the double ultis to funnel you out, I mean, you still have so much open space on this A site, and yet the 3-stack chooses to fight it out rather than back it up. They cannot afford to lose that space. They would much rather grab some bodies on the way down and just make Nightblood weaker. That is the priority in that situation for them. And they have the ultimates to do it. They have the ultimates to justify going for something like that with the overdrive, but Paint just can't hit a thing there, unfortunately. There's just not enough time. NBG's already executed, and here we go again. Ult economy still in the works here. The orbital strike on SAD side, the only thing available out the gate here. Paint is going to have that walk and get telegraphed, but it's all to let SAD get in with this shotgun. Good attempt on this eco, but nothing doing.
I've got your trail.
It almost feels like at this point SAD are kind of leaning into what they know the meta used to be, but after a bunch of agent changes, maybe not the case anymore. It really feels like Nightblood Gaming, once again with their uniqueness coming into this one, just are unstoppable.
Paint gonna get pinched here. Inevitably can get at least one on the way down. Hey, dang, buddy. Oh, come on. Don't. Okay. All right. Hey, we'll see those every once in a while. Paint's been kind of a madman lately. I think like it took a second for him to get activated, but I mean, this is the role he made his mark on, and he has been just farming these past couple weeks, man.
It is kind of funny because when you take a look at some of these compositions and lineups here, would expect things to be just a little bit different. Well, he's going to try to make this one stick here, but Practo and Monty should do a good enough job of being able to delay this one. Yeah, not enough time anymore, but what I was saying was you wouldn't expect Son of Car to be necessarily the Raze player, really making their debut with long-range sniper-based agents usually, but this time is going for a lot faster hits and a lot faster like push-ups, take that space, all of that type of stuff. Whereas on the flip side, Paint kind of made a name for himself on that Raze, right? Like you remember those days back in Shopify where Paint was flying through, supported by all the utility, kind of that duelist playstyle on the entry. But this time around, like, the synergy between Paint and Zaj doesn't really feel like it is getting online in the meaningful way that you would want it to. And I have to call into question the Waylay choice on this, because Zaj has not been finding a lot of value with that utility that, you know, Waylay brings to the table here. And more or less is just kind of going in there and losing their life instead of allowing Paint and setting up Paint to find those early frags. But hey, Paint, great kill, takes his Son of Car off the board right off the bat. That's a good way to start out the round for SAD Esports.
Back on the resident op as well. Looking solid there. Gonna get the res and the bird to cover it. Paint gonna get fielded out. Relay Bolt does stall away, so he gets the reset. On top of the stun into the Orb Strike, gets Son of Car a second time. And now NBG have to go for the other channel. Spike is still in market, by the way. They've got to run back and grab this. So Zeke, oh, God, such a great snake back. Paint getting super aggravating on this front line, really just trying to find the pocket and just not enough intel. And understanding how far up the duelist could have crept, completely avoiding Zaj's field on the sand. They'll go all the way around to Octagon while we're just chilling with this pit.
Oh boy.
Wow! How often do you see it played like that?
Oh, you don't see it at all. I mean, the positioning from SAD Esports is all over the map at this point. They're trying to, like, a game of hide and seek, try to find and isolate those kills, but it's so much more difficult to do so. Stellar, though, excellent first pick on Amonsi.
Crack those contacts. Toxic screen gonna force him to peek it. That's a good snake bite. A lot of territory. Oh, they're not expecting Praktos walk up. Gets away with one. Pain! The double swing out! 1v1 against FBO. Down to 1 HP. Going for the spray. One bullet can do it, but so can one from Fireball. And it'll get a 6th round on the board for NBG. SAD continuously clipping some wings here, but NBG stay flying.
This is such chaotic Valorant. I mean, with the style that SAD want to play, right? Like, you know, we're gonna send Paint, we're gonna send Zaj, just go all the way out there, play your place all over the map, and exactly like you said, the duelist creep up can be rather insane. But that kind of works out perfectly against how Nightblood Gaming want to play, right? Because they're playing so slow. Because they're playing so heavy on the information game. It's like they're all crisscrossing each other across the map. Nobody knows where anybody is, and it's just chaos. Like, you see the kills happening all over the place, and you wouldn't really expect that. Or really any coordination. It's just coming down to pure raw timings and finding the other team looking the wrong way to be able to isolate those kills. Son of Car winning the duel against Zaj to start things out as well. Coming back with that Outlaw in hand as SAD are on the budget buy. They've only got that Vapor Spit as well, so not a lot of tools to work with. Does Nightblood Gaming just really feel almost unstoppable on this attack?
Yeah, looking really clean at the moment. And just need to make sure you don't sell for the rest of this half, and it should remain this secure. Rifle. I mean, yeah, if this isn't clean, question's still in the air. Paint, never a question about him. He'll always get his. And get out safely with this fast lane, too, so we can reset that Bucky peak. NBG, I mean, they're already here. They've got to go for it. They've got to find this guy and get this spike down before the rest of the team responds. Where else could he be but in the smoke? Found you! All right, now we're chilling. Yeah, anti-eco will just get that body farm.
All right, I know I said the last round was a game of hide and seek, but actually I think this most recent round was a game of hide and seek. It's not the smoke, specifically Paint, but to be quite frank, it really feels like Paint is honestly just the largest barrier for Nightblood Gaming to kind of go in onto the site. Obviously, like you look at the kill feed, Pain was up there thanks to a couple of pop-off rounds earlier in this half, but Paint feels like they're doing the most to try and disrupt the Nightblood Gaming play style, disrupt what their strategy is, find those timings within them, and kind of shut them down before they're able to comfortably get set up. Nightblood Gaming feel like they're a little bit more aware of that and have been doing a better job and adjusting to it. It's a lot of damage onto Son of Car to start us out as Paint. Be looking down B for that sniper rifle shot, but Fireball Ops just a little bit sharper. I mean, we highlighted him on the desk for a reason, because he's somehow, consistently, finding those shots on whatever agent he's playing.
SAD's got to once again spread to try to play preventative. Welly, first point of that, traded away instantly. NBG making sure nobody can get away with anything extra. And the Octagon Bird gives away the first position. Will just call for the TP. And so Pain has to immediately molly because he doesn't know how close the rest of the shower presence is. NBG can just reset. They still have 45 seconds on the clock. 4v2. Mega chilling.
And look at that. 4v2, they're about to swarm in. Pain just alone on the site. And here comes a showstopper.
One enemy remaining.
I get it. Just make sure Stellar can't peek it. Get the cycle going. You still have so many on the way.
Seconds left.
Monty's going to be able to grab this Orb Strike next. Just poking out, too. Having some fun with it at this point, man. This is looking really clean from Nightblood Gaming. They came in here with a plan, and they're executing it all the way through.
It's just 1v1s across the map. I think that actually was what the plan is. Like, you see some of these step-up moments, right? Obviously, good swings kind of coming out there, but Nightblood Gaming are just kind of walking around the corner and peeking and winning the duels against SAD. And sometimes, no matter how much utility, how many traps you have kind of set up there, if Nightblood Gaming know exactly where to look, then SAD just simply don't stand a chance. But this could be one of those rounds that SAD will stand a chance, as they're bringing in 4 ultimates into this one. We have to see the coordination come on point. Guys, we have to make sure that happens, because otherwise, Nightblood Gaming are just going to continue to run over with it. This is the chance to really show what they are capable of, even if the weapons are a little bit lower.
Wow, proactive conversion paths into the overdrive, and it only covers one. NBG took a back step, preparing for it again.
I've got your trail.
And I mean, that's something that's telegraphable enough to NBG before the barriers even drop, that they can be prepped for that. And with almost no preemptive intel on how many people were already in showers, for SAD, they go for that. It's just risky business against a team that doesn't have to go for as much. And now the orbital strike on top of the double concuss from the dog is at least gonna chip these last 2 down. Pain's body even caught on the transition over the lamp, so they know that SAD's once again split up, but with NBG having this many players, it just doesn't matter, man.
Oh, Pain and Welly. Last 2 people were... Oh, never mind, just Welly.
They're winning everything right now.
Every duel is just going in Nightblood Gaming's favor.
30 seconds
It's
left.
like at this point, they're traffic cops. Hey, you want to go over here? Nope, I'm gonna put this big old stop sign in front of you. You gotta run this way into our bullets. And that's just SAD are getting corralled into it. They even, like, at that point as well, like, you saw Pain kind of get body blocked a little bit by Pain, trying to escape from the orbital strike. It's just crumbling to pieces, and that round, SAD used 2 of their ultimates, while Nightblood Gaming just kind of did a quick little backstep like you highlighted, and we're like, uh-oh, wish you had those ultimates for this last round and a half. Guess you don't, as that just flew in and immediately got countered. Pain's only able to get 1 and takes a lot of damage in the midst of all of it. It just feels like a lot of the stuff that SAD wanted to rely on cannot come online, just because Nightblood Gaming are doing such a good job at understanding that and making sure that they make it as uncomfortable as possible.
Not to psychoanalyze too hard, but you can tell Pain's really trying to go for the fight resets as well. Like, he wants to get 1, he wants to get back out, he wants to go back in. He understands the responsibility that he, both as the top performer on the duelist on this team, and as the Neon, has for this team. And he really, you can see how bad he wants to be able to carry that burden with him every round. Pit set up on the Octagon. NBG patrolling Hookah to start as the 5 stack. I mean, we haven't seen these guys all together as a pack like the entire half. I don't know how much SAD is expecting this much firepower in one little death ball. Let's see it though. Pain with the first drop, traded out quickly. Same way goes Monty into the pit, and it's dealt with pretty damn quick. The res up from Practo lets the team keep on running, but Pain just sprays it back down and does indeed have at least a temporary reset. Now that double duelist has a chance to show what they can do.
Pain is going all the way around. I'm imagining trying to get set up on the other side to set up a pinch here. But if Son of Kar is wiser to it, then suddenly this entire rotation around will amount to nothing. Once again, keeping an eye on how that Sage is controlling everything. Pain has to 1v3 now with all these awkward angles, but at least finds 1.
They turn to him just in time, but just in time is not in time enough. It's got to be Practo, who now has this Odin for this last round, and is going to spray that down into a 10-2 attack half finish here from Nightblood Gaming. I mean, like, I'm really just so impressed by how this team came in with a plan. They have not had much time to workshop this. This is like radical changes for some of these guys. Having FBO take on the Viper is not something he's doing as much lately. Yeah, and then Practo on the Sage as well. I mean, that's an off-roll that he's also like been kind of hovering over occasionally the past year and a half. But, I mean, everybody's really showing their chops today.
And, I mean, you look at that scoreboard and, like, your heart breaks for Zaj. I'm not saying we cursed him by giving him the highlight at the desk, but, yeah, sitting at 1-12. And I gotta just go back to your point there where Paint really feels like he's doing it all. I think that Sad might have a better chance on this attack, given they should be able to get a lot more of their setups online, because it didn't feel like they were getting anything at all in that first half. But this really is a testament. They have to find this pistol round. Otherwise, like, this map is cooked.
Let's see it, Sad. Already some dilly-dallying with the fast lane, but the slow war prevents him from escaping back! Oh, Sad's just not all... They haven't got all the variables in their head, dude. They're not considering everything. Nice right click by Welly to clear away Monty on the close quarters. And they've been able to scope out a decent portion of this. NBG taking some predictable ones. And Sad able to restabilize. The dog has to go too far, so NBG has to go for this contact dry. The smokes dissipate. Who has set up shop where? Everyone's taking a really big backseat to this, though. They can start tapping pretty early on this, but they won't. They'll double swing into the showers and get almost fully cleared. Right here. In one fell swoop, but now Zeke left alone with his own reset. How much does it hurt? Sad get the pistol on the board, the first of many steps to make this bind map something they can be proud of.
And now it's got to be like 10 rounds if they want to be able to win out map number 1. As a reminder, Sad were the ones who picked this map as well. Coming into this, like, Nightblood Gaming, fine, not necessarily their strong suit. They've lost it both to Alliance Guardians and Azure Dragon Gaming. But still, I mean, they're showing us a very fresh perspective. And I think that Sad were hoping for something a little bit more predictable, something that they had tape on, that they were going to be able to take this win against Nightblood Gaming. But once again, just still very impressed with the preparation that Nightblood have done to make this a very solid map for them thus far. They just need 3 rounds to close this one out. While Sad still fight for survival here, as they're going to at least scout Monty out thanks to the Trailblazer and start to make their way up B long.
Well, Monty hasn't been very scared to hold close these opening 2, and especially being the one on this Gamba. You can understand why he wants to get that intel quick. Smoke just to protect himself initially, so NBG can at least go for the reset, even if that just means explosion deaths. But Sad do flip the coin right. They don't have to deal with anything in their way, and they'll get this spike down pretty easy. NBG just gonna file in. They do have a bird. Yeah, they'll just let that... Oh, okay. Hey, that's 2 kills now for Zaj.
Okay, no need to rub it in.
Well, well.
Don't do Zaj dirty like that.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the spike to go boom here. Sad. I mean, they could. Pain has a slide. They could go in and try and farm a bit here. I think they'd love to as well, with how much they have to do and how many, like, win con round. Like, NBG's about to float into a bonus pretty easily here.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I think that they could have tried to make that one happen, but at the same time, given the deficit that they are in, they can't leave anything up to chance, right? That if they just flew in there and tried to hope for some kills, but then lost both of their Phantoms, that would be so very sad for Sad, pun intended. But I think it's safer, just full bonus here. Make sure you've got as many things as possible. Control the variables a little bit more, because yeah, that exactly. Son of Car going to be coming into this with an operator now. And why that is very important is Son of Car is one of the best oppers in the entirety of Challengers, and that is going to more or less guarantee a lockdown angle, a lockdown lane, sorry, for one of these spots. And so Sad have to be ready for this and make sure that they're using your utility either to zone Son of Car out or play the information, play opposite that operator, because that could really put a hamper into their momentum to try and take that site.
And already the poison orbs getting thrown out. Turnabout, actually. Both sides got to hold him down, and just about anything a one-shot, but Son of Car can still do so. The flash gets both ends. Paint has absolutely nothing to work with. After the altitude is taken, he can't even finalize the kill, and Carson's reset. That is a bonus. Said, done. Whatever other senses you can make of it. But Sad is back to square one and back to the chopping block. 2 rounds that NBG will need here unless Stellar comes out with something inhuman, and That is not the case here. Flawless round 15. NBG gets to keep everything going into this next bit.
I'm like sitting back here, hands are up right now. The son of Car, opping, I called it. And that was exactly what happened. Like, look at the patience there from son of Car. Lets the Neon slide through, not worth that extra shot, because you know the rest of the gang are gonna be hopping out. And at the same time, still having that support from Zeke, watching that other angle while the flood-in happens. It was a little bit of a messy engage coming through from Sad, felt a bit discoordinated. And that was more than enough opportunity for Nightblood Gaming to just pounce on him. And so an 11-4 scoreline for Nightblood Gaming. And Practo is so aware of what's going on here, but these slow orbs have just done such a good job at controlling the flow of how Sad Esports want to make this one work.
For the dog in his showers, make sure Carson isn't peeking to start there. So if they want to peek B long, they'll have to throw a smoke down it. That dog has allowed for Sad to convince at least the 3-stack to stick around on A, so they don't have as much to push into for Hookah here. Fireball ops. No one's looking it. First bird will at least deal with that, but no one's ready for Zeke behind the boxes. Gets 2 on his way down. Sad's got to make this happen fast. Last responder, Practo, available on the elbow, but nothing more. Smoked away. Sad will get the spike down. In goes Stellar already. Searching, browsing. Does he check Practo? No, he won't. And the space over. Force him to do the walk-in. And in he goes.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Big win there. Big win for Practo. Take your sweet time on this. Yeah, give Carson the judge. Give Monty the op. Give Nightblood the round, because anyway they do it, it's theirs.
Yeah, the wall goes up just at the end there to try and guarantee a little bit of space, get the information, and then isolate the kill there. But you see just how Nightblood Gaming are just draining Sad like an energy vampire. Even in these slow rounds where they just really take their time, Sad don't really gain any space off of any of that or gain any information. And so then they have to use all of their utility to try and re-clear a lot of the space, and then it just comes down to having one molly and one snake bite available to Sad to try and hold it all down. Like, no more smokes available. It's just so difficult, especially with the members of Nightblood Gaming just shooting the way that they are. And so they find themselves up to 12. Sad are going to be going and scrambling to pull together a buy here, but it's not going to be looking pretty whatsoever. Nightblood Gaming so ready to win out map number 1.
Yeah, just stop that last eye and you should be okay. Carson cleared out early after Zaj opts for the trade-off, and he'll actually make some really decent space with the help of these smokes. Monsi caught off guard. But NBG already here to try to recover it. They'll keep on walking in. Practo going for the challenge into the stack that they know is there. Pain makes quick work of that. Now policing the lamp so that the spike gets down easily. That snake bite's gonna do nothing. Sad can already reposition. And they'll start fanning out, taking care of what personnel are left. Now it's just FBO. That's a really well done round by Sad, just feeding into the mistakes NBG made and finding great timing across the board so that absolutely nothing this defensive team did connects this time around. That is 4 guns standing at the end of the day. Ult's still on the table. Sad have something to work with here.
Yeah, good round coming out from Sad. I think that might have just been a little bit of overconfidence from Nightblood Gaming, just deciding, yeah, we can walk in there and win it. I like that kind of, you know, throw your body at this problem and make sure you have enough bodies to win it out that we saw from the 2 duelists. Hey, Zaj Paint, Sonokar can only find one of us. And so they both walk out just like, whoever dies, you just find the kill and we'll call it a day. And that was more than enough to try and guarantee that space, allowing Zaj to start to take over and put some of that waylay utility actually to use. Finally getting a bit more value here, but still a monumental task if they want to start to pull this one back. Nightblood Gaming have a 7-round lead. They only need 1 to win. And Monty, very close by, but full blinded.
Big rush in. Yeah, that's a big blind to start things out. Sad can at least take that opening space, but Zeke just does what he does best. Back steps and uses another bird to enter on his own terms. Stellar wins the better gun duel. And Sad will make this work yet again. More health pool, but well, he should be able to heal that back up. As this post plan will ring down. Yeah, reset. And the Seeker's up as well, so that NBG has to continue wasting time that isn't their own.
No stopper available for Son of Car. Well as that operator. A lot of heavy weaponry here. Yeah, I was gonna say Nightblood Gaming, if they want to make this one commit, then they have to go fast, but I think they just called it a win after kind of forcing out the Seekers there. Obviously, the Orbital Strike was used as well from Pain, so they got quite a few key ultimates out. Let's just make sure we've got enough economy to give them a run for their money on the next round. They've got the Showstopper. They've got the Seekers on their side. Practo just one away from having the Resurrection available as well. So Nightblood Gaming, once again, just play it a little bit, play it safe, you know? Let's just make sure that we've got what we need in order to try and win a clean round here and close out the map, because one is all they need.
Most definitely. And I think NBG also understands the volatility of their composition and how often they will be in a situation, especially at this point in the game, where they can afford to do this sort of thing, where they approach something, they have some semblance of a disadvantage, they understand the push has no legs, they that is as far as the risk assessment needs to go for them. There's not like a 55-45, maybe we take this. This is NBG being very certain, hell no, we don't got a shot here. Let's just take the next one, use these ultis, and yeah, hit the nail right on the head. Sad did use a lot there, so you call that a W if you're Nightblood.
Launching smoke.
Oh, Monty just kind of zoning things out again, still sticking with the Judge in hand. Zeke still on the Stinger. So we're seeing pretty much a flashback to how that one went. The only difference right now is Practo going to be the one on the operator, while Son of Car just has that Phantom. Once again, the Showstopper, that's what my eye is on, because that could really do a damper on SAD Esports.
Convergent Pats, yet again, up the lamps. It's singular, and so is Zaj. No follow-up there. Slow does mess with Son of Car just a tiny bit, so the Showstopper plus the Satchels are out, and he doesn't even clip Pain, has to use the gunfire anyway. Hey, whatever works for you. And man, FBO is working. He's just happened to skirt the rest of the site, and NBG have a flawless 13th round. Yeah, if you want to win your last round of the game, why don't you make it as pretty as that one, man? That is a bind that was dominant most of the time, and then the rest of it, they were still winning. Nightblood Gaming have a really secure start to this match.
But what a poetic way to end that map out. Son of Car uses the Showstopper, just completely uses it as a vibe check on the other team, and then you just see Son of Car, as well as Fireball Ops, just turn it up and just mow down everybody. Finally with the Judge, closing out that map. But when it comes down to it, like, it just felt like SAD. Once again, they wanted to rely on their utility. I think Paint looks the best when supported by the team, but every single time they were trying to get a play online, every single time they were trying to coordinate some sort of hit on the opponents, Nightblood Gaming just simply dismantled that and just made them so uncomfortable with a little bit of a compositional change. I said at the start of this map, let's see, it's going to be up to SAD to be a little bit more dynamic and figure out where those gaps exist, but they simply couldn't get anything online before it was a little bit too late. And just like that, Nightblood Gaming, they steal away bind from SAD.
Well, we may not see as radical a change in the formula for either of these teams when we head to map 2, but we do hope to see a radical change in how good that gunplay is coming out of SAD. This should be a much more even matchup. We hope to see it on Haven in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match. Anybody.
Yeah, Joey trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek. O's at a main. Yep, that'll play.
3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Van Silly and Emily on the desk. And if you're just joining us, you miss a NBG masterclass, stealing SAT Esports pick of Bind clinically, cleanly, and if you're NBG, exactly the way you want to do it, Emily.
No, I think they did a phenomenal game with the last minute kind of comp changes that they brought in, bringing in that Sage, especially with the Raze. They, on that first half, they were mostly just defaulting and it looked really good, except for that, round 5, little eco.
Exactly, round 5, yeah.
To be fair, someone got some insane classic kills. Should not have happened, but anyways, besides that, they did great, and I think Sad really struggled with it. A lot of the time, NBG were just kind of slow walking places, looking to get that first pick. Yep, there's that eco round. Don't want to talk about it. Never happened. And then Sad just didn't know how to react into it. A lot of times they tried going for re-aggression, but NBG was ready for that, even expecting that with how split they were, just kind of holding for those re-aggressions. And a lot of their timings were also a little questionable. It's like they started to panic, especially on this round here. We had 3 towards showers that early round, and then a little bit of pressure towards that B side, and you know, Paige just going for a little op shot and short. It just felt like they really struggled to try and find a way back into the round, and yeah, like I said, they just panicked and made some pushes that they shouldn't necessarily have.
It definitely looked like there was no game plan at all there for SAT Esports on the defensive side, and maybe credit to NBG because of the composition that they came out with. But as Emily was mentioning, if you're trying to play against a slow default and you're trying to maximize, for example, a round where Paint has an off and you're trying to clear out space, there wasn't really any on-the-fly adaptation that was trying to be made here by Stellar, by the team themselves. For example, if they're going to keep slow defaulting towards this B site, what? Oh, am I Arigato, Mr. Roboto Silly? Okay, good. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. But no, like, for example, if you're trying to adapt to the slow play for the side of NBG, how come we didn't try to, like, find info? Okay, it's not there. Let's just gamble a showers crunch or something like that. Why don't we try to use our utility to the simplest way as possible so that you synergize the combination of what these agents could bring out for their kits? For example, when you have a round from Paint with an orbital strike, but you kept defaulting for NBG towards showers, let's try to bait out like a saturate onto them so you get to combine that with the Brimstone ultimate. There was really none of that. So all of them were really getting picked off one by one. You started seeing like a little bit of a resurgence out of SAT Esports on the attack side, because that's where you were able to get your game plan in. You're able to play to your style and you made the firepower work. I think at some point, even on defense, we're at 1-7 on Zaj, and that's exactly what I was talking about too. It's very difficult for him to activate himself too, and I don't think it's his fault. I think it's just a fault on the game plan, and if anything, I feel like maybe you should get him out of that role of Wayland and that like Bind, have him play something else, bring out the Raze, have him play the Viper, or bring out a Phoenix, as we're seeing a lot of double duelists being the Neon and the Phoenix now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Raze pick wasn't even that bad. You have a lot of util for delay, and that's exactly what we saw in that second half. Even though they did a little bit of a comeback, I think that NBG did a great job at using their utility to kind of slow down any fast exits they were using, or even delay the bomb plan so that the team can rotate in time and just do a full retake.
And that is something that we want to see from NBG on the side, taking advantage of that, right? Seeing that SAT is maybe not playing the game that they're supposed to be playing right now, but taking advantage of it and going for it. We highlighted Son of Car and Paint in the beginning. Here they are on the top of their respective leaderboards, but Son of Car especially kind of taking on that Razor. So Asian we don't see too often anymore, just in general in Valorant, but awesome to see Carson, as is the government name. We're cool like that. I don't think he knows who I am, but Vance, so really awesome to see Son of Car kind of pop off on that agent, even with that agent comp change as well.
Exactly. That's why I was afraid when for SAT Esports, when I was saying they're playing against 2 of the top 10 graded players currently in stage 1 or stage 2 rather. It's literally Son of Car and Fireball Ups, and they were really on top of their game for these two teams. Although the frag distribution has been quite even across the board, Son of Car did bring a lot to this roster. However, if you're thinking about this person firsthand, you're just thinking about that OT game back in like a couple of years ago on Icebox, just on a chamber, right? So you think he would be just an op crutch. But now to show the variety to the agents that he's able to play as a duelist, he's able to create space and be self-sufficient, and also create space for a team to be selfless as well as secondary as you're creating a space as a Neon. When you're playing the Raze, you could still opt with that, especially on a map like Bind. So it works out well for his playstyle and his kit. And he really made damage into just opening and finding these gaps against SAD Esports. When we're talking about the amount of times that you're slow playing towards showers on the attack side for NBG, I mean, he just kept doing it solo, or could do it with an extra person, because there's always one person that's caught behind, or there's only one person playing showers so passively and no way of escaping either when you're playing on a set of SAD Esports. If it's, for example, Waylay from Zaj that's going to be walking to that spot, there's no refract that's set up before. So it was very easy for Sunakar to play to his style and just walk contact and win some fights.
I love working with Vansili because he'll pull out some stats from literally 4 years ago, and you're like, dang,
impressive.
Why didn't I think of that? But a wealth of knowledge from him, and he will remember exactly how you played, which is so exciting to always have you on the desk with us. But exactly what you're talking about, this is a son of card that has blossomed really in Challengers and really finding his spot right now, where I think, maybe a bit ago, that would have been kind of like a flash in the pan sort of thing, but obviously Carson proving that he's absolutely not that, someone who deserves a shot. Moving on to our next map, or what our next map will be, it will be NBG's map pick. You stole SAD's map pick if you're NBG, and you're heading to your map pick of Haven, where you're starting on attack, which is the favorable side of Haven, Emily. So looking, if you're not like gaming, you don't want to get too comfortable, because comfort, as they say, comfort kills. But you're looking pretty good.
Listen, I don't want to bring up like the comps or the one comp that they've been running in the past on Haven on the side of NBG, because they did just do a little Uno reverse on me and did a last minute comp change going to that map. But I'm very confident that they're going to be running a similar comp, or the exact same comp that they did previously, which is a double Senti, which we don't really see often. We're used to seeing that double controller with that Viper, but instead we have a chamber Vise. So I expect them to still be kind of playing a little bit slower, working the map a bit more, trying to break a lot of that Killjoy utility that SAD do like to rely on. But then when we switch over to that second half, I'm just worried, like, will they be able to play a little bit slower on the side of SAD? They struggled to play against that on Vine, but now when they're going to be going and having to play a little bit slow themselves, will they have the kind of chemistry and the coordination to do that? Because if you're looking at Chamber and Vise, Chamber, only a single trip, right? Vise, and oh no, okay, oh my gosh, I thought they swapped comp on me again. I was about to panic. But no, we will be seeing the Vise, and that's a lot of utility that you have to break, especially if they lean that Vise towards that A site. You're gonna have to find a way to break a lot of those trips. You're gonna have to find a way to be able to bait out that wall so it doesn't affect you in the late round, especially when they have that solo Neon that's just kind of there to make all that space.
It's definitely difficult, again, for SAD Esports to play against this type of composition with what they bring out. I think what you have from Sunakara as the chamber is basically built to fight aggressively behind the Viper walls and not allow here SAD Esports to set up any defaults, because as much as you want to say that NBG will be playing slow with double sentinels, SAD Esports will also have a very slow look with a double controller, because you're trying to manipulate the map on different ways. So when you're looking at that and also bring out a Vice to directly counter a Neon, there's just so many layers of annoyingness that you have to deal with as SAD Esports, and hopefully they can pull this over. And one more small note, the reason why I'm also very prone of Sunakar is because my name is Vansili. So Sunakar, Vansili, I gotta go for my kids.
Dare I say the silliest you've ever gotten. But friends, we have a second map to get into. Can NBG close this out in a clean 2-0, or will SAD Esports bring us to a map 3? Tenrek, Marks, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Liz. And yeah, SAD Esports on the brink here against a Nightblood Gaming that once again seems to have a composition that could just have SAD Esports' number. Marcus, the Zeke Vice is indeed a hard counter to this Paint Neon, and an even harder one to SAD's Paint on the Neon. But my eyes are still on these two fraggers, Son of Car and Fireball Ops, especially here on the attack side. It's going to be, like the desk said, pretty slow on both sides, but I think SAD Esports are going to be snails comparatively a lot of the time.
Which is just so interesting, right? Because there's a lot to talk about, especially, I first of all, I love the way that the desk kind of broke it down, specifically on a lot of that utility really slowing down SAD. thanks to that Vise. But at the same time, NightBlood Gaming really just feel like they're leaning into their strengths. That being that they know that they can out-drag SAD Esports. I mean, when you're bringing an agent like Chamber into the mix, you know, you're expecting those kind of long-range shots, those angles to be locked down. And so I think that NightBlood Gaming really are picking a composition that should really favor them in their own individual playstyle.
Yeah, you see a pretty quick flowchart here. See the aggression on the A site, take back everything, quickly pivot over to an open C site. You have a 5v5 post plant. This is a great start for NBG.
It really is up to SAD to just kind of go there, but actually NBG go a little bit more exploring. It is going to be a trade to start us out.
Bit of an extension into the garage here. NBG's going to re-up on that while the link presence is already going to be known, but Monsi gets disconnected yet again a little early here because of that. Now you can start dashing in and pinching, and so NBG has to duck back to the main lane. This is starting to look a lot weaker, and yeah, you just can't hold down these sightlines forever. So many swingers coming out, and they will lay waste. SAD Esports make it pretty easy at the end of the day after their take back.
Now, what did I say on that last map? How important it was for them to play together, use their utility together, and make sure to actually set some sort of cohesion up. On the last map we saw it was just consistently 1v1 scenarios all around the map. Who's peeking who's gonna win the hide-and-seek duel? And turns out it was actually NightBlood Gaming, but SAD, if they can put together that game plan, when they can play as a unit, that's when we start to see them actually start to shine. And I think we were treated to a little bit of that on that last round on how they wanted to play that retake. So just an excellent job at setting up their death ball and getting it rolling on forwards with how the utility was going to be set up to allow them to dissect. And of course, let Paint go kind of crazy.
With those better guns, SAD will not get as aggressive out the gate here, but NBG, you may have noticed, have some interesting picks. Son of Car, a Glass Outlaw. It's only 2 shots, 2 players. SAD have prepped for this. They have heavy armor. Welly, not one of the players with it, but yeah, Paint's got the Outlaw too, and he's got the high ground as well. Son of Car quickly dealt with. I assume it would be Fireball Ops who pick us up that Outlaw. Only seems in character for the guy. And they'll give it another go. Yeah, right. Sorry. I don't mean to box the guy in.
Little bit ever. But with that recon drone, at least aware of where these positions are. Paint those still finding frames.
You got to do that at some point. There is a lot of contact involved in this composition, and you just, like you said, you got to out-frag your way through it. Tougher to do, even with this better buy. Paint getting approached, but still not dealt with until Monsi can finally TP up to it. And they do technically have the sight, but all the while, Welly has hit himself away with the help of his poison orb, and in fact, he's going to stay hidden as this spike starts to go down. Only until the recon bolt is let fly. NBG slightly adhere to it. No pings. Smoke out onto heaven so that this peek from Zaj can't come up to snuff. And so at the very least, the spike goes down. Bite is a tad bit late and also not on where the spike is. They've planted backside. And Fireball is already snaked up to Link here. And the timing is so clean. Zaj.
Oh no!
Oh no! They're going to be playing that button back for a while. Monsi now in not close to a prime position, and SAD can make quick work of it. It almost looked beautiful, but far from it after all is said and done. It's 2-0 SAD.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my emotions.
And that one hurt. That one hurt. Like, we've been hyping Fireball ups as that guy, you know, just winning all these crazy duels. And just a little bit of whiffage towards the end there. You know, it happens to the best of us. It just sucks that it was in such a pivotal moment. And honestly, what could have been NightBlood Gaming somehow finding that second round. I mean, Paint kind of went crazy with that Outlaw being able to find multiple kills. But the NightBlood Gaming, they kind of got right back into it. Picked up a couple of weapons and made it, or tried to make that one work. Unfortunately, well, that investment has left them a little bit worse for wear into this next round, as this is going to be all pistols across the board, to a very heavy weapon advantage going towards SAD Esports here, as it's mostly just going to be rifles across the board. So definitely outgunning NightBlood Gaming this time around.
NBG approaches that previous round knowing that Paint is going to be the ace in it, and yet they still have to contact. It just makes it so tough. But went for least common denominator there with the A crunch, thinking that SAD could still spread the resources. And now they definitely can against the pistols, so if anything, you might see NBG go for ones even harder, and Paint get even more punishment because of it. Nice little double shot. Let's see him do it again. Ho, ho, ho. Okay. That's Voln, too. Good shot from Zeke. You can reset. 45 seconds to go. Maybe there's an open territory. NBG just don't know where it is.
Could be this 3v4 awkward scenario here. Arbelop still has quite a bit, but most importantly, Monsi still has the smokes and the paranoia available. And given the fact that Zeke's kit is also put together, there is an opportunity for them to be able to claim this space. And actually, they've chosen the right site. Nobody's home here on this A site, so they will get this plant down. And Zeke will have time to get all of this utility set up, which could do a great job at stalling out Sad.
Yeah, there hasn't been much reason to let go of any of this until now. No smoke available as Monsi is going for the plan, and it makes him eat an entire shock dart as that spike goes down. But even still, the Vice util up. This is tough to break. Just got to deal with these worst guns in the middle of it all. Firepower is still better for their side. Payne knows he's got to be a little individualistic out the gate here, and he will be only one down, and NBG can re-up. No time to grab the gun. They just got to peek it as the wall goes down. Everybody looking on sides, and Zeke can't clean it up. Zash is on 1 HP. But they'll make it work, and it's 3-0 on the defensive side. NBG just keep coming closer, but not far enough.
I mean, once again, though, still an excellent round coming out from Nightblood Gaming. Reminder, they came into this one with pistols up against all the arsenary that Sad had coming into this, right? And on top of that, they're able to get the overdrive out from Paint. Zeke had an unbelievable round with that bandit in hand, found so much value when Zaj goes down to just a single HP. So the economy, it's not looking fantastic on the side of Sad Esports. Well, this will be the round that Nightblood Gaming should be able to buy up. So whichever team wins it will break the economy of their opposing side. But let's see what Nightblood Gaming have in stock for us. They do have a couple of ultimates here. Zeke could just kind of slap all of those primary weapons away from Sad Esports when they do that retake. And already they're starting to approach Garage.
Slide back in from Son of Car. Nice soft reset to get the path in. Because from Garage, yeah, you can just fast lane and set up shot. Still haven't cleared the backside, though. Looks like that'll be Monsi's job to trade off of. No, he'll just get the frag. And C-site will be NBG's.
Yeah, trade off of. Sure, make that one work if you can. But look, 4 members remain from Sad. And they're slowly coming in here, so a lot of time being burnt off while Nightblood Gaming are so well set up. But oh my goodness me, Fireball Ops goes down.
Well, he, as always, is hitting these shock darts really consistently. Great comms coming through from the rest of the team on where these setups are. Paint, as always, boisterous, letting himself go, and will get the first frag off of it, setting up the backside with this fast lane. And once again, NBG has to corner themselves away in the lane as the smoke is still there, but the Hunter's Fury... Oh, well, he has avoided that first tick of it. He's got it. He's not hitting him! He's not hitting him! No. Bracto! Bracto, what are you doing?
Oh, no.
Fight's not over, you know.
Oh, man, that is such a way for the round to go. Bracto, unfortunately, just a little bit too low. I wonder if that's that pressure that Paint was kind of putting onto him there. That is so sad. Like, I was just like, oh yeah, this should be Nightblood Gaming getting on the board because they used 2 very big ultimates. Obviously, the Steel Garden from Zeke just to stall things out, allow Bracto that time to get set up in the back of the site, use the Hunter's Fury, but it just goes a little bit too low. Something that you never really expect when using the ultimate at that range. But Sad continue their round of ground sprees as Monsi just clipped immediately. Son of Car has to go in there and make this one work.
Yeah, just got to get in there, make up the gap as quickly as possible. It's not desperation if it works. Okay, it's desperation. Dash 3 on his own there on C-site. Okay, first walk up. At least lets you have some territory, but that's only because 2 members of SAD have been walking around T this whole time.
Spike is down.
Dude,
as well.
Willie hits another one of those. Are you kidding me?
Position.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds. You know what I mean?
I'm still shocked Willie hit that other dart, dude.
The shot
like
dart,
he knows Practice still just kind of wading around, and he's like, screw it.
Yep.
Let one fly.
It is kind of crazy because Welly had such a quiet performance on that last map. Welly has been somebody that we've been highlighting all throughout stage 1, all throughout stage 2 as well. And just last map did not come online whatsoever. I just felt like that Sky, which Welly is kind of known for really well, was not finding any value whatsoever. But then we're treated to a little bit of Sova gameplay here, and it's looking as clean as ever. Sad. Now 5 rounds in a row. And a lot of those initial duels that, once again, Nightblood Gaming were usually coming out on top of, just not happening this time. Sad are the ones who are finding those opportunities, and a lot of that push out tactic that we see from that defense is finding its purchase. It's finding its value. They're finding those opportunities, and most importantly, finding those kills and flanks before Nightblood Gaming can get set up.
Pain, now fully allowed to exercise his freedom against one of the few eco rounds that NBG will have now if this loss streak keeps going. You can make a lot of good out of 2-8s, and a lot of money too. And in the first, Sad showed how they can go bar for bar. The second, NBG showed how they are still fools to air. And after that first blood, they'll restock, knowing so much of this Sad stack is here to see what they can profit out of. Relay bolts in, they've got to be committal about it, and they will get the lobby out first. Good peek set up by the Sentis, and that'll justify the tour de force in the 3v3. FBO with the whiff, the Zeke trade back does let them get guns on the board at the very least. Sad will decide to have Stellar send himself into this double, but only one inside the lobby, and Practo's reloading!
Oh, no!
Yes, that happened.
Oh, no,
in the wise words of Roy, something was seen that last round. I mean, I don't know what to say there. The tour de force coming out as well felt like a very big confidence play. We see Zeke come online with the Bandit in hand. Bandit doing a really good job at kind of being that like one-tap headshot potential. But the positioning of Sad Esports just completely swarm on them. Like a bunch of sharks that got a drop of blood in water. And Sad just don't even give a single opportunity. This is the Nightblood Gaming pick here. And I know we've been pretty critical on Sad on that last map, but this time around, Nightblood Gaming are the ones that just cannot find anything. They can't even get their foot in the door, it feels like, on some of these rounds, as Sad is just completely shutting them down. And it still is coming down to just the first play, the first level of contact there. And Sad kind of leaning into their more exploratory, get a lot of this utility set up here, as we get to see Welly actually use the Hunter Fury right off the bat, and, well, is at least able to scout one out. But it's just a very slow push-up by Nightblood Gaming, trying to force out some of that utility, and Welly will pay respect to it.
TP ult into B-side on the Gong here. Welly is prepped, so yeah, it'll be non-committal, but it's all just to get Carson in. Nice adjustment from Welly. It'll get traded out quick, and NBG is doing not necessarily the heavy lifting, but they're getting their reps in at least. Sad, again, this big rotation from Pain and Paint is not going to get the drop on NBG. It's just going to get an angle that you wouldn't conventionally prep for. Potential double up on Practo if he doesn't set up in time. He just barely has enough. No Paint spots it and kills it. And yet again, inches matter so much more for Sad's bottom line. Fireball Ops and Monty have the setup on the spike, though, and they'll make it work. Nightblood Gaming is on the board.
Yeah, 6 rounds later, Nightblood Gaming are on the board. I feel like you need a little bit of an asterisk for that one, as Pain has just been continuously lighting things up, but I like this take that they do this time. Right? Like, it's a lot more up close and personal. They try and find their timings. They play as a cohesive unit and just push in onto that B site without having to worry about any of the dilly-dallying kind of happening around. They storm the site, take it, and then Sad are the ones who are forced onto the back foot. And yeah, okay, wow. A single round, and Sad Esports say, let's take our time out right now. I mean, that has to be confidence and a half coming out from Sad, just kind of shouldering that. Obviously, if you're Sad, given the fact that you did lose that last map, maybe you want to keep that train rolling here. But you still have quite a few ultimates to work off of for Sad Esports. Like Stellar does have the lockdown available. Practo probably saving the Hunter's Fury just to kind of counter that one. But Paint has been set up pretty well by the rest of the team these last couple of rounds. And with that overdrive back online, I imagine that is going to be the weapon of choice, really, to try and pull this round back into their take. When SAD are moving in on these retakes, it's looking a lot more cleaner, and you could tell the kind of theory crafting that might have happened beforehand to try and make sure that a lot of these plays feel a lot more rehearsed and are just clean, so that SAD can kind of find those rounds. Nightblood Gaming, on the other hand, are still just looking for those individual opportunities. One thing I have to point out, as much as it pains me to do so, Son of Car still hasn't gotten on the board, and I think that speaks a little bit to the chaos that Nightblood Gaming are trying to capitalize on, but just have been unsuccessful in doing so far.
Well, I'll still be frontlining. Hitting that 0-7-0 shake. Seeing if he can get that opening first blood, but instead it's Fireball Ops on the soft lurk as Stellar gets up quick. This is an eco from SAD after all the work that NBG had done in the previous rounds to whittle down this economy. And so it'll prompt a bit of a radical shift in the game plan from the defending team when they had previously been on such a hot streak. Gotta keep in mind, NBG did keep a lot of these rounds quite close, as painful as some of them were. And so, worse for wear, the moment they get a breath in edgewise, does make this half still recoverable for NBG, as crazy as it is to be saying that right now. Oops. 4-stack, wading back out. Everybody from SAD is already here in spawn, and Paint with the overdrive has an opportunity to get extra active. 40 seconds to go, and NBG only now starts poking their head out of the sand. 3-stack gonna scurry back over to A main, but SAD in soft pivot. That being said, the fuel will deplete back down, so it is still on Paint, just with the rifle instead.
They're all lurking. The triple stack from SAD just kind of moving together as a cohesive unit. And with that utility, you know where this is going to be going down. It's going to be a 3v3 scenario here. Nightblood Gaming still have the advantage weapon-wise.
Oh, Ellie with the recon bolt gets the immediate poke out, and Paint's already up in graffiti. Son of Car finally able to get rid of that, and with 5 seconds to go, has the spike able to get down, but no! Welly once again with the recon! And resets just as the drop down occurs. It is a thrifty recovery from SAD!
That's so funny. Like, Willie is just like, okay, I know this is gonna be the 1v1. Well, you know, Paint has to go for the slide. Paint has, or sorry, not Paint. Son of Car has to go for the slide, has to go for that plant. So I'm gonna just hop down and force the duel, but just run away as fast as I can and try and stay alive. Once again, little nice set plays coming through from SAD on how they wanted to make that one happen. But it just comes down to the very end here with a little bit of a merry-go-round just to try and end things out, and Willie still finds the kill onto Son of Car just to close things out. Oh boy, SAD. Thrifty to pull it back as the economy of Nightblood Gaming gets shattered here. Monty gonna be buying up that rifle. Son of Car just with the bucky in hand does have the overdrive. Practice still holding on to that ultimate.
Overdrive with not a lot of motivation for it, and already slowed down the rest of the team. He's still looking for somebody, and he will. Zash down first, now Stellar. Son of Car had to do everything this round, and he just might! 3 guns handed to NBG, and this is the kind of star power this kid brings, just a round out of nothing. But that ultimate, as it's now gone, so too is the momentum for this push, but the spike keeps ticking away, and NBG seemingly have convinced SAD's still struggling economy to hand a round over. Operator in hand, they will concede.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, thankfully SAD, they've got quite a bit of room to work with here, so you know they're just playing this one a lot more safer, understanding how things can kind of go. Make sure you got that operator, make sure you've got the Phantom, the rifle, carry it over here, and if you can get a couple more ultimate orbs, that would be great. You can see Nightblood Gaming are trying to get just a little bit more, given the fact they didn't really have the best buy up, but now Jig is going to be up. The thrifty round will be taken as Son of Car tries to go in, but Welly, utility, still looking great. Will find that additional kill to get 1 orb closer to having the ultimate online, but what a round from Son of Car. You'll love to see the headshots come through with the overdrive, but at the same time, just the ferocity of that Neon flying through, making really just believing in the rest of the team to kind of pick up the slack there to try and find those opportunities. While it feels like SAD, their whole thing is trying to make sure that Paint can shine, you can tell that Nightblood Gaming, they want all of their individual players to find those moments, and there's a lot of trust going on between their individual players.
Acto for the peak. Paint back on this operator, stuck up in the garage. That's your lurker gone. And also your intel. NBG will just patrol a lane again, not contentious this time. Son of Car, despite this decent economy, has gone for the Outlaw when only 3, now 4 members of SAD are one shot. Main's just gonna respect it. Everyone's gonna respect it. SAD prefers the 5v4 post.
Feller has that lockdown in hand. I imagine this is the round you want to use it, given the fact that Practo already taken off the board. So this could be a good opportunity. Yeah, it looks like the lockdown will be deployed shortly.
And now that Practo's dead, there's no Hunter's Fury to counter it. So they've just gotta hand the space over. Yeah, everybody's just gotta head back. Are all 4 players going into the same spot? Carson waiting! That's some good... I'm frozen.
One enemy remaining.
Same here, but it actually looks like Nightblood Gaming, they're coming out on top.
Yeah, they're able to win the fights from that lane, jump in from paint, just to waste some time, slide back, Monty holds on to it. Even so, wouldn't have been enough time. NBG have enough to make this work. I mean, that was a great play from Carson. That's the kind of initiative that one of the players needed to take after every other member of Nightblood would have been forced into the exact same spot.
Yeah, and given the fact that neither of us could really see exactly what happened in that round, I'm going to look into my crystal ball and let you know that actually Steel Guardian came out there from Zeke, which I think probably gave them a good opportunity to kind of go for some of those long-range sprays as SAD Esports were starting to move in onto the site there, leading to that favorable position where Nightblood Gaming were able to win out that round. SAD onto a save this time. I think this is the first real time we've seen SAD go for that save. But you can tell it's just full aggression. Look at them. They've already pushed all the way down outside of B and are already going to be lurking on the back lines of C, while Nightblood Gaming should be able to take this site nice and easy, get that spike down, and speed this thing up.
Only other thrifty that SAD has had, they've won. We'll see if they can get this done here. No ultimates this time, so yeah, you've just got to win the duels. And NBG does not want to choke these, especially.
Oh.
Hey, Carson. Oh, come on. FBO going more forward. Practo with this Outlaw. That does one-shot everybody this round.
Enemy remaining.
And, okay. All right, yeah. Death, taxes, and fireball ops. You know what I'm saying? Like, guy's inevitable.
Okay, well,
okay, we're chilling.
Yeah. I mean, still, once again, SAD flexing a little bit, showing them, hey, don't ease off the gas pedal a little bit too much there. Finding quite a few pistol kills, which is pretty impressive, honestly, on that retake. But I think it was just to kind of farm as much as you can for this final round in this half. Practo still holding on to the Hunter's Fury. After that little bit of a mishap that we saw earlier in this half, I wonder if it's just a mental game that Practo is running. Like, oh man, like, if I do it, it has to get value. It has to look good. I have to do something with it. But hasn't really found that opportunity. Well, Fireball Ops, yeah, just gonna go for the 2 to 4th. Last round, might as well just kind of pull that sniper rifle.
Unquestionable which direction you go with a composition and ultimate economy like this. The tuck-in from Zash on the toxic screen. Absolutely perfect. Carson thought he had it covered. He didn't. And so he's still standing until Monty clears that away. Hunter's Fury proactively used so well he feels comfortable using his to try to clear out the board on this site. Will tick away Fireball Ops for 1, but NBG still has this site down. Paint will toss the fast lane up now on top of the Paranoia, trying to find the opportunity to go in, but the TP back to spawn will let NBG have a very quick reset here. FBO, nice TP as well to reset again, forcing Paint to just double in, and he will still win that out. Garage Presence is SAD's. FBO holding down the cubby, but Zeke on this lurk through the link is gonna have to be the saving grace against Paint. The Vines will stall for a moment here, jumping on so that he can hold the defuse for at least half. Paint, the first swing out, Zeke holds it down, swings out from the boxes, and makes this half respectable after all that was said and done for Nightblood Gaming.
A good job from SAD on that retake specifically. You could see the idea, the ethos, the plan going in here, which really is just, once again, Paint, go in there and kill. Except, like a bunch of squirrels getting scared away from your backyard. You just see Nightblood Gaming. And so they don't know where to look, allowing Zeke to have that opportunity to find such an instrumental backstab there, and allowing Nightblood Gaming to get back onto the board. It's still not looking pretty, but you can see that they are climbing up this ladder one ring at a time. 2 rounds now separating these teams. We're seeing the swap up over here. Let's see how this one goes, because a lot of questions were being paid towards this Vice utility and Sad's inability to deal with it.
Oh, the double up on wanting the smoke. Son of Car and Monsi go for it and will grab their first picks, but now the reset on the front line for B. Zeke trying to find an extra frag, but can't. Just Stellar down to 20 HP. Fireball Ops, the reset into Garage. Surely they're prepared for this. Zaj! That is crisp, buddy. Just Practo left, and once again, Zaj is set up first. Relay Bolt, good zoning too. Yeah, they'll reset back in the lane, and this is really powerful this time.
Oh, okay. Zaj. Sharp
Dude,
as ever.
flex on him.
Had such a rough first map. Kind of getting bullied, if I'm being honest, on that waylay. NBG Gaming just doing such a good job at controlling the utility, controlling the flow. It just felt like Zaj had to just send his life in and immediately got gunned down. But this time around on the Viper, one of the things the desks highlighted about this player was just how impressive they are at playing around a lot of the utility. And when you look at challengers in general, you can see when people are very comfortable around some of the Viper utility, and Zaj is definitely one of those, despite not necessarily being just a Viper one trick. So just very impressed with how that one plays out. NBG going for yet another aggressive peek out.
A lot of times the Fireball Ops is going to be going for that TP after the first engagement just to see if he can get away with a quick headshot, but still nothing yet. And again, with the extra commitment given by NBG to help assist that with this save round, it's already not going too well in this follow-up. Standard execution of the C site. Not watching Zeke for a moment here. That'll actually let FBO get the reset, and this double Senti is still doing some damage before finally falling. Once again, just Practo left to try to intercept some of this extra gunplay. Could get rid of maybe one more rifle here. But, yeah, slim pickings as Sad can once again execute practically the same game plan at the end of the day here.
Stellar's lurk. Practo's not going to see this one coming, but at this point, Practo just needs to stay alive. Stellar the only one, pistol in hand, so there's going to be the one person you can kind of do, and Practo might just, find that time in there. At least he's able to drop that one down, but more than likely, Zaj and Willie should be able to escape.
And knows he has no time, knows about the Cubby presence now from Zaj, so they will have to kind of fight their way out of that, and they will. So 2 guns kept by Sad here as we'll head into the bonus. With NBG not forcing this time around, they actually will have a decent arsenal to try to match up against this, to go for their own recovery. Question is if they choose to engage on the front line as early as they did these previous 2 rounds. I don't know if FBO is going to go for that again or if he's going to put himself somewhere else.
I mean, it's Chamber on Haven. You got to go for those. Unless Chamber has a sniper rifle, then you'd be a little bit more careful. But I imagine we are going to be seeing that because it feels like Nightblood Gaming, they want to go for that first wave of aggression and then back up and rely a lot on that utility that they've got. And yeah, we're seeing exactly that. FBO going to be moving up there with support of Practo. Try and gain that space. Sonicar already pushed all the way outside.
Way up. They're not expecting that. They'll try to spray it back down. Payne tries to get inside to re-execute, but the guns are just not matching up this time. Well, the pop and swing with the Stinger is nuts, dude. But he'll make it work against the Neon. Yeah, I guess if he gets to move around like that, well, he should get to move around like that.
Yeah. And, Fireball Ops actually is able to find Zaj all the way onto that A site. So limiting the potential avenues for SAD Esports to go, while Zeke has already gotten this flank online.
Was that?
Gaming. What? Go.
Sorry, was that while the Toxic Screen was up? Fireball Ops might have just sprayed through that and head tap as well.
Love to see that one. A little bit of a tilter, to be honest with you, when that happens to you, but still, it's going to be this A site that Nightblood Gaming need to reinforce. Is Sad are going to move forward, but I like the positioning here of where Fireball Ops is.
Well, you'll hear this trademark.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Have to keep pretty by the book for this, as both members. Ooh, Stellar, good reposition outside of the smoke swing to at least get one. Noelle already almost has the lineup for 2, but NBG can make quick work of it. So they'll keep 3 rifles, got to rebuy a little bit of armor as well along the way. But it's a bonus round you can be pretty satisfied with if you're Nightblood to try to get this back to a 2-0 series.
At this point, too, Sad must be understanding how Nightblood Gaming want to play this, right? Like, there have been multiple rounds now where they've seen Son of Card just push all the way up multiple rounds where you know Fireball Ops is going to be peeking you. And you just got to make sure that you don't fall for any of those traps before you try and push in onto any of the sites. You want to make sure you've got enough people alive to try and mitigate into that second phase of how these rounds work. Nightblood Gaming, their defense, it is pretty readable in my opinion, but it still is extremely strong. And it's going to be up to SAD to try and fish out a lot of that utility, disable some of that momentum, disable some of that mobility. Make sure that you've got that map control so you keep Nightblood Gaming guessing where you're going to end up.
Course pushing back that first checkpoint on Fireball Ops and then immediately changing course. The drone into the garage. Will not check Carson, and that will get one down. Even so, Paint can get the frag onto Zeke before the trade comes through. So it is a 2-for-1 from SAD. And knowing that FBO likely had help on that A site, pretty obvious where you head to next.
Ansi. Going to be the single agent holding this site here, and has to face the music. There's 3 people just kind of staring down the barrel there. And at this point, Nightblood Gaming must understand where SAD Esports are going, and they've got nothing to do to slow them down. And so it will be a free site. And I don't know, at this point, Nightblood Gaming, like, maybe you get Practo to try and find a single kill or something, but Fireball Ops might just opt to save this rifle into the next round.
I think Practo's going to try and look for a rifle here, which is gutsy in its own way, but knowing how SAD likes to set up these post plants, Willie has a Hunter's Fury as well, should have a good idea that they're likely not close to it. He might just die to the spike here instead, but Fireball Ops will keep that rifle. I don't know about that peek from Monsi, man. That was, that kind of sealed it for me. But, you know, along the way there, that pinch on Garage was a good idea, but I mean, Zeke can't die in that situation, and Paint gets to him, because Paint is just that guy.
Yeah, and once again, SAD, like, their whole thing is make sure Paint can fly in and find those kills. Currently sitting at 21, higher than anybody on the board here. And I don't think Paint, statistically speaking, is up there with some of these people like Son of Car, who have just been so consistently good in every single matchup here. But this is one of those maps where SAD are doing an excellent job at setting up the Neon to make sure that those kills can happen. I want to circle back to your point as well about Zeke needing to stay alive. A lot of how these rounds want to go for Nightblood Gaming are reliant on this utility still being available, so there is somewhere to retreat to. And so Zeke dying so early on really opens up a lot more of the map, and hey, you know, there it is again.
Yeah, we'll get to see that, you know, play out in full. Unless Carson goes for the overdrive and just starts tapping. Heads! That's 3!
All right.
You're kidding. He just, God, he's just so good with it, man. Well, he alone. A lot in the tank. Drone already searching for him. Fireball Ops already killing him. Okay, so yeah, there's just gonna be, you know, one out of every 7 rounds. There's gonna be this guy that's just gonna kind of come in and decide the entire round for everybody else in the lobby. And we just accept that and move on with our lives. That's fine. But I mean, that's one way to dig yourself out of a half eco. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, hey, you know, like, let's just say it's 1 out of 6, so then that way I can roll a dice, and then if it lands on
sure.
1, then we'll say that this is gonna be a Carson round. let's just do that, right? Wow, that time, yeah. Neon Diff just flies in, overdrive. Also very consistent at finding the headshots with the overdrive. It's pretty impressive if you ask me, but Sonokar just completely shuts the door on there, and is just that X factor, something that we would really expect Paint to kind of do.
A 4-stack on A main here is, yeah, SAD is gonna get, whoa, Zeke!
An HP though, wow.
I'll have to see that one back again. That's good timing from him. But yeah, I mean, you haven't cleared out half of this map. Yeah, SAD is so aware of how much room Stellar has had. And now the pit up link, so that's not an option either. So you've got to walk through all these people. Okay, yeah, that Son of Car dealt with. Stellar now found out. Well, he doesn't get as much purchase, so all you got to do is crunch this, but a lot of time's already been wasted. And Paint's the next point of contact with the shotgun right outside of the garage with no dash in available, no flash, barrel's already spotted. Paint gets only 1 FBO, recovers it. SAD just got a timer stall at least a little bit before falling down. And he can't. Fireball Ops! Circle in that block. Keep it NBG alive. It's 8-10.
Throw me back to map number 1, man. Like, at this point, SAD, they just walk out. They're so far away from the site. I'm like, what the heck? Are you trying to find a timing? Are you trying to just peek a corner at the right time to be able to cut off some of these rotations, understanding how Nightblood Gaming play? I guess that's kind of the case, but you're going to be at such a disadvantageous position. You kind of hope that the players who are going to be doing that can find multi-kills, because you know so many players in Nightblood Gaming are going to be going on those flanks. Very unconventional, admittedly, but SAD are trying something different out. And now Nightblood Gaming are only 2 rounds away from tying up this series in what started as such a dominant half from SAD Esports, especially in the beginning there. And that has to be a little bit scary if you are SAD Esports.
Well, they'll go back to their premier identity. Going to A. Sorry, Nick's gonna love that one. Paint, attempted overdrive. That paranoia is gonna counteract it pretty quick. And Son of Car here with the slide. He's finding so much value out of it, man. And that is a quick and easy rifle round carried out by NBG to bring this gap to 1. I appreciate the speed SAD tried to take that with, but Paint's got to get way more than that. Monty with the quick interception lets that down to a quick denial.
I'm just going to say I rolled the dice and landed on it too. So it was like kind of a Son of Car round, but not a full Son of Car round. You know, Carson just kind of flying on the site. Does an excellent job, though, to open things up. And then we see a lot more of that teamwork and coordination between Fireball Ops and I believe that was Practo on the site. Just doing a great job at holding down some of these sight lines. So Nightblood Gaming still feeling as coordinated as ever. And honestly, they're kind of playing the way that SAD Esports are playing off of Son of Car. So a lot of similarities being kind of forced out between these two playstyles as Paint finds Car.
Unorthodox Hunter's Fury as well from Practo in the middle of that to try to find someone in the crowd. And I mean, he ships Paint, to be fair, but nothing more. And once again, SAD can justify the pivot over to C here without NBG being able to move too hard, because Zeke already has this util set up. He's normally tried to be a lot more dynamic with the Rose, but now it's just set up on the back wall. The Sheer will force a stack swing, so you can time yourself a little decently here. Fireball Ops can prepare for Welly. No, he can't line up the shots, and now the paranoia out after Pain was able to TP forward. Leaves Zeke on an island, easily smattered.
Spike planted.
And we've seen this story before.
1v5 scenario, Practo goes insane. What?
Buddy, get out of there.
God.
Buddy, get out. Buddy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, Practo also used the Hunter's Fury very early on, kind of like you highlighted, and so you kind of hope for a little bit more, but given the economy, yeah, Practo will try and take that one. Try and make something happen, but things are lining up a little bit better for SAD that time around. They're able to squeeze back around onto their half. Fortunately, we do get that tech pause popping up in front of our face here, but still, you know, when it comes to SAD on their attack, they have to continue to play that game. It's not going to work every single round, but that is okay. That is where we get to see them try and find that advantage against them. That being taking advantage of the fact that Nightblood Gaming like to push out early, like to take that initial engagement, like to take that early space. You overwhelm them with your utility. You catch them by surprise in that first original fight, and then things will be a lot easier whenever you're trying to move and navigate around the map. That last round, we got to see Zaj be the person who was trying to find those little, you know, thread the needle in on Nightblood Gaming and was able to find immense value, taking down pretty key players on the side of NBG. And then the rest of the round was basically history. It doesn't have to be fast coming in from SAD Esports. They just have to continue to play it smart and catch Nightblood Gaming off guard, because NBG are kind of doing the same thing round after round, and you can't really blame them because it's been working pretty damn well for them so far.
100%. I mean, you did just lose your coach. You're going to be resting on your fundies quite a bit this stage, I imagine. And SAD Esports, they have to come into that being aware of that. NBG has not called a timeout so far this series. It's clear they're playing so like in the favor of mechs, to the point where NBG is trying to put all of those factors under a microscope. You notice they're trying to engage in a trade window that's much wider than you see a lot of other teams in this region go for. And I will say, because NBG is so good mechanically, a lot of the time that does work for them. But you have seen, especially in this map, a lot of rounds where that leads to a bit of a perpetual punish that SAD can get away with. Yeah. So I 100% agree with you that SAD can do a lot more freezing, a lot more inactivity, a lot more of letting NBG bring the fight to them, while not necessarily being intimidated by all the firepower that boasts. That being said, The last time we were in this position, ult economy-wise, Stellar felt very comfortable letting the lockdown go now that this Hunter's Fury is gone. And Sad understand the flowchart that comes from there. Zeke tosses the Steel Garden down. NBG still have the presence available to win the firefight even after they've lost all that initial space. So if Sad is able to go for another proper pivot after getting those first bloods from this punish again, it feels like NBG is already going to be out of ideas that Sad hasn't seen. It feels like Sad does have a very clear path to 13. But it feels like NBG just don't care about what any of us feel. And they still make these games scary as hell.
Yep. Yeah, F your feelings. We're going to do what we want. Yeah, rebellious. Woo! NBG Gaming, I mean, you highlight a lot of excellent points there. And I think that the real crutch for NBG Gaming is Zeke, right? Because consistently kind of peaking with everybody else to try and go for those swings, but then neutralizes a lot of the Vise utility, which, once again, we highlighted, can do a really good job at shutting and slowing them down. But here comes the lockdown pretty early on from Stellar to guarantee that space, as Sad are very cautious in approaching this B site.
Yeah, nowhere to clear it. They'll take their sweet time, and they'll only have Pain walk in. Spike is there. Look at this setup from Zash and Welly. Both prones on the T-swings, and they're both gonna get hit. Oh, but the timing might be off. Now that Welly has that Hunter's Fury active as the Steel Garden goes, Zash can find Fracto in one fireball ups! Finds both of those! But he has to walk back and do so much more work as well. As Monsi is holding this defuse, has to win the fight against Pain, he doesn't! And now the work is so much tougher. It was looking good for a second, but the structure set up by Sad there in the post plant is so clean. They have every checkpoint locked down, and they're on the verge of game point here.
One of the other issues I'm seeing from NBG Gaming when they go for these retakes, there's a lot of individual play, right? Like we highlighted, whoa, these guys are mechanically gifted. They can just kind of peek out and find multiple kills, and we've definitely seen rounds where that will happen. But the way that they like to play, especially on that retake, if you peeked at the minimap, everybody was alone coming in from a different angle. And I think they were going for that surprise factor, but if it doesn't work out your way, then Sad just have even a stronger vice grip onto that side. Son of Car already peeking so far down.
Yeah, getting really antsy about it. Pain chasing down Zeke after FBO has the TP away. There's no trade window available for that one after he had to be so committal with it. And C-Site is owned by Sad now, but Son of Car has managed to skirt around this so quick, and the rest of Sad is on A-Site for a reason. They've gone for that cell. With Paint still browsing around in the garage, but Monty with the TP back early on, able to have this crossfire with Practo, who doesn't see the stack until now, so it once again can't be traded aptly. Monty's got to take this solo, but Sad don't have the intel. And with Paint so far up C, they can take their time a little bit here.
Still a minute left, so plenty of time for Sad to make something happen. And once again, everybody on NBG Gaming are so spread out. There are plenty of opportunities here for Sad to just catch someone looking the wrong way and then isolate it and find that numbers advantage win.
Son of Car is an unknown. Paint is an unknown. These two neons, complete question marks on the minimap for either side. Not anymore. Alarm bot catches Son of Car. And Sad see that as the go button. Monty only good for one on the way back down. And so it's gotta be these two hyperactive fraggers to clutch up for NBG to just hold on to this map. And they don't have a lot of time to do it. So much dry clearing having to be done on the way in as well. First checkpoint, Stellar. Son of Car about to meet a shotgun. Is it checked? Sure is, and it's not one. Stellar hitting that 1v Paint. Meeting FBO early, and already the clock has said more than enough of its piece. This is an inevitability. Map 3 is an inevitability. Sad Esports lay waste in the early bit and hold on to the game plan that NBG Gaming ran out of here on Haven. We will take it to 3.
For me, this is really a story of how these two teams like to play and some of the things that they're more comfortable in that they are really trying to lean into. NBG Gaming, man, these guys are fraggers. They're going to spread themselves out yet again, even when they're at a disadvantage and try and find those opportunities. But the weaknesses of that really expose themselves as we see so many opportunities for Sad to pounce on them, to find those opportunities where they can find the advantage and win things out. We know SAD is the team that, well, a little bit inconsistent at times, does a really good job when they play together. Swing off the util, clean things up, and keep it nice and tidy. And unfortunately, in Nightblood Gaming, unless they're able to find those initial timings, unless they're able to find those initial picks, it's really a gamble on whether or not that kind of individualistic play all over the map is going to work out in their favor. And just like that, SAD say, hey, map number 3, an excellent win for them on Haven.
Yeah, these teams filled to the brim with character, and undeniable what kind of character that is. We're taking it to Split. We will see if the punishment from SAD fits the crime from Nightblood in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Rest of the defense on the side of SAD in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulls at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host Elizabeth, joined with Ben, Silly, and Emily on the desk, and we need everyone to be on their best behavior right now. Their best behavior right now, because we have Ben Silly's son. Oh my God, you guys are so cute.
Daniel, can you say hi?
Can you say hi? Hi.
Actually, since we're online, his name is Minivan.
Minivan.
Can you say hi, Minivan? There you go. Can you wave? Yeah, there you go. Show the camera too. There you go. Wave one more time. One more time. There you go.
Yes. Oh, we love to see it. Quick, can you ask him who's going to win Saturday Night Blood Gaming?
Daniel, who's going to win the next map? Is it SAD? Or is it Nightblood Gaming? Both, yeah? He's just like me. Everybody wins. He's just like me.
Biased caster at a young age. We love to see it. But if you are just joining us, NBG Gaming lost to SAD Esports on their map pick of Haven, SAD taking them down pretty convincingly. Emily, I'm going to go to you while Vans has a son in his lap.
Yeah, I mean, that first one was so dominant coming in from SAD. A lot of the times you see them shutting down that A fight early on, finding so much success there. And then towards that B side, when NBG tried to pivot, they were just getting fast-footed on, and it just kind of destroying anytime they tried to take execs or early fights. As you can see, one of these early A-main fights here, and Stellar just getting an insane flank from short. And it wasn't until SAD started leaning towards that C where they made a comeback. I believe it was like 7-1 at some point, and then they turned into a 7-5 half. That initial comeback starting with Son of Car, who was having a little bit of a tougher game, just going crazy with his Neon ult. And then when we swapped it over to that second half, they still struggled running that double Senti. I felt like they weren't playing the comp to the fullest strength of it. Oftentimes, like early on, they were giving away a lot of lives and kind of just going towards some mid pushes, and you never really got to see like your Vi's anchor or a lot of delay coming out. You didn't have to see SAD really work the map to try and break a lot of this utility, and NBG just kind of got lost in the sauce to it.
Yeah,
I feel like it's kind of...
Liz, I'm gonna dot on this. Sorry, because my kid is holding the mouse, so I can't even hit a dot on. So
you dotted. Go for it.
Exactly. I just want to chime in on this too, because I felt I felt like SAD Esports actually played a very good defense too. They were very aggressive. They really understood how to play their comp as well, and they had some great openers, like very Gen G style, like the TP towards long, fight them back. And I actually found it very interesting though that they actually called a timeout at 6-0 for their side. That actually gave a chance for Nightblood Gaming to start discussing and really come back in the game. And surprising, I guess, because they had to call the timeout because their economy was shot as soon as they lost the round, despite winning 6-0. But then when we switched sides, that's where I agree with Emily. There was a little bit of static coming into the setups here for Nightblood Gaming, where we relied on like the very similar setups for the Vi's, that now Paint was able to identify where the gaps were a little bit more. You saw some fakes being thrown very easily and nicely done by SAD Esports, which really focused Nightblood Gaming to react a little more quickly from round to round and start forcing mistakes. You see them getting punished, walking out on different angles too. So again, it turns out to be SAD Esports having a better understanding to play against this composition, probably because Nightblood Gaming played it the previous week. So there's some tape to be read. And if going into the third map, it's a brand new composition, that's where it might throw SAD Esports for another loop again.
I think that is something that both kind of the sides of both teams that we're seeing, right? Their plans are clearly not coming to fruition, right? Their map picks are not going their way. I mean, again, to SAD Esports' credit, that was a 6-0 half before they took that timeout. That they were clinical. Obviously, they must have seen something that was egregious enough to call a timeout when you're on a roll like that, stopping your own momentum. But also look at 12 first kills on the side of SAD, 7 of them going to Paint, and then I believe it was I forget the number for the first kills on NBG. I think it was 10. Also, both of these teams are so hungry for it, but especially we highlighted Fireball Ops in our pre-show as well. Stunting on that chamber, doing an excellent job. But also, Vansily, I'm going to go to you talking about Paint as well. Another person we highlighted, I believe, in our Phillips Norelco head-to-head. It was against Son of Car, but we said keep an eye on this Neon, and he absolutely is proved why we wanted to keep an eye on him.
Exactly. Like I said, when it comes down to Paint, what he was able to activate for SAD Esports was just a level of comfort, and him already having reps on this agent before, playing Haven on SRB in the past. He kind of knows his timings, where he could find an opener against his opponents, and you saw the value that he was able to get on the defensive side a lot, and how quickly he was moving on the attack. And when we did the Phillips Norelco head-to-head between him and Son of Car, and we talked about a different type of play style between these two teams, you saw that as well. Son of Car was not only creating space, but also allowing for his teammates to follow up with them, and not just having Son of Car try to control the game and the whole tempo himself.
Yeah, it's a team game. We say this all the time. It is a team game, and I think highlighting Paint as well from that, you know, absolutely dominating. That's the thing we wanted to see on the first map. We didn't quite get to see it on their map pick of Bind. We saw it on Haven. Hopefully we get to see that Paint on Split. A 328 ACS, 2.1 KD. And look at that cast, Emily, a 90%, a 91, excuse me, for rounding percent cast.
Yeah, no, I just think the way that he was able to kind of control the game on both sides was really impressive, especially because he was, again, going up against another fantastic Neon player, but he was just really coming to life this map. So cute. And just was so good at taking space and holding it. I think the amount of pressure that he put against NBG on both sides, the way that he was fast rotating across the map like we normally see Neons do on that defensive half, and just not ever letting NBG feel comfortable around the map, was just so hard to kind of counter. You just see him running down mid, you see him running down A and being there when you least expect it. And that's one of the great things about Neon, especially in this meta where Waylay isn't really the prime choice anymore. You want to see that Neon getting picked every round, and you want to see him doing exactly what Paint was.
Didn't listen to a word you said, Emily, but here we are with our map selection moving forward. We have both of them winning their map picks, whether that comes down to kind of the micro or the macro. We can ask them in our Philips Norelco game face interview afterwards. But no matter what, we are ending on Split. Emily was sad, starting on the side of defense. Do we feel any which way about this? Do you feel like this is an appropriate end to this series?
I think they're going in pretty strong, especially because their previous comps, they ran a lot of delay util. They run that Sage, they run that Viper, and especially running a Raze on Paint. I want to see them kind of being able to control space, making it a lot harder, comboing utility with the Raze nade and the Viper Molly, or the Raze nade and the Sage slow, and just making it really hard for NBG to find space and not really allow them to kind of just run over them, especially if they do end up running that same Neon comp from previous games.
So that and exactly that, because you have SAD Esports that's going to run technically supposed to being a standard composition here,
oh my God,
which we don't. I love it. We're seeing a difference now. Zash is coming out of the Phoenix. That's exactly what I was mentioned before. You still want to play a double duelist. You still want to add aggression. Add the Phoenix instead. Right, Daniel? So now you don't have a person moving forward trying to refract, because basically, since you can't throw the saturate anymore, you're kind of useless. You're kind of like a Sky Flash or like a Fate Eye rather, but you still have a guy running in solo. Now you have more pressure. You also have walls you could throw whenever you want in your own timing, so you can really try to slice the map into your favor and really get some good map control and some good flip retakes.
I think the thing that I'm looking at here is NBG, they have a 1-to-1 record on this map, and that was when they played the Waylay and when they played the Neon. Son of Car already does an excellent job. Even though they lost that second map, he really woke up in that second half, and I just want to make sure that Paint is still doing the same. Even though they're running a double duelist comp, I think a lot of the pressure still lies on his shoulders to be able to take space like he was doing on that Haven if they want to win this out.
Daniel, anything to add before we go to the game?
Daniel, you want to say something? Yeah? What do you want to say? Okay, cool. Go
Brilliant
Valorant,
words. I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, Marks and Tenric, you're not going to be as smart as Daniel, but I guess take it away. I don't know.
Good job, buddy. Great analysis.
I mean, what could we possibly say that the guy hasn't already covered, you know? I think we got all of our bases, dude. We're going to be out of the job by next week, man, the second he comes of age. But, you know, coming into Split, final map of this series here, Marcus, SAD Esports is the team making the compositional change, going with this double duelist, Paint back on the Neon, Zaj taking the Phoenix, and now Stellar on the Viper as opposed to the Sage, with Zaj picking up that secondary duelist. But they're starting out on defense, so I'm wondering how much they're going to be able to compress this explosivity and be able to keep the momentum of the Punish game that they were able to execute so well on Haven.
I think that's sad. This is the right call for them, based on how they want to be playing things. The Phoenix pick really feels like it just makes a bit more sense. Like you kind of highlighted previously, they were bringing the Sage. And you know what one of these agents have in common? It's that they can kind of put up a wall, except Phoenix is a lot more pressure, a lot more forward. And on top of that too, has to be very keen on cycling those ultimate orbs, just to make sure that you can kind of get that ultimate online very quickly. But SAD are going to be taking this one by the horns and trying to go aggro.
Yeah, big stack to meet the early push here on A, but it's Monty to grab the first blood of the round and a dog to dissuade Paint from going any further forward. In fact, another bullet in the back is going to leave him and Paint worse for wear. Still trying to peek out to escape now that that lane is gone, and now so is Paint. NBG, keep on bulldozing, keep on making it work, but Welly tucked up on top of the fast lane. Let Sad get the reset, and Paint almost gets away with another body, but FBO down to 20 HP, gets the free spike plant, and now the 2v1 with Monty to help facilitate. Stellar gonna have to rotate back out to screens to make this work after the smoke will dissipate. But this reset from FBO will be early to bed and early to rise for that Viper to kick off the pistol for NBG.
Great stuff coming out from Fireball Ops. Once again, just such a highlight player, not afraid to find those timings and just win things out. Very reliable when it comes down to the clutch. Obviously on Viper right now, yeah, for sure. But it didn't even come down to a lot of that utility at the very end. Just has that good timing and just good understanding from Nightblood Gaming. You come into this map, you see Zaj on the Phoenix, you're like, yeah, these guys are running at us. We got to make sure that we are ready for that pressure and ready to counter it. And that's exactly what we saw. A lot of the initial flashes from SAD Esports comes out immediately, and they just take a back step, wait for them to go, and make sure that their trades are going to be more than ideal. Excellently played by Nightblood Gaming, and just shows you that they've got a couple of ideas, especially when it comes down to these game scenarios on how they want to play things.
After Welly taking the early bit of that aggression here from NBG, they'll fully double down into the A push once they realize that the rest of it is vacated, and Sad with these pistols can mash back up. Hey, Practo? Okay. Well, now you've got to police this a little harder again, and there is Sky Util on the board, so it's always a little uncertain. Paints in with the help of the bird, and now the relay bolt. He's got a couple of pot shots he can take. Spike is still ticking down, though. This is going to be an NBG round anyway you slice it, I figure. Yeah, especially if Monty's able to turn around and get ready for... Oh, reload fever over here, my guy. What are we doing? 3v2. There's only the presence on site, and the bird's already been utilized to help stall away. The regrowth is going to get paid back up, but Son of Car can spray through everything. Zeke helping out the last bit of the pool, and another recovery coming from NBG to secure round 2.
All right, Nightblood Gaming, with me now. Let's all take a deep breath in, deep breath out. Let's calm down for a second. Let my voice guide you, because you shouldn't be caught with utility in your hands when people are swinging you out, or caught reloading when there's people coming at you. The timings that Saturn just got to take it on them almost feel illegal. Like, Nightblood Gaming should, by all means, have this. Like, oh, it's just so unfortunate. And yet, still, it has to come down to this crazy scenario where there's only 2 people left, Sunakar and Zeke, to clutch things out. It should have been a lot cleaner, and now Sad have the upper hand when it comes to this next round.
Go, go, go.
Hold on to a lot of guns. Already a little bit of damage done. That'll get healed back up by Zeke. Relay bolt is slow, as that fast lane is going to do nothing now thanks to it. Dog to make sure no one got in anyway. And no real progress made so far, but also no bodies dropped yet. NBG is going to keep on searching for their opening.
Okay, we'll be putting pressure onto the mid here. Zaj, aware of it though. Stellar just watching it on the other side. Still has a snake bite, which could be huge at mowing them down.
Cross on tower looks decent. Zaj's position is red with the firewall, but yeah, they're just not prepped for Stellar. They've got to take both of them at once, and actually, Zaj is going to take the back seat here. FBO gets way up and wins the fight!
Oh, wait a second.
Why are we... how is Sad allowed for NBG to take this much space?
Right? Well, who's bringing the pain? Let's hope it's Pain, because you're in a 1v3 now. You know, like, Nightblood Gaming have 3 rifles, kind of leaning into that lurk from Practo, able to find the kill and open up the site. Pain now just has to make this whole thing happen. Starts out with 1.
This guy does clutch 24/7, 365. And that's a great start. Has more health than the last 2 players combined as well. Just got to raid boss his way through it, but he's got to check so much along the way, and FBO finds 1 window of timing. He's solid. No, it's Zeke to get the pick off. Doesn't even lose another drop. Against Zaj, just enough guts to make it around that Sad is not prepped for.
Yeah, it's just that, like, initial turn towards middle and pressure that you see Sad are feeling, right? Like, based on their composition, they want to be very brawly. They want to take those fights. They want to take those opportunities, but it opens up gaps. That's where Nightblood Gaming, especially given the fact that they love to spread themselves all over the map, will find those gaps and be able to execute upon them, especially given how mechanically strong they all are. Fireball Ops missing a little bit of timing there, gets full blinded by Welly. But still, full buy up here on Nightblood Gaming while Sad are on this budget buy. And the cavalry comes running, so lots of people, they're going to be brawling very quick.
Pain's going to try and get in with this Bucky, but the early kill off by Fireball Ops!
One enemy.
All right. I've seen enough.
It is clean, brother. Good lord. Was he stunned for that or just paranoid?
I think he was.
It looked like he got a couple shots out. I was gonna say it didn't look like his shots were slowed. It just looked like he was very much pressured.
It felt like that. Like, okay, here we go. Perfect replay. Yeah.
Oh my God,
well.
he was blind. He was blind. Yeah, he was blind. That was it. He couldn't see anything. That was what was going on.
It looked like one of those things, right, where you're just like, I'm just gonna hold my left mouse button and hope that I can get out of harm's way. What do you mean? I'm the harm. Actually, I found 2 kills. Wow, I'm having a great day. Fireball Ops now up to 8 kills as Nightblood Gaming looking like Sad Esports on the last map. 4 rounds in a row here, purely just off of these kills. And once again, like, based on the composition, Sad, I imagine, wanted to play this more similar to how Nightblood Gaming want to play things. A lot more brawly, a lot more in your face, taking those individual opportunities. But it's Nightblood Gaming. They want you to do that. They want you to take those duels because they are confident that they will win it, especially with how map number 1 went. And so it really feels like at this point, Sad are kind of playing into NBG's hand.
Oh, definitely, to a degree, for sure, yeah. If NBG is welcoming the fight even slightly better, then they're going to fight way, way better. So, Sad, I mean, the stacks still look to be the best way to go about this because they know NBG is going to be continuously setting up those corners and peaks, and Sad's been really good at checking their corners. But just got to make it work the whole way through. Carson now unfettered with this fast lane, and he's going to show it. Stunting on Welly.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, they're just clearing things out. Got a little bit confused with the replay cameras there, but we're all fine and dandy. Sad 4v5 here. Viper's pick gets set up as well. Zad uses the ultimate, but can't find anything. This is just also accounted for. And sure will go up, but yeah, Sonikar already finds Pain.
Screens is now owned by NBG. Some Seekers thrown out as well to guarantee this Pain can dance around FBO, so down goes the pit. But NBG is still so populated on this site. Stellar the only one left, and Practo finally comes up to meet him after he was holding off the lurk check. So still no backbreaker yet for Sad Esports. You did get rid of the pit, but I mean, NBG, it was pretty clear they were going to use that anyway. This feels like a round that you just want to try and, you know, get rid of stuff if you're Sad. You're already so behind on eco. You don't have any win conditions really now that Zaj has let go of that run it back. So you kind of, it feels like they have to browse for a first blood, maybe look for if Son of Car or Fireball Ops is going for a little bit of an overstep and maybe get an ultimate you can carry into off of that.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about how Sad can try and stall Nightblood Gaming, some of the tools that they have at their disposal, it's pretty much just Stellar. You hope Zash as well can kind of find that, but that doesn't work because Zash has to kind of try and find those opportunities. You don't really want the Phoenix to be playing back. You want the Phoenix to be up in your face. And so there's a couple of questions about the identity of this defense for Sad Esports. And if Nightblood Gaming want to just kind of pop onto a site, not a lot of stuff is going to stop them from doing exactly that. There is no Sentinel utility, meaning they can just kind of go over just a single molly to try and slow down this push. And so Sad want to take those fights, but whoa, Welly, bad time in there, but able to escape.
Yeah, he's got to at least use one bird to get him out of there, but the sandwich of toxic screens still makes it awkward. Watching vents here because mid was not checked for a moment here, so Paint's attention is a little bit split. Maybe knowing that, they can really try to drive the hammer down on Welly. Son of Car playing the perfect distraction, and Duelist pops out the overdrive and lays it all over Paint's face! Keep it going, son! Grab your... Oh my God, grab your ace! Please! Give it to the guy!
Pain desperately hidden around the corner, biding his time, trying to find an opportunity, trying to find a sliver of life.
Oh my God. Yeah, he doesn't want to hand it over, man. Looking for it. I don't know if he can run back over here in time to get it now. Might just steal it.
Oh,
but
yeah, no.
I mean... Oh, yeah. They're trying to strand him. No! Get him! Chase him down!
Yeah! There it is, yeah. Oh, man. Admittedly, I didn't roll a dice that time, so I didn't know it was going to happen. I should have rolled the dice. I should have picked out that this was going to be the round for that to happen, but wow. Son of Car, once again, just goes in there, activates the overdrive, and just runs over them individually. Look at the pacing of SAD Esports.
Didn't have to do all of that. Whipping out the ultimate, you just were like, okay, he's gonna paint us a picture this round. That's just how he rolls. Defensive fast lane so that Paint can get out okay and reset the up line, but yeah, he's got help this time, so it's a little strange to go for the invasion there. That being said, he's made the space to get the rest of NBG online, and when Son of Car isn't fragging, that's what he's doing. Paint, counter overdrive, Monsi steps on it, and Sad just walks in. They get completely thrown down.
Not to sound like a broken record here, I'm saying this very cautiously, but what do SAD have at slowing Nightblood Gaming down? Nothing. It's so easy for Nightblood Gaming to just run in onto the site. Sure, they can set up a trap at the back of the site. Yeah, that's all fine and dandy. But with the aggression that Nightblood Gaming want to play, they're more than happy to push into your space and make you uncomfortable. And even though, yeah, sure, you get to pluck Son of Car out of the equation and stuff like that, you've given up so much room to Nightblood Gaming, who want to take the fight to you when you want to get your retake online. They're just not ready for the level of pressure that SAD are going to be experiencing from Nightblood Gaming, pushing forwards with that utility to take all of that space. I genuinely think that SAD are having an issue in the identity of what they want their defense to look like. It doesn't feel like a lot of these setups that they've had have gotten any value whatsoever. You put Zaj on that Phoenix, I would expect a lot more flash plays, a lot more aggression coming out from one of these sites to try and take those opportunities, except they've gotten scared of that, given that Nightblood Gaming just simply backed off and then countered with their own utility. So SAD are really just backed into a corner at this point, trying to figure out what they can do. And I'm going to be honest with you, it doesn't feel like they have an answer. And I think that that might just be because of how they pick their agent.
Winning the draft. Never something I thought we could do in this game. But yeah, I mean, if NBG have the equation for the comps, and like you said, SAD lack the slowdown, they have to play so much heavier into those joints that still work. Stellar's gonna let this pit go. This is already like the most attention that SAD's been able to pay to mid. The thing is, NBG hasn't really been using it that much. FBO lurk, rare misnomer. Stellar will finally fall, but it takes 3 bodies to deal with him, so Nightblood Gaming already looking far worse for wear. If there is a round to do it, it's here, especially if Practo is walking in by himself, dry contact on a B side with the operator, handing it the paint, so now he gets it, and SAD is finally rid of their goose egg.
I belong.
1-7. Not what we would expect given how these rounds went, and I think it is very characteristic. You look at the scoreboard there. It's all just frag rounds, right? Like, it's not like, oh, the spike exploded, woohoo, oh, we got a defuse. No, it's just, we just killed the other people. And I hesitate to say that that was still a good round just because we needed to see Stellar use the Viper Spit there. It's excellently placed. Nightblood Gaming definitely feeling a little bit overconfident, and Stellar more than happy to capitalize on top of that. But you know that can't be the win condition every single time. Son of Car already moving in. A better flash here to try and stall things out, but Son of Car still gets all that space for free.
Yeah, now the vines to make it so Welly can't act on his own flash, but Zeke flashed for quite some time because of that bird, and Pain is going to be able to get the kill out of it. They've got to approach this, and they will. Practo finally downs that as the vines go away. So, too, does the rest of SAD, as the Steel Garden will reset the fight and also let them get this spike back. That's still stranded on the cubby. It's got to come down to fireball ups here coming up from the vents. It's been stowed away. Is SAD prepared for the peak? Now, after fireball ups kind of buffs it,
Disguised it.
Will be 2
Player standing.
top there, but here's where we have a little bit of tech issues, and hey, Nightblood Gaming come out on top.
Hey, they won. Nice job, guys.
Good for them. I'm happy. Aren't you?
Yeah, no, that was so well done too. Oh, where to start? No, I mean the range was taken well. Fireball Ops, I assume. Well, how many kills did he get in that round? That
13
was
now.
what? Yeah, so like 2 maybe. I don't know.
Still, I mean, it's that additional pressure, right? And SAD are just really struggling at taking out those key players. They have to rely so heavily on finding those frags, going up against the Nightblood Gaming who are not giving up those frags.
Yeah. Every pick so valuable. Snake bite that Carson's actually just gonna launch himself past. Bird lets him in again, but yeah, Sad is fully here, and Zaj has been doing a great job of enabling. Will eventually get sprayed down after the smoke is choked in, but Paint's still present here, and NBG knows it. They've got to find this threat before the immediacy becomes a stack. But he's taking his sweet time with this, forcing Zeke to walk up into it, and that means the slide that Paint still has in the pocket could be ever more powerful if spaced properly. Barrel spotted, and Paint's got it. Now just Monsi. And position, pretty sure revealed by this point. Oh no, they don't know. Paint gone.
No.
Paint on the wood. Should be a quick swing and swing. Oh yeah, especially if the smoke's up. Yeah, tough timing. So that's another great round by Sad to shut down that push early on. That was a bit of a weaker one from NBG as well. Set up Carson a little too far out, and you don't have a lot to bolster it, so I get it.
This is the thing, right? Like, the overconfidence is starting to show its head a bit more. I like the group up coming in from Paint and Zaj. We talked about the combination of those two players specifically having good synergy, playing off of one another. And Paint really just, once again, is kind of that one player who is more than happy to try and find those individual opportunities, to try and find that shine. And so just make sure that Paint has a better time, and then things will be a little bit more clean. Give that support over and let the neon fly, and it looks like they're going to try and lean into that. Paint and Zaj once again stacked up on B.
Run it back, used by Zaj proactively here, but yeah, the stack isn't here, neither is the spike. He's gonna get no value out of this, and the Phoenix is still gonna be stuck here a moment. So Sad's stack comes in a little weaker, finds plus the bite, but no smoke, so Pain gets the peek and the frag onto Monsi. So now you don't have any smokes to set up after the fact either. You have to use this poison orb up in link, or up in screens, and just kind of hold heaven. Oh, Fireball Ops is holding the swing in from screens though. Knows Pain's swinging in hard, and is gonna deal with that quickly. Screen presence, all that's left. Zaj, body revealed, rest of Sad filing in. Fireball Ops has to still get at least one more on the way down to make this a round that they can call their own. No, Son of Car now resetting from heaven, getting the heal up after the first duel. As Zeke is still standing as well with the smoke on top of the spike, and the spray down from Stellar to catch Zeke. Well played and well placed. Sad Esports. And this is starting to look like a half that they can be proud of, especially with how formidable their attack is going to look.
Yeah, I'm liking this a lot better. We're seeing the stacks stick together, which I think is like, that sounds so basic and so easy, right? But you look at Sad in a lot of these previous rounds, they were usually leaving 1 or 2 anchors in some of these weak spots on the map, and then just relying on some of that faster rotation to come through to reinforce. They were relying on agents backing up, being able to back off so that they can play the retake game. And they're completely changing the script on that. They're trying to be a little bit more anchored in the agents that exist on the site. And that is making it so that Nightblood Gaming just can't run over the individual agent hanging out. And as soon as I say that, it actually looks like Zaj might be treated to exactly this. But at least after the last couple of rounds, Nightblood Gaming are left a bit more guessing as to what these setups are going to look like here. And so with that, they're playing it a lot more patiently. I'm still anticipating that there might be a little bit of a push-up, but try to find their information before they just kind of swing in wildly in any of these pressure points.
No numbers given away. Welly more than happy to telegraph. Fracto using both the vines there just to time out. Yeah, that's not gonna work, guys. What are we doing there? Well, let's see if this B take has legs in the 3v5. Spike will get picked up. Heals up for Carson. Spike, yeah, gets held. That doesn't have the space.
5v3. Could be a pretty good opportunity. Zach going to take first point here on to Sudakar.
And Zaj is giving himself away with the fireball. Carson's kind of trapped, so there's no reason for him not to take this. And it's the last round of the half. Pop that overdrive, buddy. Why don't you farm a couple more? Retaking the fight against Pain and almost wins it with that 2 HP. But the rest of Saddle starts storming the front. Zeke against an army here in a 1v3, and another overdrive going the other way for Paint to grab that final frag, and a 4th round here for Sad. At the end of the day, Marcus, they were able to recover this pretty decently, and we have got a game 3 on our hands.
And when you start from 8-1 and you're able to make it an 8-4, I call that a W. It still isn't the best thing coming through here, but at least you can tell that the players on Sad are starting to pull themselves back into the game, right? Like, it ain't over yet. You can see some of their strategies starting to play out a little bit better. And on the flip side as well, find some of the holes that the Nightblood Gaming composition really relies on, right? Like, they rely on a lot more aggression. They rely on a lot more space taking at the expense of individuals being isolated. And while I said that that was the issue on Sad, that is very much the issue on Nightblood Gaming as well. And especially on this defense, knowing how Nightblood Gaming want to play, Sad, I imagine, should have a pretty easy time at finding those gaps and making sure that they can punish Nightblood Gaming at some of that overextension. If they don't, then they might just get run over yet again. And it looks like it's going to be a 3v3 right in mid right off the bat.
Yeah, backyard brawl in mid. Unclear which team doesn't want that more right now, but it looks like it's NBG because they're making sure that nobody's rushing into B main already. Instead, Saddle slow back down, and now it's Son of Car that's paid to this dog. Has to kind of outrun it after not landing the shot. It's good obfuscation with the poison orb, so Saddle make that full-blown pivot after that's thrown away because NBG have forced the stack over to B main here, but Zeke has been checking very close to spawn, and Practo has the setup on this A site to stay singular in the pistol. Paint past all that util. Arthros will stall for a moment, but the bird puts the flash the other way and lets Zaj get the free frag. Sad has A.
And a good setup that time around, using using Paint to kind of run distraction, allowing Zaj to find the kill, kind of swap and rolls that time. Paint being the more setup player, allowing the other duelist to find purchase.
Rushing back again from Son of Car. Gotta be followed up on by Fireball Ops. It is. First bit of space gained. Starting the taps potentially here with Zeke watching on Heaven. Zaj, position already given away. First tap, watched, ready to go. Zaj, turn to, not in time though. Firing up the curveball, and Monsi prepared for it, turns back over, and Zeke isn't even necessary for the pickup. It's another pistol for Nightblood Gaming, and it's 9-4.
I know you said that Zeke was not necessary for the pickup, but so pivotal to control that Heaven space, right? Like, you see Zeke be able to find a kill there, but most importantly, stay alive in the midst of all of it. And so there's that one singular question as to where those players might be coming, and it forces Sad to reposition out just to try and make sure that they can capitalize and try and isolate their kills, unintentionally isolating themselves, allowing Nightblood Gaming to walk away with that pistol round. And yeah, they're going to be buying up pretty significantly here. Monsi going to be the only one with the judge, probably solo holding onto B. You see it all the time with those omens. While Sad Esports are going to be on pistols here. Zad's going to actually buy up the pretty big gun. Try and make that work. Sure. That's it. My brain fell apart for a second, but we pulled it back. You know, it happens to the best of us.
I wouldn't know anything about that. My brain is always fully focused on the thing in front of me. Nice shot by Zaj. Guy's got the hero sheriff, so you're going to be working off of him a lot to at least springboard. BG getting ballsy on this toxic screen. Bird for bird. You got to remember how good Welly is at this. Pain rushing it down and quickly stopped by Zeke, but Zaj not red as well, so they have this pincer active. The spray down onto the first crowd lets NBG turn onto this, though, and they manage all of it. Yeah, very well timed. Pain by himself, no gun. No TP, one smoke. He's so dead, guys. I'm sorry. NBG, yeah, NBG, you know, gets that signal initially from Sad and says right back 10-4.
Yeah, I mean, once again, that was so reminiscent of exactly what I described, right? Like, you see Sad try to go for the same thing with the additional pressure of the Phoenix coming in from Heaven, forcing the positioning, forcing the pincer onto Nightblood Gaming, but this time it's the weapon difference that make sure that Nightblood Gaming are able to win that one out. You know, they're not going to sweat it too much. Make sure that they can isolate the kills, keep 3 people alive so that they can adequately bonus into this next one, finding themselves onto double digits. Noteworthy, Zaj 1 away from the run it back, and I imagine they might try and get that one singular orb to allow Zaj to have that ultimate to just kind of open the door on either the round or for future rounds, right? Because Once again, if you're running Phoenix, you're just trying to farm orbs. You're just trying to get the ultimate online just because of how inexpensive it is.
Yeah. Blaze up on top of the tower steps, so Fireball Ops is going to call for the Poison Orb to get used to see if anybody swings out. Pain actually takes the brunt of that damage trade, but you got Welly here for a reason. Just some, soft util thrown up mid to get the attention over, and now the run it back will get used by Zaj after the orb's been gained. You get that B site for free, NBG fine with that after they gave this much to tower. And yeah, you've cleared basically the whole site, and now you have the lurk presence already here from Zaj. So
yeah,
that's a great ulti.
Look at this, Stellar on the other side of the map as well. Might be able to find a timing. Nightblood Gaming are definitely playing this one a lot more slower, trying to isolate things. The Sonikar goes down, Zaj finds two.
Holds both of those coming back from T. Now you got Link to walk into, Bird still available, can't line up the headshots in the trade, not free. Zaj having some fun with it, but yeah, Stellar, hey, that wraparound did get something done. So the bonus will be taken by Sad. 4 rifles still standing, very good stability here.
Yep, and they have to continue to do this for at least 5 rounds to give them a shot at coming back into this one. It still is a bit of a difference between these two teams. Unfortunately, we're seeing Welly not find as much value as you would really hope. Once again, just being the Sky, the agent that we know Welly being so excellent on, and yet still hasn't really found that value. I feel like Zaj actually has been finding much more value with the flashes a lot more closer and personal. Once you're already going for an aggressive peek here, honest at bay as Pain is already keeping it across, and yeah, the curveball actually completely blinds him. So at this point, once he has to completely back off.
Smoke 2. Force Sad to keep playing slow. Seems like they want to dig a finger into this mid presence again, find that pressure point they can either skip back off of or drive a knife into. And Vents, suspiciously unwatched. A lot of noise being made by Pain, and that'll prompt the relay bolt. That's a great way to bait out that util by Pain.
Yeah.
And now, yeah. You know that Neon is not there. Head to the other side. Monsi watching, though, and a great snake bite placed down by Fireball Ops to get that immediate slowdown. Now toss the other way. Paranoia to counteract the first bit of the push, so they're stuck in the tower for a moment, but they still have to watch Main as well. In the meantime, the blind from that flash coming out from Zaj lets him drop down and get a free 2 for Stellar. The reset, and Monsi's attention is dispaid. It's Zeke that has to clutch up now in the 1v2, but finds Zaj on the backstab. Pain gets the trade, and the round on the board for Sad.
A great round at that. I love the take that they do there. You see so many of those opportunities for Nightblood Gaming to kind of push out, right? Like Monty uses the paranoia. It's absolutely massive. And oh no, Fireball Ops can't move through because there's 2 mollies at his feet. That is the zoning that you wanted to see come out from the last round. Their composition is built to be a lot more offensive. Disable a lot of that kind of mobility that Nightblood Gaming want to play around. They disable that connection between the flashes, between the stalls, to the actual kills, and as a result of that, a lot of that utility for Nightblood Gaming goes completely wasted, allowing Sad to just push in and execute on that site. So great round coming out from them and demonstrating what this agent composition is capable of. What was ever from Sad this time around. But you could tell that they're making Nightblood Gaming really ask a lot of questions, right? Like they had to group up now, and they're actually going down for this middle push, 3 stacks, trying to find this timing. But Sad, we're just completely trying to bait out that utility, so their pushes can be a lot easier. Fireball Ops could find this timing alongside Son of Kar, though.
Oh, Stellar is dropped! Sad has given half of the map over to NBG out the gate here. Oh, but they don't read that the stack is still pushing. They thought it was just the 1, so they are still going to be a little stopgapped here, and Sad can get on site with no more extra interruption. The lurk check as well here from Pain to make sure Carson can't get away with anything cheeky. But all eyes are on FBO, on Heaven, with his hero rifle. See if he can get some extra damage done. Run it back. Waste time primarily, but Fireball Ops is watching that, brother. Son of Kar dealt with, so Pain can return to the main issue at hand. Bird back in from Welly, gets himself, so he has to wait for the rest of the corner swing to come in. And in we go. On top, Monty and Zeke able to make one work. Now it's Welly on the inside, and Practo gets that too. They burn it all down. Pain, only one left, and the Steel Garden to make him have to step back even harder, holding on to Spike, and Practo cracks a third.
That's crazy.
That's a thrifty for the ages, bro. Oh my God, Nightblood Gaming putting it together again. After, I gotta say it, so much time was wasted by Sad just walking through T, letting them clear all of mid, all of that extra half, even the uncertainty that there was the 1-4 going once they clear the first, that immediately ducks back because Sad is so committed, like top down, that was Sad flunking that round super hard in my eyes.
You could tell Sad were trying to play the mind games, you know, work the puppet mastery across the entire map. Unfortunately, they broke their own heels, giving up so much room to allow Nightblood Gaming to find those opportunities exactly like you said. And Practo, I mean, still kind of making up for what we will call maybe one of the worst Hunter series of all time, but definitely making it look good now. Zaj finding Practo, though, to start things out.
Zeke getting hard pressured by these cabbages, have to use both of his birds just to stay alive long enough for the rest of NBG to get back, and even then it still isn't enough. It might be too much of a gamble, but the smoke on the screen will let more members of NBG get inside. Monty daring to go for this TP, and no one's watching it. They were deafened. Monty gets away with the first, and Welly's still paying too much attention to screens. Monty has been in sight for centuries now, and resets this to a 2v2. The fake TP is easily caught by Pain, and Son of Car has this operator to start things out. So Sad, it looks like they still have this down pat. Pain, yeah, obfuscated on the plant. And a rifle not available for Carson here. Tough call to make when you're 5 rounds up and you're like one of the most explosive duelists in this region.
I don't know.
It's calling to him. Like the Green Goblin mask, it's calling to him, bro.
Do it, Carson. Try to retake it with this operator. Lose the expensive rifle. You know you want to. Otherwise, you are weak. But yeah, I mean, just a very clean take from Sad. You could see Nightblood Gaming off of the paranoia. A huge play by Monty, actually. It almost even things out there. But at the same time, with all of that chaos going on, then Pain was the one who also slipped through the cracks. Yeah. I mean, I'm such a sucker for good Omen players. And that was beautifully done by Monty to be able to make this even a contestable round for Nightblood Gaming. But still, Sad will walk away with the victory. Sonakar is able to carry this sniper rifle into the next round, but their buy is not going to be the most ideal here. And you can see that this is a lot more evened out between these two teams as we continue to move forwards. Paint will probably I imagine, buy up the okay. Actually going to just rely a little bit more on the overdrive. Yeah, go with the judge in hand. So I imagine this is going to be a little bit more patient or set up and let Paint find a couple of quick kills.
Yeah, just find that one window, and you're good to go. Fireball ops on one of the few rifles they have, daring to walk up, catches Zaj without the punishment from Pain, but the judge can two-shot and quickly deal with that. Now Pain has that rifle and the overdrive, whichever he wants. But the Vines let go here from Practo after he moved over to the A side. There was just one Vine tossed down, and it was for this position. Now the overdrive comes out in retaliation, and Pain TPing the back corner as well. The entirety of B side is already owned by Sad Esports. Wow. Zeke somehow getting the spray down, and Carson actually does get away with a pickoff before getting traded out by Welly. Practo beating Stellar in the tower too. Is this seriously the round that NBG wins again?
Oh boy. And it's so chaotic. Like Nightblood Gaming, they're just like, we're flying in on the site. Get ready to shoot us from all these different angles. And during this entire time, Welly doesn't feel comfortable enough to actually walk in. So the Spike still alone. And now it's a foot race over to the site. Practo is going to hear this information completely. And like, Welly has no choice but to try and do his best Sonic the Hedgehog impression and just run completely around the map. And a Seeker available. This is going to be so hard for Welly.
Yeah, it's going to come right to him. So that lets Welly know that Zeke could be right in front of him there. So he's going to double back again, and that lets Practo take it nice and easy. So, but yeah, I mean, Sad really, like, they compressed themselves really well with that left take of B. The TP in as well, just guaranteeing you have the immediate presence, but Zeke with the fadeaway grabbing one there, and then the Heaven presence isn't secured because you've committed so much to main, and it's not properly smoked out. I mean, NBG has so much room to shoot, and that's what's been getting them this far.
100% is the case. And there were those opportunities, right? Like, Fracto has just been so annoying for SAD Esports to try and deal with. There are those opportunities, but unless they're able to shut that Vise down, like, forget about the utility. Fracto alone has just been such a presence on this defense. Being so reliable on this anchor, so reliable at finding a couple of kills to even things out, allow Nightblood Gaming to have that advantage. And when things start to crumble, SAD really just feel that pressure and are left scattered trying to find any semblance of a plan to move in and take the site.
With the far weaker guns, the boom may just be imminent. But the stack is still looking clean, and SAD's shots haven't stopped hitting just yet. Letting the bullhorn fly. It's all about finding your corners, checking your chokes. Zash, front lines, paint, runs it down. Okay, I'm just gonna accept that. Fracto turned on to, rest of SAD should get this done easy. And they've got this set up. 3v2. Carson on the way back. Of course he will. Would there be any other way? Pains! There you go! Well done by SAD to recover and get rid of an ulti in the process.
Okay, that time maybe Carson giving into the Green Goblin a little bit too much. I was gonna say, maybe let's wait until everyone's ready to go before you decide to pop in there, but at that point, SAD had his number. We're ready to pop onto that one. So still 4 more rounds for SAD to potentially force us into OT. Their economy is stabilizing while Nightblood Gaming is starting to crumble just a little bit, be a little bit more financially insecure. Fireball Ops, though, still holding on to that pit. Stellar's got a pit of his own. And it just is going to come down to who can control the space, making sure that Fracto doesn't find any more of those crazy opportunities to kill 2 or 3 of your members before you even push in. As Nightblood Gaming get ready for a pinch outside of A, but nobody is going to be there.
Much more predictable 4-1 than SAD's. With Stellar on this lurk, though, getting rid of this pit could be huge. Carson browsing, not checking, but traded with the buddy system. That being said, that does give over the entire map, and so Fracto's actually going to step up with this Phantom in hand, try to catch and intercept at least one, but he's already given himself away. Paint the slide, doesn't make it work, 23 HP.
No
Fracto's
way.
still killing, Fracto's still alive, not anymore. Zash takes it back down, grabs the spike. No time to get a solid plant down, though. And in fact, FBO's gonna go for the pit to get some extra space he can guarantee. Zash daring to fight it with this run it back, but Fireball Ops quickly deals with that. And NBG have that territory that they can pop out of. Birds are gone, but they've dropped down. Fireball Ops done. Zeke, with this altitude, done, is able to trade his way through the rest of it, and it is beyond messy, if nothing else. But this match does indeed belong to Nightblood Gaming. They are now just 1 win away from making playoffs.
And big congratulations to Nightblood Gaming. What a round to end it on as well. Really highlighting what their strength is and their confidence when it comes to the duel. All of these players are so individually confident about their own play style that they are crafting compositions, crafting ideas to try and maximize that value at any point necessary. And sure, the Des did comment about how they can be a little inconsistent, but Nightblood Gaming, they're starting to build those layers into their gameplay, and once again, leaning into their strengths, making it look so clean. On the other side, SAD, it still looked really good from them. They've got an idea, they've got basically a team identity on playing together, you know, relying a little bit more on that utility, set paint up to get the job done, but it still is a little bit inconsistent themselves. And those are the gaps that are going to open up to allow other teams to continue to capitalize on them. So a great job from Nightblood Gaming, though. Like, they are looking sharp, but I do wonder what happens when they go against some other very mechanically gifted teams, and some of those advantages don't feel as advantageous in their favor.
100%. Yeah, the new identity of Nightblood is still one that needs to be figured out. Post the departure of their coach, they had to rely on their raw talent even heavier, and it got them through today, but there's still a lot more Valorant to play. Nightblood, though, remain ever entertaining, and we'll get to speak with a member of the team after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. More style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got footwork looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek pulling O's at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Welcome or welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host Elizabeth, joined with Vansili and Emily. Not Vansili on this time. Daniel, too much.
Mom came home. Mom came home.
I miss him, bro.
And it's fine. The broadcasting got so much worse, but it's okay because we're gonna stay here because we have that Philips Norelco Game Face interview afterwards. But if you are just joining us, NBG takedown NA Esports 2-1, ending on split 13-8. Vansili. Now it was there was a moment where it looked like it was going to be a stomp, then it wasn't going to be a stomp, but in the end, kind of slowly but surely, Nightblood Gaming take the final map.
Yeah, the nature of the stomp was because it is definitely a tough start for NA Esports when you're coming out with this composition, right? As you're playing a Phoenix and a Neon, your best stalls are currently a Viper and an Omen. There's nothing really that can really go into perfect stalls, for example, like a Sage Wall, Trips, and whatnot. So when you have a team like NBG that understands that and are able to default a little bit more and make you cycle util for your defensive side on the stalls of the Viper and the Omen, it allows for them to work the map a lot better. You want to see a lot more aggression coming on defense, in my eyes. I do see that maybe sometimes it did try to fight for B main control for the orb. I think if you're trying to go for orb control, I think that's probably the easiest one to get versus trying to fight for A main control. But when you understand that from NBG's side, the easy stalls could just be like, go to Sky Flash, wait for your timing, and go and counter that out. So it wasn't probably, for me, in my eyes, the best of maps to maybe try to pull out this double duelist with the Phoenix, although I did want to see it, like I mentioned it before. But at least we saw a little bit more of a resurgence for NA Esports once they actually took the attack side, where, again, just like Vine, you see how much easier it was for them to play the double duelist to their style because they knew how to tempo their own play style with just 5-man death bowling if you wanted to. But at the end of the day, it's still too many rounds that were trailing behind that didn't allow for them to really close out this map. And especially when it hurts, then when you're getting ecoed on like I forgot what round it was, but that was painful.
No, it was. But a little bit to what you were speaking on is that they were just really late to adapting. I think that comp is pretty predictable on how you're going to play it. And they won those last 4 rounds literally just by, okay, guys, let's not try and just solo anchor sites. Let's literally just take control of mid, which they did pretty well using the Phoenix. And then just kind of fast rotating wherever and doing like these 5-man floods or 5-man retakes, which they found a lot of success in because they do have a lot of those flashes. They have mollies to kind of help clear some of those spaces, especially towards A side hell, which I think I remember seeing a little bit of a misfire on a molly. Which is a little bit unfortunate. And then in that second half, I guess I just didn't really see a lot of aggression and team fights going their way. I think I think NBG definitely performed a lot better when it just came to just general team play. It just felt like they were all way better at supporting Son of Car and kind of following in, one big person of that being Fireball Ops, and Zeke just kind of supporting him with flashes and being kind of like those second entries. I mean, even Fireball Ops on the team fights or even the execs, he was kind of always there just supporting and getting those second frags, trading people out. It was really impressive on their side.
That was the nature of the first map too, right? Where the team play definitely, like those fundies and being in a group or finding those timings on trades were definitely a lot more clearer for Nightblood Gaming than it has been for Stat Esports in the first and third map. I wish we'd have seen more of the Stat Esports second map in the third one as well. Hell, even the first one to have made the first map a little bit more engaging. But you know what? Props to where it's due though. You saw so much consistency coming out from Fireball Ups throughout the last 3 maps that, you know, there's a reason why, as I mentioned before, he was in the top 10 ratings here for this stage. He's just so good on different roles. You saw him playing some great stalls, good opping on the chamber as well. So yeah, keep an eye on him.
I'm glad you mentioned him, Vance, because for our Phillips Norelco Game Face interview, it is none other than Fireball Ops. Sir, come to the front, take a seat. Congratulations on a well-fought game today. I don't know if you saw the beginning of the broadcast, but we highlighted you because you are someone who is, I mean, we consistently highlight you because of how good you are on such like different kind of class of agents and kind of going from, you went plus, I mean, we went plus 19 this series. Out of curiosity, for my own kind of like curiosity, what agents do you feel most comfortable on? Because you have such an interesting pool going from like Chamber to like the pseudo Senti Viper and also kind of pseudo Senti of Chamber. What do you feel most comfortable on?
For me, I love all Sentis. I've played them for, I mean, I've been in the game for a while, so I've been able to get around the block on the Sentis. Sadly, KJ and Cypher just aren't really in meta right now, so they're kind of on the back burner, but I've always loved them, always loved playing them. Vice meta's coming back, so happy with that. Viper, to be honest, all of them. I mean, I know that's a pretty boring answer, but
no, it's an answer. I was curious because you said all of them and I was like, really, like KJ right now? But no, then you made it clear. I think that is, I mean, talk to me about kind of like fitting your style of play into your team synergy and your team comps, because we were talking to a couple teams yesterday and they said, you know, sometimes kind of go for it and have fun. I would love to hear kind of the Nightblood gaming process of how y'all do this, especially after Veer has left you guys to join Cloud9. So kind of a two-parter. What is your process? And if anything, what has Veer implanted into you guys?
Yeah, for sure. First off, shout out Veer. He's helped us a lot. So
Mr. Wyatt himself.
So basically he, you know, we were always kind of like wild in stage 1, you know, to be honest, I mean, we didn't really fight together a lot. I mean, just it sucks, but you know, that's why I don't think we did the greatest stage 1, but he really helped us get close knit, just fighting wise and making sure like, hey, it doesn't have to be like, oh, come here, just be like, hey, I'm fighting this, and hopefully someone just goes and, you know, comes and helps out. So it's like kind of our style, I would say, is very free flow. Very free flow, and we're happy with our teammates taking whatever fights they want. But, you know, obviously, they say, hey, I'm going to fight. Oh, there's someone comes through. Great. If not, I think we're all capable of 1v5ing, so yeah, I don't really care what they do. It's great.
I mean, absolutely, 100%. To kind of into today's match, obviously map 1 was a complete domination, and it wasn't your map pick. So talk to me about going into Bind. What was your read on SRB Esports Bind, and why was that so dominant in your favor?
Yeah, Bind was one of those maps where it's, for us, kind of like a hit or a miss. I'm not gonna lie, we've tried like 6 different comps during scrims this week because we knew they love Bind, and we basically knew where they were gonna pick it. So we finally got on our comp. We didn't really anti them. We just let the game come to us. They were pushing into us. We were hitting better shots. That's about it.
Then let's talk about map 2, because then that is your map pick, and it was not looking good for a very long time. Obviously, there was a bit of more contention towards the end, but it looked very much in favor of SRB Esports. What do you think? What you could give kind of the cause of that?
Yeah, Haven has always been a great map for us. We're very confident on it. We lost both pistols. Always rough. So I'm very happy that we ended up, getting the pistols on split. So they just snowballed really well. I mean, they're a good team. They're able to run it down just like we are. So they had the momentum and just ran with it. I think they just play better on Haven.
And that's completely fair. My last question for you for this Philip Norelco Game Face interview is, moving forward, the kind of field of people you will have to fight to make it to playoffs is narrowing. You haven't qualified yet. You are 1 match away from qualifying. When you look at the field of people you are going to most likely have to face to qualify there, is there confidence? Is there fear? Is there anxiety? Or is it just kind of somewhere in the middle? Because I will take it as it comes.
No fear, no nothing. I don't think any of us are worried of who we have to play. We've all been in the game for quite some time. We've faced all types of opponents. Everyone's good. Everyone can win on any given day, but we're all confident in our own ability to just shine and win when we have to, no matter who it is.
Well, I mean, speaking on behalf of the desk, we are such big fans of you, and we love you in Challengers, and we are so excited to see you continue to hopefully make it to playoffs. Congratulations. I'll let you go.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one, Fireball Op. As a fire sign, as a Sagittarius, love the name Fireball Op. So this fire sign needs to take a little bit of a break, but stay right there because it is FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion Blackneck.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. 1 tool for all you need.
Well, folks, it is time for our second match of the day. It is Shopify Rebellion Black versus FlyQuest. Vans, I'm going to go to you first for this one. This is, I dare use a term of our, I used it yesterday. GB uses often a slobber knocker of a game. This is our qualification game for playoffs. Both teams are just now 1 match away from qualifying for playoffs, where M80 now just qualified as well, kind of the heavy hitters stepping up. This is, I think, what a beautiful match to end on today.
Definitely. It's a qualifying game between SRB and FlyQuest. And by the way, I thought when you were saying I'm going to borrow a term from GB and just randomly throw California into the opener. But no, definitely, jokes aside, this is a super fun one, a super big test for most recently appointed FlyQuest, the FlyQuest team. I was going to call them FlyQuest Red because they were like the only org that was available for FlyQuest for the longest time here in Valorant. But it's nice to see that they're back going into the challenger scene and picking up this team. And this team has looked quite amazing overall. I think when they first came out here for Sleepers, a lot of question marks came through here, but we'll focus that in a second. I want to focus on SRB at least in the first place. We've seen nothing but good, positive work coming out from SRB ever since they started in this stage. And they haven't been stopping, man. I think ever since Satellite was able to come in and play as this Neon and keeping that role for SRB, it's almost to me, talking about like a limb, you know, a limb and Furia is like, he gets to play Neon right now. They're just going to pop off. And they're a very hard team to deal with right now with Satellite on this role.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I'm looking forward to for one of these teams at least is that the fact that this is a qualification match. That leaves them with 2 weeks roughly to kind of prep, change things up, especially if they've already put out a lot of their go-to maps. I'm thinking as a player, like if you are in those last 2 weeks of playing, you don't really have a whole lot of time to kind of change things up and kind of bring a surprise into playoffs. You have so much footage on you that a lot of teams can easily prep, and even if you do make those changes last minute, you just don't have a lot of practice with it. So it is a big advantage for these teams that are qualifying early so that you can go into the playoffs kind of as a fresh new look.
I agree, because I actually had a chance to like sit down with Kaplan last weekend when I was in LA, and he was saying the same thing for M80's goal. It doesn't matter if you have lifelines to try to qualify. You'll have a chance to qualify now. Please do so.
Yep.
So when it comes down to like prep, practice, game face, putting yourself into like a scenario where you want to fight this, you need the teams to step up to the plate today, and you don't think about, oh, it's okay, we still have another chance.
Our first team we want to focus on for today's match is Shopify Rebellion Black, a heavy hitter within the Challengers scene. Look at these headshots, looking great, gorgeous, stunning, brave. Talking about Satellite fans, looking at the schedule, I mean, the ADG, you know, obviously giving them a loss, but that is nothing to be ashamed of. ADG has been fantastic at this set, but I think we always talk about kind of like the experience with the roster bands, right? Oh, they're so experienced, tier 1 experience. But something I think we don't talk about enough about Rebellion Black is their explosiveness, right? How they are willing to just explode onto the scene and create that tempo in any given map.
Agreed, and it really exponentially grew when Smoke also joined the roster as well, right? So now you have somebody who could really be the rock for the team as the opper, when Satellite could be just freely moving around as this Neon. So that in itself already shows how explosive it could be. Even Smoke is playing sometimes the the Waylay while she's still nerfed, but that's because, as he's talked about in his interview in the past victory here on this stream, he just likes to walk up. It's obvious how he kind of plays like the scaling and clearing corners with the op, but it's okay because he's got sick aim. He won't miss. But when you don't need to play the op and you want to play a double dive, you have that in both Smoke and Satellite, and it's so hard to deal against.
Yeah, I mean, every time I watch this roster, I feel like they're just getting that much better. I think the experience that they've had since the start with players like Nature and Xander coming in to kind of help out the rest of the team and kind of help the team take form in general. Their last win against Core, I think, is a great stepping stone, because that's the team that defeated them in stage 1. And I think one of the biggest players we do have to highlight is Smoke, because of how well he's kind of fit into this team and slotted in, being that Waylay and Jet, and just like you said, letting Satellite run it down on the Neon. But when I look at this roster, like every single one of them are just so talented, and I'm glad that they're actually finding a lot more of not easier success, but just finding more success right off the bat. And I honestly gotta say, I look forward to seeing them in playoffs.
Someone we are also looking forward to see if and when they do qualify, but also just right now is Exa, someone we wanted to highlight. Emily, right away, looking at, you know, kind of this quintessential Viper of the team. A lot of Shopify Rebellion's Black success comes from just how solid he is as their kind of like pseudo Senti.
Honestly, I genuinely think he is probably the best lurker we have in tier 2. This guy finds so much impact on those attacking halves, and he's not one-dimensional with it. You'll see him taking different pacings at different throughout the rounds that kind of play by. And the biggest thing is, like, when he gets shut down, he doesn't just stop lurking. He doesn't get afraid. If anything, he's like, okay, wait, yo, Sky, come here, set me up. Let's put some more pressure. And then he continues on lurking for the rest of the map. And he does this on majority of the maps as well. And look at this. Oh my God, I remember that. That was so sad. And he's just, he has the skill to really just take on any fights, especially when he is in those 1v1s or 1v2s. He feels really unstoppable when he's on a lurk, and you always have to be aware and have like eyes at the back of your head for this guy.
That's why I also feel it's going to be a fun matchup between these two teams, because Sorix is very similar and also very highly rated when it comes down to the pseudo Senti / Viper role here for the side of FlyQuest. So I'm expecting for these two players to really try to find their timings against each other, and not necessarily against each other, but for the team, right? Because you're not necessarily, when you're lurking, you're going to find the other lurker or the anchor player. You want to find your timings to kill the rotators. So this is super going to be fun to witness this, as we get to see who's going to try to qualify in this game.
Well, exactly. Let's talk about the other team that Shotfire Valiant Black will be facing, and it is none other than the NA Challenger beloveds, FlyQuest. I mean, coming from like sleepers, I remember mentally in the beginning of the year, we were like, sleepers are the truth. And, you know, don't sleep on sleepers. And then all of a sudden FlyQuest say, oh, by the way, we're making sure that these folks, you know, are coming home with us. So incredible. Thank you, FlyQuest, for joining the league. We are so happy to have you here. And what a better team than to pick up than sleepers themselves. Such an, like, talk about explosiveness. Right? I was talking about Shopfire Rebellion Black. FlyQuest have that in spades.
I agree. This is also like, as I was trying to mention before, when they join in as sleepers in this area, a lot of the people kept their eyes out. Even I think Josh RT was telling me, keep an eye out for this team, and they're scrimming against us as G2, and they're actually owning us on maps like Corrode, which is how you saw even G2 start to bring that towards the VCTs with that Sky ISO at some point. That said, it almost felt like, even though they're like not necessarily, they're playing like Envy, but they're not a carbon of Envy. They're still able to find their own play style. They're still trying to play their own timings as well. But the thing that's fun with it too is that they're not playing they're also playing unorthodox compositions, but also making it work where they are not just basically running it down as rankers every time. There's still a lot of method to the madness as how they're operating.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing for me is, since this new meta change and since them getting picked up by FlyQuest, I'm glad to see they kept like the heart of the team, right? We still see them running that double duelist. We still see them running not necessarily meta comps. You know, I think they even brought out a mix on Bind one time, which was interesting to watch.
And
I mean,
Haven,
they won, but yeah, and Haven, I like the creativity coming from them. And one thing about this team is that they already were so strong, and now I just feel like we're seeing like an addition to their play style, a little bit more depth, a lot more like protocols and game plans to fall back on, rather than just completely losing their style and losing their identity. And I also feel like they've just gotten a lot more disciplined as well. Like, they will run it down and they will like continue having that Envy sort of play style, but they're not just gonna kind of just run it down all the way. You'll see them playing a little bit more back to secure the rounds, and it's really nice seeing their growth as a team.
Someone we wanted to highlight is Duck. I mean, pointing at you, they're telling you to pay attention. Look at this person, because there's a lot to say about Duck coming into the league, but definitely where I think FlyQuest finds a lot of their opportunity comes from him, Van Philly.
100%. I think also a crazy clutch player right now for the team too. So Duck is definitely somebody to keep an eye on. He's going to be not necessarily the pillar for the team, but the one that's going to be able to activate. When you're talking about like people like Solada that can do whatever he wants and stuff like that as well, is just because he's got a good support system that helps him out. So for him as an initiator for Duck, he's got some huge highlight reels that he's played as well on Bind in the past. You have to keep an eye out for this guy too. When I'm looking at this game between both SRB and FlyQuest, I can't really go into like, yeah, there's a pro and a con here from either sides, because they both, again, since they play to their own style and to their own approach to the maps, there's not really a fault to it. You'll see some rounds like scramble here and there, but overall, it always pans out well for both of these teams. I can't really lean to like any true weaknesses between these two teams.
And for our Philips Norelco head-to-head, we have none other than Satellite and Hansa, which is, I mean, we talked about Satellite before this, right? Satellite is someone who we wanted to highlight, kind of helping this team find their incredible footing, but also Hansa, Emily, on the side of Waylay. I'm sorry, on the side of FlyQuest playing that Waylay.
Yeah, no, I think it's been interesting seeing what they've been playing in the past to what they played most recently. I think both teams have kind of been finding their groove and what they want to go with, especially in this meta where they got nerfed a little bit. You have to kind of be a little bit more creative with your comms. Like, we saw Tanza playing the Neon and Satellite playing the Neon, and then all of a sudden in a best of 3, you'll be seeing them play Mixed Chamber, Vice Viper, and it's interesting to watch. But now that they are kind of settled in on this Neon a little bit more, I think we're going to get an insane Neon head-to-head yet again, and I think that's going to be a very big pattern coming in here from Challengers, because you have so many talented Neon players and so many players that can kind of excel and really just take over lobbies when they're activated.
And that's the thing, because when you're looking at SRB and you're looking at Neon for Satellite, cool, we kind of know what to expect for play styles or whatnot for a team like SRB. But with Tanza, as you mentioned, Emily, if he's going to have to play mix at some point, it doesn't only change his style, but it also changed the whole approach of the team overall on a certain map. So that's the fun part that I'm intrigued to see how FlyQuest will evolve through this series. because I'm hoping to continue to see a lot of crazy cool comps that they're trying to outthink against Satellite. I think if you watch the streams from Coach Who at Who PS1, I'll drop the full governmental Twitch link for him for so you can get more followers. The Govy for the Twitch. He even goes into like his approach of how he looks at the game and how he builds these comps and trying to figure out like, okay, we are thinking outside of the box, but it's not necessarily because we're just trying to play crazy style. There's still a reason why he's planning these type of compositions. And it's funny too, because when you come to the interviews, Liz, and you ask and you interview Who, he also answered like, oh, I just call a timeout. Yeah, you call a timeout to Who and you speak to Who. Well, it's Who FPS1. He answers, well, I just tell him to shoot. Don't miss your shot. But it's definitely more than that, right? So what I like is that it's a personality of a young team of fraggers that are just having a good time. And you know the results of teams that are just having a good time in the past years of Challengers and how far they've gone.
I think let's talk about those intangibles, right? Kind of like, you know, the things that we can't qualify and even quantify because like we're not there, but so many times you hear about people who just have that sort of synergy and have each other. Emily, I stopped you from talking about Duck. I'm gonna let you bring up your point because we have a little bit of a tech issue that we're gonna stall a little bit for. So Emily, please talk about Duck on FlyQuest.
Yeah, I would say he's like, he's the glue of the team, the way that he plays, especially when you see him on the Initiator, which is mostly what he plays, seeing the Sova, the Sky, the Fade. He really does sacrifice a lot in the games to make sure that his team can play that style, to make sure that his duelists are finding success and being able to take space, especially on the Sky. Watching him play Sky has been so fun, especially with the new flash and buff that she got, kind of just reverting back to having the refresh and rechargeable flashes. We get to see a mix of it. We get to see him using his util to find that info, and you also get to see him kind of setting up his team with those flashes so that he can run it down. And I just think, even though he's not putting up insane numbers every game, he's having so much impact for the rest of his team to actually find that success.
Pay attention to Duck. And friends, we have our map pick and bans for you, so hold on tight, stay there, grab a snack, but we do have our map picks and bans. Vancilla, let me go to you for this first. Starting with Lotus, heading to Pearl. I haven't seen a Pearl the past few days. Phew. And then, if necessary, landing on Bind. What stands out to you, Vancilla?
Yeah, the Pearl pick here from Fly. I think this is something that they've been comfortable playing as well because they play the Phoenix on that one, and they love to play the aggro style on that Phoenix. I was just trying to point also the fact of the Sky that Emily was talking about with Duck. Actually, also for the side of SRB, they also love to play the Sky because Nature I think plays on 3 maps of them, including even Haven when they're playing like a double controller with the Sky, which I'm surprised that they're actually banning it this time around. I think it's because you've seen so many different compositions come out from the side of FlyQuest that you don't really know who to come up against, and maybe not enough reps on scrimming against a mix that you kind of trying to keep that out of the question if it comes down to a map like that. So I think this is going to be a fun series where I don't think necessarily going to be trading maps against each other, but I would definitely see this finish up on Bind where they're both really good at.
No, I could for sure see it getting to that third map. I'm actually excited to see Pearl being picked in by Fly. I love that they run the Phoenix Neon, and I think they're really good at it. Whereas Shopify, that's a little bit of an unknown for us here in Stage 2. I don't think we've seen them play yet. So who knows? Maybe we'll be seeing some sort of crazy comp out of SRB to kind of try and counter the double duelist coming in from Fly. But we'll have to hopefully wait and see if we will get there. But we don't know what they're going to be running.
Well, what are they cooking is the question of the hour. I'm just so happy to see Pearl. It's been Lotus and Bind and Haven. And there's nothing wrong with that, teams. Please pick whatever maps you want that is best for you to make the games interesting. But on the side of the broadcast, it's always nice to see some variation in maps, which is super exciting. But friends, I believe we also do have our predictions for our broadcast stuff. I think I'm the odd one out this time, if I'm doing the math correctly in my head. Oh, Emily, thank God.
Oh my God,
Hey, Vans.
Hey.
Odd one out.
Vans,
What do you think
yourself?
I've already tried to defend my stand when I went against everybody against the grain for Sad. So
you didn't go against everybody this time.
I'd rather have you guys try to convince me of why I should go for Fly.
Okay,
why?
Liz, do you want to start?
I'm the host. I'm asking you. Why'd you go for
No,
Shopify
I'm
Flag?
asking it back. Because I already had to do it for the first series. I was going for Side when everybody else went for the other team.
I went for FlyQuest because I think it kind of comes down to their ingenuity within game. And that sounds weird because like I don't think they're reinventing the wheel, but I think what they do in game and how they find opportunity, Emily, is something I'm consistently impressed by with them. And I think that just kind of gives them a slight edge over Shopify Rebellion Black for me.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but
no, the way I see it is you have FlyQuest coming in before when they were sleepers. They really tested a lot of these more structured teams that tend to like to play by the book. And now you're just adding a little bit more discipline, a little bit more depth to these players that are so good at disrupting, that are so good at creating gaps in teams like SRB. They don't like to have. They like to be a unit. They like to kind of have a super set structure. And when that gets disrupted, they start to struggle a bit. Even though they do have the experience to kind of bounce back from that, you're looking at a FlyQuest that has also been working on trying to not let that happen, be able to kind of figure out a little bit more of a backup plan when just running it down isn't working for them.
Well, friends, I thought you were like crying. I was like, what is he doing?
I'm trying to get into my mic.
You can literally see me.
My mic is not in the shot, so it looks kind of weird.
But friends, we're gonna take a little bit of a break. We're dealing with some PC issues on the side of the teams, but don't worry, we're gonna get that fixed right away. Okay, right there. We're gonna take a break, but be right back.
$500,000.
$1 million USD.
$1 million, maybe $1 million.
500,000? I'm not sure. 500,000?
Maybe like 500,000.
Gonna have to go with Brimstone.
Harbor.
Oh, Harbor, maybe.
Breach? Was Breach played? No, Breach was not played.
Clove.
Paper X.
Nongshim?
Mata.
Pure X.
Paper X.
So last one we worked on? Forsaken.
Forsaken.
Most agent Forsaken.
Forsaken?
Forsaken.
Danby.
Mata.
Danby, maybe? Danby?
Martin?
Martin.
I believe it was 8.
How many maps played? Oh man. I have no idea.
120, not sure.
100. No, it's like 50.
I gotta skip that one. Team played the least rounds. I'll say all the gamers. 36.
Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We are ready for Agent Select for this match of FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion Black. I'm seeing a battle of the Waylays. I'm seeing a Vise on one side. Vincely, I'm going to go to you first. Anything sticking out to you on either side of the Agent Select?
No, not really. I think this is the simple of let's just try to fight it to our best strength while we still have the Neon up here for FlyQuest, so you have the Neon. But I think now the change of that Vice meta that Fireballs was mentioned before was for that to counter out against that Neon. The Whaley for me isn't that bad for a map like this because you don't need to be, you know, like really pushing 1,000 buttons to try to get some map control with the Whaley. You can have some really good lineups here to get some good map control for the team before even activating, especially if Salah is going to be supporting Tanza with the util.
Emily, anything sticking out to you before I send it over to our casters?
I think as long as Shopify Rebellion do a good job at re-clearing, because honestly, that's a lot of pressure coming in from the Neon on Waylay, especially when I'm thinking about conditioning towards that A main fight. They're gonna have to figure out a somewhat of a different solution, whether that's playing a little trap on the on a re-clear or just playing completely back and trying to do some pressure elsewhere. But I guess we'll find out in a moment here, and hopefully Shopify Rebellion don't struggle too much against the Salada Waylay and the Neon Tanza.
Oh, folks, it is time for this qualification match for playoffs. FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion Black. I'm going to send over to your casters, the man with the golden voice, Marks, and the man with the bluest eyes, Tenrek.
Okay.
Are you just going to let that happen?
Wow, what else am I supposed to do, man? I've
You
tried
have
everything.
power. You have power.
Listen, there's two teams in playoffs already.
Yes,
YFP and M80 just recently beating ADG on the other stream. FlyQuest and Shopify Rebellion gonna be the last team today, this week, in fact, to make the playoffs. And it feels like the perfect get-back test for either of these teams, Marks. Right as they're starting to find their groove, their stability, their identity, they come up against an other opponent who is hitting their stride just as cleanly.
Oh, yes. I love the story that you're kind of crafting there, right? Like Shopify Rebellion Black. This has been such a fun journey to be on the ride for. You know, bringing in Smoke, having a little bit of a change up in the identity, allowing Satellite to play a little bit more of that conservative duelist as opposed to the one that just kind of sends it in. Now Smoke can be responsible for that. And then, of course, FlyQuest as well, formerly known as Sleepers. The team that everyone was just like, this is the NB 2.0, but the desk highlighted it themselves. FlyQuest, formerly Sleepers, were not exactly the same. They come out with fun ideas, challenge the meta, challenge what really works, but they've been starting to have a couple of issues when it comes to that specific challenge, where Shopify Rebellion Black, in my eyes, have slowly gotten better and better and better and are starting to look more and more and more cohesive. So I really think that this matchup is such a cool, really just litmus test about where these two teams are and which ones deserve to continue to push forwards in stage 2.
And they'll get to do that starting out on the attack half here with arguably the compositional counter to what FlyQuest is going to be bringing to this table. What comes to mind is what MLE mentioned is like Shopify Rebellion Black cannot miss anything. There is not a gap that they can forget about. There is not an extra player that they can just throw to the wayside and stall against. Every player on this FlyQuest team is a massive threat in and of themselves, and they are willing to take the reins at any given moment when it comes to taking back advantage, especially on this defensive half where you're going to have a lot of players asked a lot of them individually for a couple seconds at a time. Particularly, my eyes are going to be on Sorex here on this seaside a lot of the time. I think that Shopify, again, it's the perfect way for them to prove how far they've come, how capable they are individually themselves, how well they can continue to gel with this new addition of Smoke, who honestly still coming into this does feel kind of like a bit of a 1 in the 4 with the operator. It feels like Shopify has been able to kind of let him run around on this leash. I would love to see some extra cohesion thrown into the mix now that they've had an extra week on the board.
Absolutely. And of course, we have to address the fact that Satellite is onto that Vise, right? Because, you know, we talk about Satellite, we're like, wow, the return to duelist, double duelist meta. Everybody loves that. And Satellite has been such an instrumental piece of that specific meta for SRB. But last year, of course, on Cubert Academy, Satellite was playing that Sentinel role and has a lot of reps specifically in that role. And so now seeing this composition come out, where we're leaning away from that double duelist, allows Smoke to be the single duelist, put Satellite onto the Vise, where there still is a lot of that individual play that you kind of expect from, you know, your Sentinel players, especially on the attack, but that utility does not get wasted. and is still going to be maximized against, exactly like you said, a Neon that's going to be zipping around, right? Like the Sheer might just completely cut that in half. There's so many options to kind of stall things out, and not a lot of things to break that Vi's utility coming from FlyQuest's kit.
Something interesting to notice is just the switch up of who's on which duelist. Tanza was previously on the Waylay, and then Salado was previously on the Neon on this map, as far as I recall. I don't think that necessarily changes a lot of the plan. It's probably just a vibes thing for these, young guns. But it does raise the question of how flexible the rest of these players are coming into this. Leo was previously on the Clove for this map. I assume a placeholder until he feels more comfortable on an agent like this, which he's been developing that really hard as the hard stuck controller for this team. So a lot of questions, as always, when it comes to this FlyQuest team, but it'll be Shopify raising the first bit of the conversation up in the attack half, and we already know what they're going to try first. Wait for FlyQuest to duck in themselves. I mean, they've seen these guys do this a million times.
Yet it's crickets across the board. A little bit unconventional. A lot of tape on both these teams. Didn't have an understanding on how you want to play this one, but finally the Prowler will be sent out by Duck, but doesn't spot anybody, and so SRB will start to make their way up to that A site. Just take a look at where Satellite is, though, so making sure keep FlyQuest honest, just in case they go for that over-aggression early.
Yeah, Han's already gone too, so Duck has got to give basically the whole site over. Shopify, though, with the distance they maintain, they don't necessarily know how much of FlyQuest is here, so they'll still pay the respect it needs. Smoke dropped. Duck will duck. And now it's on Satellite. Let's see how much he can get on this flank. Slide in from Tanza, good for the first. He gets to take the back step, a lot of space to work with, not enough for the paranoia. Still gets one while short-sighted. Duck, the only one telegraphed, barrel shown. Xander quickly deals with that. Now it's the two-stack that's already been revealed, coming back from spawn. Xander, wallbanged. Great read there by Sorex and Leo to just deal with that imminent threat. But now they have the ones that are not known, and it's a triple stack for the ages. Yeah, nice angle to show us everybody getting in on the action there for Shopify's first round.
Shout out observers, you get to see the triple stack all watching that individual angle just to make sure that they shut that one down. And given the style that we've seen SRB playing with, of course Satellite is going to be alone and still walk away with 2 kills. This is a player who's not afraid to get his hands dirty when it comes to these brawls. And so really, that retake was kind of over before it began. FlyQuest put so much emphasis on that kind of flank, and 3 members get reduced down to 1, making it a lot weaker, and then the individual players on SRB are all going to be able to take theirs. Smoke, line up the rifle, spots a lot of people. Well, at least gets 1 headshot off, but, does a lot of damage to Duck in the meanwhile, but, a body will slow that down to just make it, I believe, just a wallbang shot instead of the full-out bullet.
Yeah. Confident stat call, no bingo though, so Shopify does still have to check a little bit of stuff, but now it'll be the confirmation with the site fully cleared out. FlyQuest just gonna rush into this, try and get something in early with that refract, but Duck cannot, Salada cannot manage to find anything. Now the Prowler in to escort the rest of the team on top of the smoke, so they can scope out at least half of this site, but the guns are still very much in the favor of Shopify Rebellion Black, and now they can start to space that out as the spike continues to tick away. So ultimately, it feels like Shopify, they're already showing the proof of concept that they can juke out FlyQuest if they need to, despite the fact that FlyQuest has the far faster agents for the most part. And then on that same metric, Shopify can also out-frag individually. Satellite's already shown that he can, go toe-to-toe with these guys basically single-handedly. And now Xander as well getting in on the action there a tiny bit with those steps forward. You already know X is going to start doing a lot of creeping once he feels more comfortable with it. And that's only a matter of time if Shopify keep winning.
Yeah, and, well, that's going to be the round here. See Sorex and Duck go down to the spike, of course. And yeah, like SRB, once again, a lot of things starting to line up for the squad. Should be able to comfortably go into this next bonus now, given the money that they've got. And sure, Smoke kind of got owned at the start there, but still kind of did what you need Smoke to do, right? We know Smoke is that player who is so dangerous with the sniper rifle in hand. That time it was just a Marshall there, but at the same time, still will have enough to get that Bucky in hand and really make this bonus an honest attempt here with 2 Phantoms coming in on the side of Exa as well as Nature. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, this is going to be their round. You love their fast and rambunctious gameplay, and here we go.
Wow, Solana reading that quick TP from Xander pretty quickly, but Smoke also gets back to that with that Bucky and is able to equalize quickly. Leo still on high here, does manage to find Exa creeping up on Root and Shopify. They will just continue committing to this fight that they know they still have more resources for, as Leo has been found and demolished. Smoke now able to pick up a better gun, and Shopify in the 3v1 to start out this take. That's a marvelous Rubble fight that just kept feeding on these FlyQuest players, and Smoke is gonna get 3 by the time the round is done.
Want to talk about a good understanding of how your team is, how your enemy team likes to engage into you? That was so masterfully read here by Shopify. It starts out with Solana finding a crazy kill, but Smoke just understanding exactly where these positions are going, and the rest of Shopify Rebellion Black understanding how FlyQuest will try and contest them and quickly dismantling that. I mean, you wouldn't buy the Bucky if you didn't expect to go into a close brawl, and that's exactly what happened. So just such a good read by SRB to convert that round over. Now we're seeing Smoke go onto the Outlaw. This time, a lot of Buckies in the hands of the FlyQuest duelists. Just in case they want to get nice, close, and personal and up into your face, then it should be a one-shot, one-kill, but FlyQuest, they opt to play things a little bit more slow, as SRB are trying to read them and trying to bait them out to find free kills.
You notice Solana and Tanza also bought heavies to deal with Smoke's Outlaw specifically? That is bizarre.
Here.
Oh, just in case you're sliding into him and then he somehow hits you with a
right,
sniper
no, I mean,
rifle up close.
I get it. If they're the ones engaging close and you're going to prio Smoke because they're the one, I mean, Shopify's having him cash in every time. In a round like that previous one, you're totally fine with letting everyone else die as long as Smoke can keep trading off of you. Just because the mobility means everything there.
The utility going over here. Keep in mind Exa as well. Okay, hey. That could have been dangerous.
All right. Good chip to start. Exa with the creep. That's found very easily by Sorex.
I'm all out.
They expect more of FlyQuest to rotate over here? I guess so. Duck getting chased. Tanza still not sold. C's not going to catch him, but Duck eventually dealt with. Now Tanza can punish Smoke. That's some great hesitation coming from him. And now he can... Nah, he doesn't have enough time to pick up the rifle. It doesn't matter. He can still get one more with this Bucky. That's nuts, man. Well, FlyQuest is here. They don't have the best guns, though. Solana with this Bucky, though, and he's going to be able to step in. Satellite trumped. Stepping back out to go for the free peek. That can get traded back away. Xander gets 2 down. Sorex is the last man standing, and a necessary one at that. FlyQuest make it work and get on the board.
We're gonna do a little bit of an empathy exercise here. Imagine you were in Xander's shoes, you know? Watching these people hop out of the smoke, shooting at you with a Bucky. And it's not just one. Oh, that one has a Bucky too. It's so terrifying seeing those shotguns kind of just fly around the corner. And Xander, honestly, keeping it nice and honest, if there was one more Bucky, I don't know if it would have done it there. But at the very end, it is gonna be FlyQuest winning that one out. And given the fact that they didn't really have a solid buy, I mean, you gotta be happy with how that round ended. We're seeing Solana as well go onto that operator now, whereas on the other side, SRB, they're not going to have enough funds to kind of buy up that super expensive sniper rifle. Something worth mentioning now is if SRB lose this round, then their economy is going to get the reset. You can say the same on the side of FlyQuest, but they will have a bit more padding to try and make sure that they can guarantee at least one rifle. So this is a very pivotal round when it comes to the economy game.
Fract getting burned by Solana stepping out onto the mound does confirm at least a stack, but no spite. And with 2 members of Shopify just kind of screwing around on rubble, FlyQuest has got to kind of just default their way through the problem. Yeah, they've put Solana on patrol on B for the pivot now. Just working off of Sorex's util. I mean, this is super reliable, especially with the C's. Oh, the Steel Garden, though. Yeah, C's plus Snakebite. Nothing on top of it immediately. Steel Garden's expired, so in Shopify goes. Quick to respond, but the smoke should keep Solana from getting anything. It's a nice extra height.
Spike planted is ready.
That goes down here will be a 5v5, but already FlyQuest are going in.
Quick slide in from Tanza, convergent. Pat stalls the retake, but still Solana able to refrag Satellite, dash in, caught by Smoke. inches, pixels, but Duck can go bar for bar in that metric. Nature ready for Leo's swing, but can't win the duel in Exa against 3. Angle is recovered. And FlyQuest have a second on the board now. Again, really great patience before they can show how much firepower they can boast walking back into this, even after a lot was burned on the entry.
Yeah, the fact that they get the convergent paths out, and then they're still able to run through there and find a kill. There is an argument to be made that, yeah, you know, it slows you down, but you still get that single shot off from the operator, more than enough to find a body. And they just overwhelm and overpower. Smoke, burning that ultimate, still gets 2 amidst all of that kind of chaos, but that's kind of the situations that FlyQuest want to force. They're going to be very quick to disengage off the site and play into that retake because that's what they're comfortable with. These guys, they like to be unconventional. They like to take the battle on their own initiative, and so they want to take that first initial engagement and make sure that they win it out on their own terms.
Salada managing to burn the Prowler before leaving the gap after the bite is also used, so Shopify, very boastful take of this default in Rubble with the eco. The TP in from Xander is not prepared for, but Sorex has good timing on it. You might have heard that. Well, they won't snake any further. Just hold up on B. They understand their clock isn't going to provide them any more favors.
Bring them down.
And convergent pads will cover, God, like the entire site. It's ridiculous. Oh, great C's thrown in there by Nature to stall at least a moment, but the rest of FlyQuest is in, and they're able to dismantle pretty easily here. Tied up after 6 rounds, Marks. I gotta say, Shopify's macro to start looks really well planned out, but FlyQuest have come out of the woodwork so quickly here to show how cerebral they're also playing.
Yeah, like they're very quick when they want to re-engage it. There's no room really for SRB to kind of get themselves set up after the spike goes down, you know, get into these fun positions. We expect to see some of the members of SRB push up a little bit. Nah, none of that. By the time the spike goes down, FlyQuest are on top of them and ready to try and find those kills. And to make matters worse, they're extremely proficient in that retake. Like I said, they're more than happy to yield the site if that means all 5 members can get into the brawl. You see them all very patiently waiting around to try and find the opportunity to pop their util because they know that they can control the space when it comes down.
Oh, Solana gets
leg shot. Wow.
There.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to take that against a smoke that you know is going to be going for something like that at this round. Good read on the mannerisms. FlyQuest has done their homework.
Yeah, Duck, we'll get pressured out here. This is so. I was just gonna say, they're leaving a gap open. That's exactly how FlyQuest love to play against.
Only made one sightline certain, and yet the 3v5 Exis still chooses to pop the pit. FlyQuest, I mean, there is only one way they love to deal with these, you know, kinds of takes. Burn it all down. Exa tucked up, first step given away. Duck just sprays it back down. Everybody vulnerable, but nobody lined up on the shots. Nature a little trapped on the baby. Not much time to get back to this spike and trying to spray his way through, but Leo providing an ample distraction to make sure he can hold it all the way. Only one member of FlyQuest left standing, but it's one that'll get them to the lead.
Wow, once again, it's just so quick when FlyQuest wanted to engage there. Exa popping the ult as well, trying to buy a little bit more time. And you see, even as it's deploying, FlyQuest are like, all right, get ready, get ready, get ready. Okay, now we just run in. And then they flood in on so many different angles, overwhelming Shopify Rebellion Black on the site. I almost wonder whether or not this is one of those things that SRB should pause a little bit before they get the spike down to get themselves set up appropriately before the spike goes down, because then you see that tends to be the go signal for when FlyQuest want to jump on them. And even then, when it comes down to these initial duels, like Solana, first of all, going over mound instead of around mound, it's just those little plays that are coming out with so much value as Smoke misses that shot despite getting it off first. It just goes into the leg, keeps Solana alive, Solana gets that body shot, walks away scot-free. It's so down to the details on how FlyQuest are playing this that SRB are just faltering against. There's nothing really wrong when it comes to how SRB are setting themselves up, doing these exacts and everything, but it's these little moments that's where we see FlyQuest shine.
anything, I think Shopify, it sounds almost counterintuitive. They want to reduce it back to the individuality, because at this point, when you think of FlyQuest, you don't think of an individual member. You think of the entire pack. You think of everybody running you down. And so if you're able to kind of strip that away, isolate to an extent, like Shopify did earlier in this game, and like they've been able to do with a couple of other really strong teams, and they're very capable. Toxic screen, yeah, it's not just Salada this time tucking up on top of it, and everybody from Shopify's here to fight it out. Salada dives in for Xander, refract back after safely, and now he's just gonna keep on driving the hammer in. Tanza the next checkpoint set up after he'll duck back. The question is, does Shopify pivot from here after losing the first?
Wow, we see trading Nightfalls as well. A classic barnyard brawl just outside of that A site. And the only people who come out on top are gonna be FlyQuest, as Xander went down in the midst of all of that chaos. If I'm being honest, I'm surprised that SRB didn't lose anymore. Once again, you could see the ethos, see the idea of what FlyQuest want to do, and just how aggressive they want to play this one. And so SRB, they're left kind of scratching their heads. A lot of util gets burned in that initial engagement, and FlyQuest are more than happy to back off of that one, as SRB slowly creep their way up on A.
Valor not going to find anything, keeping their distance with 35 to go, hitting the tree door. This has got to confirm it for FlyQuest here. They're still so prepped for Exa.
30 seconds left.
They'll start to sell the steps as they're paying attention to it. Again, like, just something little like that where Sorex just starts dashing willy-nilly, knowing that Tanz is watching the back of that lurk. Now FlyQuest can pay that full attention to the site, and Smoke can't even finish off the body, but Satellite can. Watching from the drop is Nature as well, and now the Steel Garden pop. FlyQuest trying to rush into it. Leo, that was knee jerk, and now his knees get broken, but Sorex! Clutch King yet again! And FlyQuest is up to 5.
Wow, Satellite almost brings us back into this one. Finds such crazy value, the swing around as well, making sure that all the members of FlyQuest were looking the wrong way, and Sorex comes out on top, walks through, spots out the single barrel there from Satellite, but flicks over to find that individual shot first, converting to a clean 2K. Unbelievable stuff for Sorex to be able to clutch out that round when it seemed like we were about to be treated, to Satellite absolutely running things over. And the round of streaks continue. The streak of rounds continue. 5 in a row now, all defuses, all retakes from FlyQuest, and they show absolutely zero sign of slowing down here, Tenrek.
Just so formidable, man. So strong at so many different phases of the round. It's you don't see teams this ubiquitous on a map this big, this often, especially in Challengers. Like this is the model. Oh. That's just
Not
gumption
like
from
this.
Leo. He wanted that.
That's a tough one to lose. And on top of that as well, it's Smoke, right? Like someone who you wanted to be able to clutch up. Given the fact that Satellite is now off that duelist, Smoke alone has to be able to find that entry space. And Salada is holding forwards there. This is that original shot, but we'll have more than enough to be able to back off here, as it's just SRB burning more util to try and get their way on site.
Yeah. Just throw some shots in as the Toxic Orb will now take the reins for the initial interception, but a smoke placed on top of River lets Gander get in scot-free and start really extending this. Shopify know how much space they have to take, and fast, and Xander lining up heads. Give it a chance to Shopify this round. And a good Vice setup as well from Satellite to make it so Tanza has to be committal one way or the other. He'll choose other. Make sure those vines go bye-bye before he goes for the real-life entry. And even so, Leo not yet red. Haunt to try to make sure that's taken care of. And now comes the push. FlyQuest don't have nearly as much as they normally do, and already being watched. Tanza can't get a damn thing, and Leo has way too much to watch. Shopify will keep 4 standing for their recovery round that was necessary.
A very necessary round for SRB to stabilize themselves and bring them back in, and it all comes down to Xander there. Doing a good job at overextending, which is something we usually don't praise players to do, but that time around Xander steps into FlyQuest's space and gets rewarded for it. The members of FlyQuest are not anticipating that. They think that Shopify are still scrambling to get the spike down, but no, Xander just walks up and finds early kills with FlyQuest. A little bit surprised actually, but they wanted to move in on that site. So a great stabilization round here to try and pull them back in. Finally, FlyQuest forced onto a save, given how rock solid their economy had been up until this point. And let's see what they've got first. It is actually just all of them really stacking up onto that B site. And you know what? We saw that 4-man stack on A site. Wouldn't be surprised if we were treated to a little bit more. The Prowler will give that information away.
They already were the Rogues Gallery. posing like him wouldn't be too out of character. But after that first 20, 30 will fade away. So too will the chances of that quick take, so FlyQuest can go window shopping with this big ol' stack somewhere else, while Sorex, par for the course, chills out by his lonesome. Smoke just double checking the first inward. Great timing just to let that bubble fly at 55 so that you can make sure A is fully checked, and it's not because Exa is still looking around. Ooh, Solana.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was on the verge of the door here. Could have opened it, but instead just tucked. And the calculated risk will be an error. Xander just took so much damage from those shots from Forex. Good lord.
Spike planted.
Keep in mind, Nature does have the Nightfall available as well. FlyQuest all moving their ways over here. You know how this is going to go. It's going to be fast and it's going to be messy.
Let's get her done. Nice shot by Xander, spotting the elbow early on. Saturate in to facilitate solely Solana, but that's not what Xander's looking at. The collat with the Outlaw nearly silences this round in one singular shot. But Solana, close quarters, can trade it back. Xander on track for the ace! And he does it all on his damn own!
That was a crazy shot. I mean, just such good understanding. Okay, yeah, you're seeing the waylay zip across your screen. Xander holds his ground, spots the other members coming through, and then finds the collat with the Outlaw. Wouldn't have wanted anything else there. And then, yeah, just uses the rest of the time to buy the space and then just picks them off one by one. Exactly like you kind of said there, Tenrak. You don't want FlyQuest to be able to group up, sorry. You don't want them to pull themselves together, to execute together and make a mess of the site. And so, isolate those individual picks there, and Xander is doing a fantastic job of doing it. Now tying Satellite in the number of kills so far in this match, as we are tied up 5-5.
And now who getting to have a talk with the team here?
Who?
Tough to know.
Sorry.
Right. Come on.
Hey,
I thought we were above that here, man. This is a mature broadcast.
Oh, yeah,
Those kinds of
my
jokes
bad.
do not fly here. But I'm not sure what conversation you really have with these kids this round, honestly. I mean, I get what you call the timeout now. I'm not sure what direction you take it, because I'm not sure if FlyQuest really should deviate that much from what they're already doing. I don't know if Shopify's really like unlocked this yet. You do have 2 rounds left in the half though. So it's like if you have like a really solid set play that you want to get out now before Shopify can like adjust, or you can't use it anymore, then yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I would be curious, especially given the ultimates that are kind of available to FlyQuest. I mean, Sorex, you're using that really just to deter at most, unless you go for it. Okay, yeah, an aggressive play potentially. Or not, Solana. Teasing us with these convergent passes. It looks like they will go.
Yeah, there it goes. Door procced. That hit 3. Xander's got a puppy guard, and the Saturate won't manage to hit him either. Counter Saturate as well, and so yeah, FlyQuest are fully thrown off of this back push. Just go ult for ult, and ultimately, I mean, Solana's probably satisfied with that.
I mean, you're able to hold back the pressure, force out the Nightfall, and then kind of move them towards potentially where this operator is, while making sure the C site is reinforced. This is a good read as well, because SRB have been really good at getting C.
Now the 4th stack is here. They didn't expect it to come until then, and now FlyQuest will just go for the swing. Now that there's no Nightfall to fear. Tanza has not been checked yet, and this walk-up is caught by Exa.
Yep.
No doubt where Xander's gonna be. Tanza knows it, has to duck out after the paranoia hits him. But I feel like he might just re-aggress out the gate here unless this drop smoke gets to him in time. Yeah, it will. And Xander's already cut off. It'll be a 2v4 for this post plant. FlyQuest have all the cards at the moment. Just need to execute the entry as the smokes will fade away here. Xander really good at hitting these headshots, but FlyQuest quicker to it. Leo snapping, and almost, yes, he'll get the 4th as well to have that ulti ready for the final round of the half. And that was, again, an amazing decoy setup with the convergent paths with just 2 on top of the mound to try to get the Nightfall out. And that took a lot of confidence because it also took a lot of throwing in the Saturate after they immediately didn't toss it back. It took commitment to that game plan, and it worked out. It forced Xander's TP as well to try to save face.
It genuinely felt like this was FlyQuest being like, listen, Tanza has the operator. Let's give Tanza a shot to just really heat it up and showcase why they're such a good player, right? Like, FlyQuest essentially use all of that waylay kit and all of that pressure to say, C is not yours, go the other way. And then they walk right into Tanza. It's perfect pathing to push your opponent to go into where you want them to. So when, sure, it's expensive, but especially against an SRB who have been gaining momentum, such a just bullying type of play to make them play your game.
Sticking to formula again for the C entry, just the Viper util to stop anyone other than the players who can jump and dive and TP over and through all of that. So Shopify can actually set up shop pretty conventionally and quickly. And the pot shots are almost, oh, Leo, you absolute madman. The man's down to 1 HP. And Tanza gonna start spraying it down. Oh, but Satellite gets those vines activated right on the choke piece. So Salada also stopped for a moment as well. And the clock is really ticking here against FlyQuest. The jump peak confirming Smoke's position, has to retreat just a tad bit into the river where the rest of Shopify is resting and has so much room to just shoot back. But the waterfall positioning from Duck and Sorex are causing a lot of chaos in the midst of this. It's gotta be the altitude that FlyQuest hold on to, and after the tap, Leo gets back down. They were doubled on the spike as Leo finds the drop shot just in time to get FlyQuest that 7th.
I really just have to say a big shout out to Sorex on that round. Almost single-handedly winning that out. Finding the timing on the duels, but buying that space for FlyQuest to get active. I mean, once again, it's just so in their own control when FlyQuest want to engage on these sites, and when SRB don't have a chance to get themselves set up, you see how uncomfortable they are. And now, as we swap things over here, it is going to be the 7-5 half. FlyQuest doing a much better job at finding their identity with how the split has kind of gone for them, being this such a dominant squad and kind of finding some gaps in their own styles, but doing a lot of homework to make sure that that is going to be nice and clean. It's crazy how clean the retakes are, but this is where I imagine we're going to see FlyQuest really start to take off. I am curious though, because SRB, once again, their composition is purely made to kind of counter it.
It's true. Yeah, ready to intercept this, and that's a great way to start it off. Saturated into paranoia, catches only 2. There's not enough to back that up all the way, but man, that was a sick trap to at least clear the crowd. Even so, Duck and Sorex weren't even touched there, and so a reset gifted by the gods to FlyQuest here as there's still 70 seconds to go.
And now it's just Exa who's going to be responsible at holding down the C sight line. It's exactly where FlyQuest are going. Spots that one out, is going to be backing up here. And this is where, whoa, we would have expected Exa to kind of pop off, but not going to be the case. Tanza just diffs him on the site.
Early bite to set the playing field as well. That's a voluntary 1v3 that you don't really question Exa for taking. Completely understandable. But now no Fulcrum available. As FlyQuest will get the spike down, have Sorex as that first point man to make sure Nature is in the spot that is predicted. Satellite's just uncalled for, but he's not straying. Now they will use the arc rows on this first corner, so got to cover each other. Tanza good for the 1. And Satellite, wow, yeah, he might just get toyed with a little bit here. Didn't catch him.
Oh, there
okay, all right. Yeah, my bad. I got a little scared. But well taken by FlyQuest after that 3v3. I mean, they're the ones who are able to get quicker to the punch, and then, yeah, Exa not getting 1 there is crucial.
Yeah, and like, I know that that's highlighted Exa at being such a phenomenal Viper player, right? Like, specifically on those lurks, finding those timings, always looking to do his thing. But teams have been starting to get used to those specific things. And I will say, when Exa is caught off guard, a lot of that impact just simply disappears. And it feels a little bit inconsistent, in my opinion, about how good Exa can be on some of these maps. And unfortunately, this is just one of those maps where Exa has not found that time to turn it up, those opportunities to find those clutches. And I think moving Satellite onto the Vise might have been more of a nerf onto SRB than they were really anticipating.
The 1, meet the 5. So I'm trying to like solely think about bonuses for the moment here, just because you know that FlyQuest don't really have to stop doing just this for a hot minute, and it's going to be what more often than not dances around Satellite's util. So, I mean, Shopify have got to figure out this rubble fight now. Like, this needs to be the timeout called while they're waiting for the spike to go boom to figure out, okay, how do we win these fights consistently? How do we not fall behind? And even if we're able to hold on to members of our team, how do we make sure that for the secondary fight, we're not behind on stuff?
And I feel like a lot of that is not the fact that they're simply going to be behind, but that they need to just... All right, they're at least able to fight. A lot of that. I was going to say, surely something... Genuinely think a lot of this team's identity has been built around Satellite being that clutch duelist and then allowing a little bit of pressure to be relieved off of Smoke, right? Like, Smoke, incredible sniper, incredible long range player, obviously going on to the chamber or the, you know, playing those long angles all the time and is going to be so damn consistent with an operator. But right now, what this composition lacks is Satellite being able to comfortably move forwards and take that space for SRB. Has to stay alive, has to play that util, and sure, can be left alone on his own to be able to try and clutch things up, but that's not how you want the team play to go.
Oh, Salada able to catch Xander before he can go for the fadeaway, and Exa can't trade it back. He's too busy holding on to the util he's using to stop the rest of the team from walking in. And so now you have to call on Smoke to help facilitate the rest of this defense on a C site that FlyQuest doesn't even have to go for. Now you're going to keep walking in. You're going to keep looking for yours to try to get the advantage back, and FlyQuest is just holding steady.
Even when SRB try to push up, they get punished for it. Now Satellite alone on that A site. Can't even back up the rest of the team here. It's going to be up to Exa and Smoke to try and stop this one down, but this is FlyQuest.
Well, Smoke can manage to track down Tanza. Tough one to get. Exa already a lot on him. 3 down, it's just Zorex. Sprayed down despite the slow and still adjust to the boxes. And you were waiting for a single-handed move from this guy.
30 seconds.
Star Korean challengers moving over to Shopify the previous stage. And we were all waiting for the numbers to show just how crazy he was. But he's become a highlight king instead, man. Clutches abound, and Sorex, centering himself before finalizing this spike. Exa cannot get ahead of the poison orb in time. Maybe go for the jump peek. No, Sorex can reset in the river as Satellite makes the way over. Is this coordinated? No, it's singular, and it's Exa! 4 down! And Shopify can recover the bonus that looked nigh on impossible.
Exa on defense should be studied. Like, it's kind of crazy. I know I just talked about how Exa can be a little bit inconsistent, you know, all of that type of stuff. But that primarily exists only on the attack, right? Like, that is usually when we see Exa trying to find opportunities, trying to play those lurks, and it has, generally speaking, not always come out on top of it. But when you leave Exa alone on a site and not trying to push forwards and take those opportunities, he does an excellent job at navigating around that Viper's utility to its supreme. And finding the timings, finding these individual plays, being in such weird spots that no one is expecting is exactly how Exa likes to play things. And so will shut down that round and give SRB a little bit of a breathing space. But it's still 3 rounds separating these two teams. FlyQuest still have the weaponry that they need to try and pull this one across the board. At this point, I'm thinking maybe we get Exa a couple more orbs, get that online, but Duck is really close to having the Nightfall online as well.
Yeah, a couple ways for Shopify to get their foot in the door here, and any interruption provided to a team that lives to have that through line as FlyQuest is so important to the long run. Nature is burning this util quick on these checks, man. He knows FlyQuest can make it the distance so fast. Terrifying. And they'll just keep walking. They don't care.
Yeah. I'll find
another
numbers
prowler?
too.
Sure, yeah, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Vice util is now gone as well. It's only been 40 seconds now where FlyQuest has just gotten rid of basically any intel that Shopify could get. So now they can cut for 2025 or Shopify to, again, take risks.
SRB, they really just hold their ground, but they don't have an understanding of what's going on in the space. So a couple of gaps opening up. I'm specifically looking at Xander, who has to get the spot, make that call, but FlyQuest still have a little bit to kind of play around with. So Xander kind of aware of it. Doesn't see anything more here. Will be wise, telling the team not to make their rotation over. Satellite going to be in a position where they can potentially punish as they move in.
Satellite finding the one before getting traded back. Tons again. Eventually it will, as this Nightfall has allowed a lot of the spacing to be done for FlyQuest's favor. Now the retake initiated. Smoke's already here. Oh, Xander, another spray as the drop smoke comes through. And Tanza and Leo have got to play harder police, but they do on that front line. Tanza with 3 to end the round as well. And the set him up and knock him down is not as like fluid as one would, you know, really like. But FlyQuest, they do those two things in that order.
And right now we're really missing that piece on the side of SRB of someone like Tanza, who's able to fly around, take so much space, but more importantly, be so dynamic on the site. Like, you never know where this Neon is kind of going, right? And it's so difficult to kind of predict how that slide up comes through. And while SRB are trying their best to stunt the push from FlyQuest, use that utility, stall them out for a second. Unfortunately, the bulldoze coming through from FlyQuest is just a little bit too powerful there. So will be a timeout being called for Shopify Rebellion Black. Coach Effie's trying to figure out exactly how they can kind of move this one around. Shopify Rebellion, one of those teams that heavily relies on the macro outplaying and understanding and use of utility to kind of introduce these stops into the style that teams like FlyQuest like to rely upon. So I'm wondering if this is just going to be a, hey, let's cool off our heads, sort out our utility, make sure that we're not getting isolated and taken down, because you can see it's these moments where SRB are being baited to take these individual duels, take those fights, because they know that they can kind of play that high octane style, but FlyQuest are always going to win out when it comes to that specific aggression. So I'm wondering what Shopify have cooked up for us now. It is going to be just a 4-man push out of C site. Of course, it is just a pistol save, but FlyQuest have really just kind of swept up all of their momentum. And you can tell they're flying on all cylinders right now.
Well, the stack here is definitely good against the contact that FlyQuest likes to bring in early on. And Salada will get jump scared there by a lot of pistols, just burning him down. So now Shopify can extend back again, set up the Vice util nice and late. I really appreciate that sheer now. FlyQuest will just continue committing to it. Rose to sell the positioning, so they still have to jump in at once. 1, 2, 3.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
So Shopify, I mean, they'll clear the rest of this to make sure there are no lurkers, but we're at a certain phase in FlyQuest's lifespan as a team where the lurking actually isn't like the thing that stands out anymore. The team play has been the resounding thing across this game. And so it'll be the team play that both teams lean on yet again. Who's in whose element? It's Tanza at the front, traded away lightning fast. Leo's paranoia catches everybody, but the counter paranoia catches Leo. And so Xander can keep on moving on forward. Leo now stepping back and catching the rest. On track for the ace against Satellite. And of course, they're going to try and hand it to the guy, but will Satellite hand it to the guy? I think not. He's going to find a different way to let that spike go boom on him.
Yeah, it's just going to move out of the way there, but good use to try and counter a lot of that utility that gets kind of tossed out. Oh, Satellite, okay. Still as clean as ever, but we'll just go down to the spike at this point. If it wasn't for Leo kind of clutching up and finding that spray down effectively on what was SRB just running them down with pistols. But I think this might have actually turned the way of SRB, but very expected. FlyQuest, they find their 11th round. SRB are struggling. Have only won 1 round so far on this defense here. And that was because of a pretty significant gun advantage. They do have that Viper Spit for Exa. Potentially close down one of these individual lanes, but given how big this map is and how many different avenues we can see FlyQuest push out of, it's not something that you can just simply decide that you're going to try and funnel them in a different direction. And FlyQuest this time, knives in hand, shift walking up onto B. Smoke going to be the only person here who could potentially stall them.
And a question of who he targets with that operator, it would have to be Salada taking the forward approach, but he still misses after Salada takes a weird path and runs him down. And Baby B site completely owned by FlyQuest in mere milliseconds, and Shopify are going to choose to try to aggress in the interruption because they know they have that door peek coming from Exa. It has to be a pinch, but the convergent paths will confirm the rest of the crowd is just Exa left now. Is this a flawless round? No, Tons is going to run in and hand his body over to the problem to make sure that this lurk is confirmed, but FlyQuest, they'll just let the spike run dry and make sure that X is dealt with ASAP. 12-6 here on Lotus, and FlyQuest, I mean, beyond impressive to say the least here on Lotus.
No, absolutely, and once again, this is kind of what I anticipated when it comes to their attacking style. You can tell that this is very much a SRB choosing their composition specifically to counter how FlyQuest is going to build themselves, right? It's that understanding of what's going on, but it's not playing to their own individual strengths, right? Like, the way that they're kind of set up here, they're leaving these gaps, and it feels a little bit more uncomfortable just because FlyQuest, when they come swinging in, are doing an excellent job at just overwhelming the sites. And so Viper's Pit gets deployed by Exa all the way onto that C site. And, well, the sad reality of it is that was just all bait coming through from FlyQuest. They just wanted to force out that ultimate, not have to worry about that site at all, because already they're making their way up A, potentially deciding to end on B if they're able to make it through that little door.
Don't even bother with the C site. If the funnel into B does go through, though, I think that is the secondary thing that Shopify would want with Satellite having all that set up on the link. And it seems like that is the plan. Thorns up, Tons is ahead of it as always, and Solano. That's a mean sideline to take on the step up, and Tons is sliding right into smoke. Style points on top of another round that FlyQuest are trying to take in a speed. Shopify is by this point, if the game doesn't already. Sorry about this, guys, but FlyQuest is going to finish the round. I think any of us could have figured that one out. 13-6 fashion as well. Resounding beginning to the series from them.
Absolutely. FlyQuest looking more awake than ever. And although there was a lot of planning here coming from Shopify Rebellion Black to find gaps, find those opportunities to shut things down, it just simply didn't matter when you were going up against a FlyQuest. I mean, you know, when we talk about SRB, we're talking about a bunch of very capable players finding their opportunities, finding their timings, making these crazy clutch plays. And this time around, it just felt like they were trying to make something happen, try and rely on a bit more of that macro, and simply just couldn't find what they needed to get started. And as a result of that, it was just FlyQuest, because their players are more than happy to take that brawl, more than happy to take that fight right to them. And well, when you got players just shooting as sharp as they are, then some of these rounds just fell to the wayside despite all of that preparation that Shopify had done ahead of time. And on their own map pick as well. That is a statement being made by FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's true. It's clear FlyQuest came with such a steady and stalwart game plan throughout this. They are no longer outliers. They are no longer, you know, shifters. They are just some good-ass players, and they're very close to becoming playoff contenders. Just one more map, and it's going to be their own pick of Pearl. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match. Anybody.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got away looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, folks, your FlyQuest, that is exactly the way you want to start your qualification run for playoffs. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm host Elizabeth, joined with Ben Sidley and Emily in the desk. And if you're just joining us, FlyQuest are stealing Shotfire Rebellion Black's map pick of Lotus. And let me go to you first, Emily. 7-5 half, right? We were wondering how this was going to go, how this was going to turn out. And all of a sudden, FlyQuest, I don't know, Leah, the half had a talk or like a flip switch, or switch flipped, excuse me. But it was clinical from FlyQuest.
No, I mean, the fact that they got a 7-5 half on defense Lotus to begin with while running that double duelist comp, they didn't really have like a whole lot of delay anyways, was really impressive. And that second half, SRB, the one thing that I wanted to see them do so badly is prioritize getting an operator. Majority of the time, you see FlyQuest leaning towards that A side and just walking up, and they have to expend like all of their info utility. Like a lot of that fade util was gone because they didn't know where they were because they were contacting. There wasn't really anyone going for a little bit of info. Even towards that C side, maybe taking space. They didn't do that enough either. And I just feel like they've always been known for their contacting plays. They've always been known for walking up and bursting. And an operator has been something that has like destroyed them before. So the fact that, I mean, okay, obviously they didn't prioritize it for a round 3 buy, and then after that their eco was never really good enough to actually buy that. But I think early on, if they prioritized that, they would have had a lot more success and wouldn't have to have expended a lot of their util early in the round.
And on the other side, though, of the spectrum is FlyQuest actually were able to get that off as soon as possible in the hands of Solana, and he was definitely a thorn on the sides of SRB trying to work that map. I think when you're looking at the defensive side of FlyQuest, they went 100% on retakes. You guys mentioned a double duelist, but I think it's also because there were so many first blood opportunities given by Solana because he had 3 picks on the op. We'll have to recount how many he's gone just on that half in itself, but that means that SRB were able to get onto sites, but always had to try to hold the site at a disadvantage, lose map control. So they never really were well positioned when it comes down to the flood retakes of FlyQuest. And that's where I'm saying, like, you don't need to like throw a whole kit around the Waylay to be able to disrupt your opponents. You saw that even on the attack side, Solana's just pulling out the refract, walks in, jumps in with a shotgun, doesn't need to like double dash in. He just pops outside of the smoke because he's expecting somebody's going to play close range, right? Because when you're playing that spot, when you're smoking the B main, what are you trying to do? Break util, break trips, do anything. So sometimes you're gonna have opponents play around that area when you're working that map, and they found a lot of first blood successes. I mean, look at that, 14 out of 5, and a lot of them, again, like I said, it was definitely on Fly. And again, even if it says 6 out of 7, if you're looking at that bottom over there on that first half, look how many diffuses we got there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? On that side of FlyQuest. So they were really good on the rounds that they won here on the defense. And that was probably the biggest thing here that SRB has to look back on is how do we not lose our first engagements like that? And how can we hold our pulse plants?
I think 2 things also we want to bring up is that FaZe did try to stem the bleeding at one point. He took a second time out, as I think it was around 10-6, that's around 17, where he tried to stem the bleeding, but unfortunately he was just unable to do that. And I think Mark's talked about it in his cast, saying that like SRB, especially in Nature, were using so much util so early on the defensive side to try and figure out where FlyQuest were, where they could stop them. Unfortunately, they were just unable to do that. And I mean, I know Leo had an incredible game, proving that's why Omen is the best controller game. Of course, Xander having those incredible hero moments. That ace on 5 HP. I know that obviously the scoreline does not show it, but absolutely incredible performance for both Xander and Exa stepping up to the plate as well, our player that we highlighted. But again, this is our game 4 qualification, Emily, and FlyQuest just stole SRB's map pick before we move into Pearl.
Yeah, and now we're going into their map pick where they also run a double duels comp with that Phoenix. And that's going to be super annoying to deal with on the side of SRB, having to deal with a Phoenix just running in, especially in those mid areas that you can get a lot of really good pop flashes off, and kind of just being able to set up your Neon to just run it down on them. And considering how much they struggled against Fly doing that on this attack half, just kind of bursting and contacting that. Now, if you add on flashes to that, it's going to be really tough for SRB to kind of find a solution, especially because they don't have time, really. They have to just be talking right now about how they're going to go into Pearl and try and figure out a way to kind of dismantle these big group XX, dismantle these big group fights, even on the defense, because they're going to be taking space. With that comp, you have all the utility you need to be able to go take that A main space, be able to farm up those Phoenix orbs and alts. And with how Fly's playing right now, literally the whole team kind of holding their own and going positive, it's looking really scary and very intimidating for SRB.
I think another thing also is this is like such a proof of concept, right, for FlyQuest, right? Like they have proven to you exactly what they are doing is going to work. And so if you're FEs, if you're SR Black, this is a scary moment for you. Of course, it's not an elimination match, right? You have tons of like a buffer that if you lose this, you can keep on going. But you would really, as Van said before, you really want to qualify for playoffs as soon as you can because of the advantages that it offers you. But our friends, Justin, we're going to show you our maps one more time to show you just how we got here and where we might be going. Lotus, SRB's pick, FlyQuest take it. Pearl, FlyQuest pick. Question mark. We don't know how this is going to go right now. And if necessary, we'll take it to bind with FlyQuest starting on the fence. Emily, as you said, this is something that, again, the kind of proof of concept, like I'm saying, you know, put it together, take what you learned on Lotus, what you did on Lotus, bring it to Pearl, and it just might work. Is that something do you think SRB will adjust for, or is it something they'll kind of be caught off guard once again?
I mean, it's difficult to say, especially since they're starting on defense again and they're going to be kind of in a similar situation than they were on Lotus. They're going to have to be quick with their adjustments, because if they even want to make it to bind, which don't even get me started on how good and how dominant FlyQuest can be on that map, it's a tough battle. You have to be able to kind of counter and try and like separate the two duelists and not allow them to just run it down on you. And you have to be able to kind of disrupt their exits before they even get a chance to get out, because once they do, they're going to continue fighting, continue taking space with that comp, and it's really hard to kind of stop a moving bullet is what FlyQuest honestly feels like.
Yeah, and now that we have a chance to see the agent select too, I think that's the thing. I forgot where the conversation I've heard, I don't know if it was Plat Chat or somewhere else, or one of the coaches just trying to think it through and run the numbers. There's a lot of, if I'm not mistaken, like double duelist comps are really outplaying the double controller and double initiator. So even if SRB are able to find the early information, it's hard for them to rotate fast enough, just the composition in general, because you don't have a Euro that fast TPs to stack up a site already when you're brute forcing on the other end with not enough stall. So this is why I'm hoping now, not necessarily on both Satellite and Nature, but the responsibility is on Exa and Xander. You need to have those good setups, and you need to have that stall to give a chance for the teams to rotate across and help out. Because if it's not for that, you're going to see very similar results than FlyQuest just as proven on that first map of Lotus here against SRB.
Well, FlyQuest are hungry for that qualification, and they are one map away. They're going to their map pick of Pearl. Can they make it a clean 2-0, or will Shopfire Billion Black stem that bleeding and bring us to a map 3? Let's send over to your casters, Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks, Liz. And yeah, as Vans mentioned, Marcus, FlyQuest's double duelist composition is not only on their pick of Pearl, but also has a better record on it so far. And just as he said, you can get intel on one of these main lanes as much as you want and as quick as you want, but the pivot that comes after that is going to be so much faster out of FlyQuest. They try to take A main and a couple salvos come their way. That's fine. Let's just step back and go to B side. We already know at least 2 players aren't going to be there, and we can fight our way through the rest. Shopify is going to take longer to get there. Starting out on the defense, they're already going to have to consider those factors walking into this map.
Yeah, and once again, their composition is just built to frag out of their minds. FlyQuest, all cylinders are going to be just shooting, right? Like, that's what they want to do here. And SRB, they're going to be playing that util game, but the macro has to make a huge difference if they want to make sure that they can kind of turn this one around to their favor. Like the desk highlighted as well, it really feels like they're FlyQuest, they're just going to keep on doing what they know is working, because that's what they do. On the other side, SRB had that chance to adapt themselves. And well, let's see what they've got cooked up here on this map.
Well, Turret's going to give away the push through art, but is it this formidable that Shopify are prepared for. A lot already used up just to play preventative, but Salat is already ahead of this and is flashing his way in. Xander can at least hold on the dugout and gets 2 along the way, but Salat has made his way into the back. Xander can at least make his way back there and grab a 3rd frag this round. And with Sorex so low, it's got to be Antanda to do a lot of the legwork here, and everybody's watching him. The dugout re-entry's perfect. Shopify only dropping a couple bodies along the way to what wasn't even a fully blown retake. They stuck around here a majority of the round. FlyQuest just couldn't kill him.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things, right, where it's just like, all right, well, we know FlyQuest are probably going to just get up into our face. Frenzy time, and then just kind of really leaning into that pistol and be able to gun them all down, but immense value being found by Xander. I feel like when it comes to this matchup, Xander has been such a good asset for SRB, specifically at shutting down some of these aggressions that FlyQuest continue to just try and run amok onto Shopify Rebellion Black. So that is going to be the pistols go in the way of SRB. Going to be seeing the buy up here. Smoke, of course, grabbing the Marshall in hand. You know he's always going to go for that sniper rifle. More importantly, Xander got the shotgun in hand, especially given that kind of fast and flashy style. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of space gained by SRB, ready to take this fight.
And FlyQuest not going to go for the immediate pivot, knowing the worst guns lets them stack fight this a little bit better. Whoa. And with that slow down, they're actually able to get a couple picks on the board. The reload fever almost takes down Nature, but Shopify will keep 3 standing. For that follow-up, and FlyQuest are just going to be pounding on the door for this opening.
And good use of the Tejo utility there from Satellite to be able to zone them out and gain that additional space, right? Because we know FlyQuest, they're going to be coming at you. We know that they're going to be going fast. It causes them to pause just for a second to make sure that they can get nice, close, and personal and allow for a lot of those weapons to just find maximum value. And I think that this Tejo pick is going to be really interesting because Satellite has to just do an excellent job at reading what FlyQuest's plays are and use that utility to disrupt it. That is going to be the most important thing. And look at this. It's just another flashback of the last round.
Yeah, another full-blown fight out here, and they're holding close. Satellite able to get 2 down as Leo, has to kind of fly between the cracks. Now it is Satellite and Nature to watch this last rifler as EXO will begin that creep up the back. Surely he's keen to it. Oh, timing.
There we go.
Well, yeah, I mean, FlyQuest choosing to fully commit to that again and still coming in with slightly worse guns. Satellite having his shots down is a fantastic start for Shopify.
I know, you wouldn't want it any other way. And at this point, FlyQuest, like, surely you don't go into the same route and onto A again and run into the exact same problems. The fact that Satellite finds 2 amidst all of this chaos and then Leo has to go for the cursed reload mid-slide, it just works out so favorably for SRB. And yeah, look at this. They immediately adapt their resources around, and now FlyQuest will be pushing and trying to crunch into the back of that spawn. So they're going to be storming middle, take all that space, and X is going to be the only one who could potentially stall them out. Playing this Killjoy here and relying on that utility.
I'm wondering if X is going to turn out to be the perceived weak point. Well, what else are they going to be going for? Come on.
Should be obvious.
Yeah, very well done by EXO, though. Good sense to just squeeze some value out of it. That does still let FlyQuest at least infect. That's never going to stop with the speed that this Neon has.
Look at this. FlyQuest, they actually spread themselves out. They're going to be grouping up and playing this game on a battle of 2 fronts, but they might be able to isolate the individual members of Shopify Rebellion.
A lot of long rangers that can dink for the kill. Xander, yeah, catching 1 at least, maybe both. So they'll read this as the pinch, likely. At that point, FlyQuest know what they can give away. Tanza, what a peek! That was ballsy, dude. But Xander, yeah, tough position to try to counteract. Jumps back into the smoke and actually gets taken down. Sorex pops out with the Sheriff. And sometimes it is just this kind of round that is the one that FlyQuest is going to win. But even still, Sorex, 5 HP, leaving it tough for the remainder. Exa spinning around the dugout. Found by Duck. Timing again. Kind of tough.
Wow. Smoke can make this work. Sorex down to just 1 HP and 1 shot, 1 kill onto Duck as well.
Yeah, just needs 1 full clip in order to deal with this. And Sorex is a country mile away.
Oh. Yeah, that's not happening.
Jump into the dugout. Smoke gets it. Sorex
kidding me?
has the gravity well, just shoots it back, and
Okay.
Smoke deals with that, but I don't think there's time, right?
No, I don't think there is time either. No. A little bit unfortunate. Kind of a funny interaction there, but being honest with you, like,
yeah.
Hey, Smoke, I'm gonna force you to peek me, and I'm gonna find the. Oh no, never mind. You actually won that one because I was 5 HP. But we're seeing a lot of value being found with shotguns right now. Whether or not it's Xander holding the judge nice and close and personal, or it is gonna be Smoke flying through with the shorty in hand. And once again, that seems to be the foil to FlyQuest because they're going in so fast and just aggressing through these smokes, kind of flashing their way out. The members of Shopify Rebellion who have kind of hung out in that smoke have just been doing a great job. And speaking of smoke, it's going to be Smoke with the operator now. Going to be pushed up here, but immediately marked by the haunt. So we'll have to kind of dash out of there and get that additional space. So good use of utility to try and flush out that operator because they're so aware that that's probably what Smoke wants to do.
Doing a thing.
Now with this operator back up, rare miss. Allows the reposition from FlyQuest, and in fact, they're gonna just put Tanza here to try to distract, and it's gonna work. Ooh, this is such a good cut from FlyQuest, because they already cut after the light speed came out from Smoke, so their SRB is more prepared for them to take their time with it. Proactive Hunter's Fury to catch the approach onto A main, and it's gonna be able to chase down Duck. Nice tracking by Nature, who is just gonna spray that Odin down to make sure Salada can't get much done on this A site with this run it back. But as the Smike is still miles away, and Tanza all this while has crept up B main, FlyQuest might just run back again.
Yeah, but I think that's okay if you are SRB, because now they're all nice and grouped up. You still have quite a bit of initiation utility, given the double initiators that you're bringing into it. The question is, though, where Sorex gets set up, because you know Salada going to be probably playing a little bit more aggressive here. Tanza going to go for those long sight lines, but it is going to be coming down to where Sorex sets up a lot of these stars to try and stall things out. We've seen the clutch happen before.
This Nebula is not going to let Tanza have one free sightline for long, and Shopify knows the second they get the double swing it, Tanza's going to have to at least TP out. He's going to isolate his sight lines, make sure Salada can cover. He's going to get way up, even the curveball in to take the stack, and he gets immediately taken down. Now all the confidence in the world to keep on going, and the jump peek in is perfect to make sure Tanza can't get a scent. Jump down from Nature to make sure the full stack is here. Sorex providing the cover fire, but it's got to be Tanza once again to counteract the defusal that's still going from Nature. The cover fire is there, but Tanza hopping in with the shotgun, and then Sorex with the coverage. FlyQuest make it work with just 2 up.
Tanza, man, that was looking like a smoke play coming in with the operator. Just so aggressive, so upfront, not afraid to just continuously commit to that double peak, just going back for more and more and more, dismantling everything that was put together, despite the fact that Xander and Nature find these opening frags. It's so clean, and yeah, I think Nature thought that he was going to be safe sticking it, understanding Smoke had his back with the sniper, but not going to be enough. FlyQuest as well, now with 4 ultimates online. A bad situation gets worse as SRB down onto pistols here as they emphasize that middle control, but FlyQuest are going to be running over them onto this B site. SRB yet to really deal with how they want to be able to control B. They're doing a good job of holding A, but this B site still is a puzzle for them.
This map has gone almost the exact same way that Lotus has so far, by the way. FlyQuest just finding this momentum and picking it up. Does that continue on their own map pick? As Shopify, now on round 6, have been relegated to a bad bye after getting worn down, so they themselves will stack back up, this time on the road. Salada, as always, holding close, holding steady, trying to make sure that he can find those opening frags and leave the rest of the crowd up to the rest of FlyQuest. First peek out, beautiful from Exa again! Both for him on the first entry out, and the satellite salvos are gonna make it so Exa can get a third! Stage is set, and Leo has to duck back with his shotgun in tow. Cosmic Divide is well set up. Leo popping up the overdrive, it's read beautifully by Xander! And Shopify have their finger, nay, they whole body on the pulse.
Like, what's the point of getting rifles, you know? I just don't see
Why
the
bother?
Yeah, I know. X is just like, what up, guys? I'm John Wick. Time to find some headshots. And then you see immediately after those kills come through, once again, a lot of the teamwork for Shopify Rebellion Black has been so solidified at this point, but Xander doesn't hesitate for a second to bring that one out. And they're so aware of what could happen with Leo kind of popping the ultimate right off the bat. And so it's just such a comprehensive push through. And I do think that it comes down to the chaos caused by a lot of this initiator utility. You see Satellite consistently kind of paving the way forwards with a bit of util. And I don't know if it's just a visual clutter on the screen or if it's doing a good job at repositioning the people, but Shopify Rebellion Black have been playing excellently off of this double initiator setup. The biggest issue for me on that last map was they didn't even really get the chance to showcase some of their setups, some of their set plays that we know that they've been prepping up until this point. But this time around, it feels like a completely different story. And that's why they're leading right now 4-2 and forcing FlyQuest to take that time out.
Yeah, completely new map, completely new story in Shopify. Like you said, just a new level of awareness heightened thanks to that double initiator that can set up, flush out, make it so they don't have to stare at nearly as much when they go for these entries. And goddamn was Exa hitting those shots.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, you have so many...
needed.
Yeah. Tanza's gonna whip out this tour de force for round 7 now that operator has been burned away from him. And I mean, you have a lot of ways to approach this, but A main has been pretty well controlled by Shopify so far. So it feels like they have to keep resting on mid and B main to start. Nature's already gonna deal with that first one. That wall bank's ridiculous to find Duck. Exa's gonna get a turret kill onto Leo 2 on their own entry.
Chicken has come home to roost. That's a tough one. And like you talk about, I think the story was that on the last map, FlyQuest were just doing such a good job at taking those initial duels, but the script has been completely flipped around. SRB just popping themselves out and finding those timings, finding FlyQuest before they can even make their way in. Unbelievable stuff coming through, and we're starting to see Smoke get online, who we know based on stage 1, when Smoke is a little bit quiet, the team falters a bit, but now Smoke is definitely there and definitely finding those frags.
Well, in the meantime, Tanza's gone patrolling down B main with that sniper. Going from Shopify, daring to peek him. Until he gets all the way back to spawn to meet back up with Sorex, who in the meantime has cleared everything other than road.
Left.
As long as they can bulldoze Exa, they figure there is max 2 players here. Star setup, it's telegraphed. Salvo out early to stop it. Tanza just with a jump in to try to get the trade back, and it will work. Sorex not even stunned by that, and he can win the fight against Satellite. Nature trying to get the lineup with the shots, but it's not planned to default, and Sorex now has time to set up another star to let a one-way onto Nature, so he's got to back up. That's a perfect fadeaway, dude. Got to reset for the 1v2 now as Xander, unconventional position coming from main. Is Sorex going to be ready for that once Nature is dealt with? If Nature is dealt with. Gotta be checked, surely, right? Oh, it's not.
So unaware.
Oh, Sorex whiffs! Has to duck back to fight number 2. Deals with it. Xander gone. Just Nature in the woodwork. And already the star on top to make sure he doesn't have to peek it at first. Spikes in even half. Nature's got to tap it. Sorex daring to peek it means he doesn't have to again, but he does! What a clutch from Sorex again to get FlyQuest back in the driver's seat.
Oh, man. Sorex with the clutch again. Round after round, we see Sorex kind of thrust into these terrible opportunities where it's like a 1v blank scenario, right? And I was going to be questioning so many things when Exa was able to find that kill onto Tanza, flying through. I thought it was going to be all done, but Sorex just does such a good job at ducking, dodging, weaving around that site, leaving that position completely unknown, and almost found Nature there, which would have been so easily just, you know, close the round out before anyone could rotate around. Doesn't matter. Sorex closes things and buys FlyQuest yet another round. Look at this. The aggression so early on is going to force Exa across the T side of his eyes. Have to play backwards here. It is going to be the Armageddon online as Satellite. Force him into the crunch.
Yeah, perfect excuse for FlyQuest to just give it a go. Smoke gonna have to retreat temporarily.
Oopsies.
Satellite not even good for the one. Salada able to catch him on the choke up. And Shopify's here to respond, but are they here ready to fight enough? The lockdown gonna be pressed early on to make sure that can be worked with. But Salada, with this run it back, is gonna make sure that's burned down. Smoke operators that down pretty quickly. Leo is staying here. just to try and get something. Yeah, but Smoke again keeping his distance. Really good brain from there. Now the Blaze to set up a second wall that Solana initiates through, gets one more. Nature down to half. Xander again flanking from B main, and it's not prepared for this time. Tanza getting pressured, but Sorex again, and Smoke is watching it. God damn, that was fast.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you're so hyper-focused on what the actual fight on the site is happening. Xander has that entire opportunity to get this flank set up online. You know that the FlyQuest players were so hyper-focused at buying just enough time to get Sorex into a position where Sorex can be the one who is that ultimate factor to take out all the retakers. But all the while, Xander was the one who beat them to the punchline, got that flank online, and made sure that there was going to be no opportunity for any FlyQuest player to get up to any shenanigans, making sure that it was going to be an SRB round. These are so aggressive. And to be fair, I thought Satellite played that excellently, but got kind of taken out given the amount of smoke pressure that was put onto there. So
remain this mystical for so long, and especially when we swap sides, that's something I'm definitely concerned about going forward here for FlyQuest 2. They cannot be the ones that are making the rules nearly as often here. So just gonna plant Tanza here to start, as just a little bit of neutral info trading will go the way of FlyQuest. They're gonna start sending in the stack to mid, as they'll make sure that nobody's stuck around, but someone has. Rendezvous set up, so Tanza's still willing to take the fight. The question is Shopify willing to take the fight?
Could be a 5-stack moving in now. Could be up this.
Revealing area.
You're walking away from that one.
Yeah, the freeze frame will show at least Xander's not. Whoa, whoa! What? Felt like the record just got scratched on me, man. But yeah, they've made the site their own. Dealt with nature at some point in there. And now the Cosmic Divide for the Post. It's already looking like a really solid eco, and the Convergent Pats, I mean, that doesn't catch a jack, dude. What?
Oh my.
Whoa, good sense by Tanza. That Satellite down low, and Tanza might just do it all on his own. Yeah, Satellite with the operator, he's got to just hightail it. Oh, but Duck.
Oh no, the classic. That's painful. That's painful.
Awesome, bro. Oh my God. Great round from FlyQuest, even though we didn't get to see all of it, unfortunately. Even so, I mean, the slowness from Tanza that could turn into the pinch that Shopify, probably a good idea was coming that whole time. Just gorgeous timing there. And then the Cosmic Divide to guarantee the 5v3.
Oh, jeez. And then, like, I'm so impressed by Tanza's playstyle. We got treated to the Neon on that last map with the up close and personal, just doing such a good job at clearing things out, finding those opening frags, but now is on the operator and playing these long angles perfectly up against Smoke, who is one of the best long-range duelists in the entire league, and still has just been making it look easy. Tanza, a definite highlight player for FlyQuest. They make their way up, Satellite and Exit trying to get a stack online.
A quick little high-low, but FlyQuest can burn the crowd, and Shopify do choose to commit to it. Yeah, Leo?
Crazy.
Well, looking like an even game now. After that commitment. Respect the effort. But, again, it's like FlyQuest hasn't really had to change too much of what they're doing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean they haven't been doing nothing. It's very odd watching this team. They're just so strange. But like Liz said, it's not like they're doing anything new. They're just doing things different.
Yeah, and all of their players are so willing to kind of take that duel, right? Like once again, you build this composition, it's purely just because you want to be able to take space with your own body because you were confident that you were going to be able to win fights, right? And once again, Leo, who was previously on Omen, stepping onto the Neon now, still doing a really good job at getting a lot of that space for the team. Solana just kind of soloing in off some curveballs, trying to take that space as well. Really, it's just up to Sorex and Duck to be that player that kind of supports the rest of them and just have to stay alive in the midst of all of this chaos going on here. But it's the combination of Leo, Solana, and Tanza doing their best to take that space and generate the opportunities for FlyQuest to run them over. And while on the other side, I mean, we talked a lot about how Satellite was that secondary duelist, now is on that Taeho. And sure, I don't think Satellite's been getting as much value kill-wise, but I still think that a lot of this Taeho utility is just adding enough chaos to disrupt FlyQuest a little bit. Unfortunately, it isn't enough given how many duelists they have to take that space and actually dismantle some of these pushes, because they're still able to overpower it even after a lot of that utility gets expended. And so the Taeho is great for the retake, but not great for the stall.
Well, it seems like they won't be able to do too much stalling here with just the 2 in front of the take for B. Sorex is a long ways away, but yeah, the run it back will just confirm the position. Hunter's Fury on top of B again. This is a really open spot, but the rest of it is policed well by the members of Shopify that are... has been lost. Now, seeing if they can make the space back, Sorex has finally made himself known and gotten one along the way. With the help of Duck making the rotation through the hallway, FlyQuest can at least reset this position temporarily, but even so, they have to re-enter, and Nature has the line, so it's got to be Nebula'd away. Owl Drone just to confirm that spot. Duck's got to remain extra hidden as a result of it. But Satellite pivoting all the way back over to A to see if they retreated. This is so interesting, considering that they had so much of the room locked down. Now the Nebula placed right on top of Nature as the spike will get held. Duck will eat a shock dart. Oh, no, he won't! Nature whiffed!
Oh, that's tough. Now all that time that Satellite used to rotate over is going to slow them down just a bit longer. So you can see FlyQuest nice and comfortable. Sorex so far away, while Duck is going to be playing nice, close, and personal.
And Satellite's out of util. He used it all to stall, not to retake. Gotta just go for the drop down. Push together with the cross. Sorex is a million miles away and perfectly times that Nova Pulse. I mean, this is impossible. Yeah, he's just gotta dip out, and Duck's caught him. Well played by FlyQuest. Overwhelming regardless of what Shopify is able to toss in front of him.
And once again, like, the issue for me right now is that Taeho utility. They're using it to try and stall things out, but I don't think that's the most effective thing, because FlyQuest are just like, oh, okay, my feet are blowing up, so I'll just chill out for a second before I even want to actually engage back in. And then at this point, when we're playing this retake, that Taeho utility, which could be instrumental at clearing some of these angles out that FlyQuest are hanging out in, simply unavailable. And then it becomes so much more difficult for SRB to get any of their plays online, because they just have to kind of vibe check them and try to guess where these players are going to be hanging out. I don't know how the fix for this really is, but I think it should be favoring the retake just a little bit more, understanding you've got those double initiators to clear out those angles and spaces before you try and push back in on the spike.
And it's not like FlyQuest's duelists are overextending either. Like, they're not getting off their leashes. They're allowing the space to be retaken by Shopify. Just doesn't matter when FlyQuest is hitting all their shots. Overdrive out here from Leo just to confirm everybody in the vicinity, but even so, Nature can find one on the way down from Art, and Xander as well in Dugout getting away with 1-2. So Cosmic Divide abound. Shopify is able to at least get a couple on the board as the spike goes down, but Nature re-peeking into Salada, gonna cut this in twain. Now these last two members are so far away from each other, and FlyQuest, God, they are just hitting shots. Again, no retake util.
Yeah. No, I was literally just about to make that point, right? Like, same thing, Satellite using it, trying to just flush him out, but it just feels discoordinated from the rest of the team. Like, these opportunities for something to kind of happen just simply don't exist. And so you see the members on the retake feel so split up, which is something that we thought SRB were getting better at the more that they got to play together. We saw them starting to play with a bit more of a team mentality, rely on their util for these setup plays to allow Satellite and allow Smoke to go for those kills. And we're not seeing that same level of synergy right now come out from the team, opening up to these gaps, allowing FlyQuest to just run them over. And now that we're swapping sides, I've got even more questions about how this goes, because in theory, there's a lot of initiation here. They should be able to clear out a lot, but they don't really have anything to kind of stop the operators besides Xander's smoke or Satellite trying to do the guessing game as to where these ops are and then flush them out, especially knowing that Tanza is going to be continuously playing that long range. Leo might be flying up into their faces. There feels like there's a little bit of a mismatch on how this util is going to run.
Tanza's first choke will get trumped out by the raw presence. And there's the smoke, one of the few things, like you said, that Shopify can use to stop that from running amok. I feel like you're also going to be asking Nature to drone a lot of those just to provide some sort of distraction that you have to justify shooting at some point, but not much. Retake City here for FlyQuest, and Shopify knows that's where they're going to rest on after all of that resource spank is dried up. Satellite does still have one salvo to hold on to. Pay attention to it. Relay bolt into the back hall as FlyQuest. Oh, Leo! He just does it all himself! And the salvo's got to be released now or never, because Leo's making him never. It's 4 kills for the Duelist, who wasn't even playing Duelist last map, to get FlyQuest to 8.
But I mean, like, it's Omen, you know, a lot of Duelists just slop
No, and
on.
Leo's been playing Duelist. Like, he was playing ISO on Haven when FlyQuest was still asleep. Like, this is not, it's not a, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No.
Guys, I didn't mean to mislead you. I'm sorry, I won't do something like that again.
Pull it back together. Much like FlyQuest right now, because, like, this is crazy, man. But once again, exactly how we would expect it. FlyQuest, retakes, name a better duo. Like, they're just gonna completely back off to the site if they lose that initial kind of engagement, and they're just gonna be like, hey, Shopify, you do your thing, you put that spike down, we'll see you in like 5 seconds. And what's that? We're running all over you and there's nothing you can do. That is just so FlyQuest right now. I would imagine that's exactly what we're gonna be seeing for pretty much the rest of the half if they aren't finding those initial frags. And that being said, Tanza already does a lot of damage there, just with a bunch of spam.
That was over 100 damage in just spraying down through one Nebula on the early swing with 0 intel. That's just insane. And you're gonna keep chipping. Everybody's gonna be low before they're dead. Solana can burn down Nature before that's all done, but the rest of FlyQuest will get in on the action as well. I don't even know if they're aiming for that one. They could just toss bullets wherever and they would end up hitting enough for Shopify to die there after all the work Tanza did to start. Follow-up is nothing doing this round. Solana the only one to die, but that's usually what happens in dominant FlyQuest rounds, and Solana's happy with that.
Yeah, hey, a dub is a dub, and I'm not gonna lie, SRB look a little bit lost, given the fact that it was just the pistol, and then, of course, they lost the pistol, so FlyQuest had the better weaponry on that last round. But even then, like, you know, you usually see some sort of level of coordination, but not the case at all. They're just like, they have no choice but to run it down into FlyQuest's defenses. And that usually could probably be the best way to approach it, given how dominant FlyQuest are on their retakes. But that's going to be a tough one to continuously count on.
Bonus here as Leo already tries to get away with the early judge shots, long range, but with the slide in, he can make up that distance quick. Even still, Exa takes a shot to the chest and he'll just keep on running it down with the rest of Shopify. Not as much stall available, but the smokes here from FlyQuest are going to make Shopify kind of dig their heels in and consider the pivot, knowing that the weaker guns are going to have FlyQuest stack a little harder. And I mean, B-side is empty at the moment, so they could definitely reconsider with as much time as they have. But Xander's going to stick around here as the implant.
And well, just focusing on trying to pick up the orbs. Xander kind of low HP, 31 left, so a lot of these weapons from FlyQuest could actually be dangerous, but you see SRB now grouped up, going to be moving towards that A site. Admittedly, I'm a little surprised to see Exa being the one on the Killjoy to kind of lead the charge here. This looks a little bit better. We've got smoke at the helm. Satellite and Nature will be the ones to try and open things up, probably with the drone and the recon dart, to get an idea on what's going on.
Obscuring vision.
They're keen to it, and they'll beautiful spray down on a duck after he's reconned away. Nature very self-serving for that matter. The Blaze stalls, but Shopify takes advantage of it to a degree and is able to reset themselves, keep 3 standing somehow after all of that, and yeah, they've got another recovery round for themselves to be able to hold on to this map.
See, and this is kind of what we need to see them do. With all of that heavy initiator utility, we want to make sure that they scope out where FlyQuest are hanging out and eliminate them before they even become a threat, right? Like, you look at the initiator utility, okay, they're over here, satellite, hit them with the salvos and force them into an uncomfortable position so we can find an easy kill. FlyQuest are very famously going to back out of there anyways before they try and make the retake, so if you can isolate those kills on that initial engagement, you will be set up for success. This time FlyQuest going for the 4 stack outside of A. Well, it will be Sorex alone on this site, but come on, Tenrek, it's Sorex. Sorex can come up with something nasty, or more classically, we'll probably just try and back out here.
Whoop. Yeah, gonna have to after that first shot by Xander, who has been doing a pretty damn good job himself today. One of the best Astras in the world, I would dare to say at this point. So active and yet so good at enabling. And you'll see that again here in the post. Everybody lined up on the lane and sticking smoke in the back of this corner. That's a great extra angle to take up. Get you a freebie on the way down. It's traded back. That recon bolt only catches the presence in the main lane, and Leo happy to kind of take that aggression. Taps on Spiker, not certain yet, thanks to the salvos. So FlyQuest already taking a lot of damage on their way through this, but Tons is taking this high ground and got a kill on the way back down. Make it 2 on the Axis, still searching for another while Duck continues to hold this spike. How is Tons surviving? But Satellite spraying down,
wow,
and the spike
saved it.
Too low at this point to even get the half. Everyone on FlyQuest will fall, and Satellite can hold down the round for Shopify by the skin of his teeth.
That was the 1 kill Satellite needed to find. The person who's defusing the spike. Make sure that that doesn't happen, and then time will be the biggest ally here. And still, with all of this uncomfortability, Tanza just spraying through smokes is able to find so much value. Now has enough to get the Tour de Force online. Leo as well has the overdrive. And so while that was an SRB win, and you see the economy for FlyQuest not looking the best, there still are a couple of tools here to catch Shopify Rebellion Black off guard. Still plenty for them to kind of work off of, and SRB are doing their best to try and respect that. Those shotguns have been an absolute menace against them in some of these previous rounds, and you know they don't want to get a repeat of that.
For sure. Yeah, definitely going to make sure that all of these are flushed, and that is something that Shopify can very consistently do with the shock darts, with the salvos, with the saturates, with the gravity wells, in a lot of ways. Oh no, yeah. That's your Tour de Force too, buddy. Flash in from the dugout onto Duck. I believe Smoke clocked him. Everybody else from FlyQuest here to respond. Yeah, they know the guy's there. Okay. Prowler out as he's been figured out. That's a good burn to get Xander down pretty low as he will stick that plant. And FlyQuest, they're already here. Cosmic Divide has to get used to guarantee the sightlines out the gate here, so already a lot of time being able to get used up by FlyQuest. In the meantime, Salada kind of just having his way with these jump ups on the shotgun, and they're gonna start teasing the taps now to get rid of these salvos ASAP. Exa almost misses out on that 1v1, but Shopify is still able to hold on to this and can manage the long range to make sure only 1 body drops at the end of the day. They are just 1 round out from tying us back up here on Pearl.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer. A better use of that utility this time around. I'm enjoying it a lot more when we get that actual initiation, right? Like, this is one of those things where SRB lean so heavy into their planning, into what they know they can run in order to find those opportunities of greatness, right? And now we're actually seeing it really coalesce together and find their timings, whereas FlyQuest are a little bit more uncomfortable. We're seeing the benefits of this composition with the double initiators. Previously on the defense, I would make the argument that we didn't really see that at all, and it was not looking good whatsoever, because FlyQuest are so often able to find those gaps. But now FlyQuest, they don't have an opportunity really to get themselves set up on the retake, and we know that their retakes are so damn strong and so well put together, but they're struggling before they can even get a foot in the door. And I think that that comes down a lot to Nature and Satellite and how they want to kind of play things out, especially with Xander smoking off those options and making it just so disruptive, so that when they go on, it's such a chaotic space to try and take on, and SRB are nowhere to be found, nice and hidden away, that when they want to pop out, they should have free reign over the site.
Yeah, creating that level of abandonment so that FlyQuest have nothing to really sink their teeth into with those closer range guns. Perfect way, especially on top of the Cosmic Divide, to force them to overclear even in that eco. Guns are back up, overdrive available. Run it back now for Salada too. These duelists are going to be supercharged walking into this defensive round. But Shopify, this is the fulcrum to get them over the line and potentially the free lead after the fact if this economy goes tumbling. Another big stack to start out with A main here. They know that this can be so decisive consistently thanks to the combination of the Teo and the Astra. FlyQuest just going to do the checking on the rest of the branches of this map here. Solada just going to get implanted on the box. After the Prowler will confirm his position. Tanza still sticking around in B lane. FlyQuest, again, sticking to their fundies and not really changing much of what they've been doing.
Like this, though. They're not over-aggressing this time.
No.
Like I said, like one of the biggest things is SRB, they find those opening kills, right? And then they find the site nice and easy, and then FlyQuest have a much harder time trying to play that retake. But, well, now it's only up to Tanza, who should be able to escape here and get out of jail free. So we'll be able to back off and plenty of time for the rest of FlyQuest to get ready to go.
Now, Rendezvous is definitely a little awkward, but he's going to make it work. Saturate and Salvo don't catch him. They got to clear the back hall, and Tanza cannot beat Smoke on that shorty tool. Shopify, taking a second to freeze, make sure no one else pokes their heads out, and they will. Solada going for that run it back with the help of Leo's slide in. He'll get one, and he'll let that overdrive fly. He's got to try and get one. No, he can't line it up.
There you go. You ran out of breath just as the round ended. It was kind of crazy.
I was ready to say some other stuff, but Shopify already finished their round. My bad.
Yeah.
Well, I did get out the Hunter's Fury as well, I will say.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, credits owed where credits due. You got the Hunter's Fury. But yeah, like Xander doing such a good job on SRB at being kind of that anchor, right? Like it feels like Xander's playstyle, well, against some of the other teams, it doesn't really come to fruition and look as nice as it does. Against FlyQuest, who are so rambunctious, so ready to go, that patient just waiting for the opportunity to punish an over an aggression is just looking so good from Xander. And yeah, just like that, SRB, they tie us up now 9-9 as FlyQuest back onto a budget buy. Leo has the Bucky, hopefully gonna try and slide into him, but still, SRB have just been doing a good job at keeping that aggression in check and making it that retake so much more difficult, no matter which site they end up on.
Notice every like open non-choke space they freeze at to make sure that they can like securely take it over. Nobody can enter in with something like the light speed or the dash.
Yeah.
To try to grab that quick shotgun kill. The stunted patience and then the mounted aggression on top of this util dump. That once again will just completely discombobulate FlyQuest. Kind of stranded on site to a degree. Yeah, star for star, Xander's kind of rolling in it at the moment, and the lockdown thrown down as well to guarantee the lack of presence. I mean, you're still going to be able to stare this down. You have to use extra stuff on top of this just to even get on the site. But Sorex has to deal with the turret as well. That's a nice proxy high-low to set up. And now they can start peeking into the extremities. Nice diligence from Smoke on Art as well. Making sure he's ahead of it.
3v5 on this retake, and Sorex so low HP. This might just be one of those instances of FlyQuest. Just die to the spike, don't give anything else up, don't let any other ultimates come back online, because beyond Satellite, SRB are all hunting for orbs right now.
And they ain't gonna go for that though. Leo's gonna start sliding in and doing some BS. Let Sorex get a couple wall bangs in with the Sheriff. Look, I love the effort, I do. But yeah, Tanza can't do nothing here. Just gonna die to the spike. So Shopify Rebellion Black take the lead back for the first time in a hot minute, I want to say.
Oh yeah.
But they do it in a pretty dominant fashion. Like FlyQuest has not had a decent answer across the board for a round here. Luckily though, with the economy hitting that losing streak, they'll be able to get a couple more buys in this final bit of regulation compared to previously.
Yep. And I don't want to pat myself on the back too much there, but notice that even before the spike, I'm doing it right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but given when SRB are planting the spike, they like to actually push out and be aggressive, dismantle the FlyQuest like setup before they can even get themselves ready, right? Like the spike hasn't even gone down and already they're getting pushed out, and FlyQuest are simply not expecting it. They don't have an opportunity to get themselves coordinated to play that retake that we know they want to play. And I think that's just a little adjustment coming out from SRB that has been working so well for them on this map so far, allowing them honestly to take the lead back.
Yeah, you're making convincing arguments for the members of FlyQuest that are already on a site to remain committal. Sorex, yeah, has a good idea of where that Armageddon's gonna be, so he's already gonna stick himself on top of the pillar, but Smoke is watching that like a hawk. Down goes one, Sorex, on top of the flash set up by Solana! Second opportunity gifted, but Solana gets refragged. That will fade away again. No flashes available now for the remainder. And you just see how important Solana can be to these moments of aggression. And now the retakes, how much weaker they are. As Tanz has got a raid boss slow walk his way down. So many tight chokes and corridors yet again. To the point where, I mean, it's a 3v3, but do you justify even going for it? You sure do with the Cosmic Divide. And in we go. Exa ahead of the seas, and they're not ready for the plant. Xander on the cross, and Duck stands alone in mere seconds. It's another rifle round that's getting almost burned down to a crisp, and Satellite will finalize it. 11-9. Shopify Rebellion Black have a clear path to map 3.
A misread by FlyQuest on where SRB we're going to be setting up. Oh, we know they like to hang back. We know Satellite, you know, playing off that utility will just kind of hang back so we can put the Cosmic Divide so far forwards that we have all of this additional space to kind of play with. Little did they know, all the members of SRB were in that site. And so when they set up that Cosmic Divide, it does absolutely nothing. It just kind of guarantees the space and boxes them in and gives FlyQuest a false sense of confidence. A little bit of a swap up proves to be deadly for FlyQuest as SRB get themselves now 2 rounds away from getting 2 behind.
And FlyQuest has to opt for a really unorthodox buy now. Hero Duelists. And they haven't paying. I mean, Solana has never been watching this. He's walking up road at the moment. You gonna go for one?
Oh yeah, looks like it.
Get out. Okay. Yeah. Just checking to see if there was a stack. You do get rid of the Nanostorm that was placed on top of that though, so I guess you do have that extra path later on.
Oh, smoke. Timing.
He's not ready for this. I am amazed. Oh, you bait out the shot and he turns to it. He has the no scope. No, Solana has the head tap. Okay, they're chilling.
Yep. Phoenix gets value here. Leo gonna be tested. Does have Sorex just on the other side, but Sorex only down to a pistol. May potentially be enough as the engagement comes through.
Sabo's haven't stopped being in this spot. Why is no one looking at Leo? What? That is, that's an insane error on the half of Shopify Rebellion Black. Why are we not looking behind us at all there? That's insane.
Yep. A free round kind of given towards FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Like, they just didn't check it, and, you know, they just get gunned down by Leo. Should have been checked. I don't know, maybe use the recon dart. You know, little things like that would have made things a little bit easier, but regardless, I mean, hey, mistakes happen. SRB still have 1 round in their pocket over the lead over FlyQuest, and we see Xander as well have that Cosmic Divide. On the other side though, Solana does have the run it back, and you know, this is going to be a little bit more aggressive here, and let's see how SRB are ready to receive this additional aggression, as it's a very reminiscent of how SRB wanted to push through, and so they don't bite on that bait, understanding just how crazy the FlyQuest stack might be outside of A.
Yeah, if they confirm the stack, they could use the Nightfall too, and Shopify doesn't even want to have the idea to confirm that because that'll also sell the Spike, getting slowly walked up B lane, which hasn't been let go at all yet. Still have 2 holding close to this, same 2 that were holding this the previous round as well. Leo and Sorex just cycling through some nebulas, and Leo has swapped up his position again. So if Shopify does check behind them this time, they're not gonna find anything.
I'm curious though where Solana is going to put himself, because especially with the run it back, that could add additional pressure, which might stall out SRB.
Yeah, I feel like he has to choke up here. Oh, the curveball too. He's just going to go for it on the fadeaway smoke, and 3 are choked into this corner, Cubby. Everybody from FlyQuest gets to run wild, and the 4 stack is toasted.
Well, that's not looking pretty good from SRB. They try to be sneaky, try to buy their time, but they're not anticipating the swing through from FlyQuest, specifically Solana being so aggressive with that flash, and just comes up with gold. Like, you see 3 members just locked into a corner. Hey, spray control, not going to be a problem. I'm just going to continue to spray here. And now Satellite up against the world, but it is looking like it will be FlyQuest tying us up in what is kind of a flip around. They've been doing a good job at pressing that aggression towards SRB, while SRB are busy trying to play mind games here.
Last round, moment was created for them. This time, they'll be the ones that create the moment. After that slight extension from Tanza. You see on A main, Tanza doesn't even step out that hard to confirm that check. Salada just goes for that because he has an extra curveball in his back pocket and he knows the clock is running dry anyway. There's only so many spots he could be at that point when he's been creeping up and down road this whole time. Process of elimination gets FlyQuest so far when Shopify take a couple extra seconds, despite the util flood that they can come through with. So I totally understand this final timeout being called by Effies, just to make sure that Shopify, Rebellion, Black are the ones that can control the tempo. And in theory, they absolutely should be able to with the Cosmic Divide. Xander is one of the best users of this ultimate in the entire world. And I don't expect Shopify to be slowing down from here. 2 away from the paths, 2 away from the lockdown. You have the cycle to get your way to 13 here. You just can't fall prey to these multi-kill potentials that FlyQuest has. You got to be ready for Salada. I mean, they haven't been checking him without a booster seat as much as they should be. He's kind of just been wandering and clearing everything that hasn't been invaded yet.
Yeah. Like, how Salada's been navigating around the map, it's just been like, I'm Phoenix and I'm going to clear this area. And oh, nobody here. All right, well, I'm going to regroup with the team then, and we're going to push together and take initiative ourselves because we haven't seen anything from SRB. And it's that moment of hesitation from Shopify Rebellion Black where it's allowing FlyQuest to take the fight on their own terms. And then as a result of that, Shopify don't really have a foot right back into the fight. It's a little bit too late. The damage has been kind of done here. And as aggressive as ever, tale as old as time, but this time a little bit more as FlyQuest get very aggressive. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit of pressure, but nothing to write home about. So just a little bit of damage on a satellite before both sides kind of back off.
Leo's still hanging out, seeing if he can catch one more lacking, but Smoke is about to have some help, and Leo, good game sense to duck back, knowing that they could return. Still holding beyond the staircase. Just so confident in his dash against 5, by the way. Quick Nebula fade back. Next checkpoint driven. Shopify get an inch closer. Drone into Cosmic Divide, quickly shot down, so Leo's got to reposition, but the Recon Bolt's going to give all of that away. Nova Pulse into the Nightfall, defensively called by Duck, and this will catch a good, decent portion of Shopify to the point where they can't justify moving in as this Cosmic Divide is going to fade away. Shopify's got to turn course.
And you know what? I am completely okay with that. Yeah, they flush out 2 ultimates on the side of FlyQuest, 2 tools that could have been pretty effective. And remember that we do see a lot of SRB getting closer and closer to building up their own ultimates. And so while not an ideal scenario, because you do burn your own Cosmic Divide, it still is thinking a little bit forwards.
They expect Smoke to be on high, but it's actually way farther down than expected, so it's Salada that has to clear back out the curveball to get himself in and get one more down, but the rest of Shopify Rebellion is here on the front of the site. Duck trying to get the wall bang down on the spike plant, but that'll give himself away. Open to a couple other shots by Xander as the spike will get down with impunity. Xander still patrolling, watching Tanza as he enters in from dugout. This guy just keeps coming up with the most insane crucial frags, and he might just have to do it again with Nature on this tuck up in the smoke. He'll be the first sacrificial body, and Sorex drops 1v2 for Xander. He's got to do it, and he can't! FlyQuest have made the great climb back and are 1 round away from playoffs.
That is insane. You thought for sure, based off the utility there, that they were going to be able to make something happen, but Shopify Rebellion Black, once again, get caught into such awkward positions. You see Nature just hiding on the side of the smoke. Please don't see me. Please just go for the spike. Please don't look this way. That's not going to be the case. FlyQuest are doing their job at making sure that everything is nice and cleared out. And most importantly, they're making sure to swing off of each other. Salada has been doing a great job at causing a lot of that disruption, but it's coming down to just the raw gunplay and raw trust between team members on the side of FlyQuest that is winning them these rounds. SRB on the back foot now. Have to make this round happen to force overtime, or they will still be in the Swiss bracket. While FlyQuest looking to close us out here and find their way into playoffs.
3 ultis now, thanks to that orb being grabbed.
You should run.
FlyQuest knows they're going to be absorbing quite a bit. Lockdown to start, and already in a couple compromising positions for the takeover. When do they dip? Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Wow, they're just hanging out. They're hoping that Duck can cover. Hello?
No way that goes
no one died! What?
Oh boy.
Salada's the only one who fell. And Nature's gone now. Convergent pass to try to make something of it, but Tanza dodges it. Tanza sprays down and gets X2.
Last player
That's what?
Pulling them in.
Oh, not like this, man.
Yeah, good luck, Xander. Yeah, Tanza, no ace for you, but they're just gonna hold this. How on earth?
Defenders win.
But that's just how FlyQuest lives, aren't they? 13-11, 2-0, and the third North American team in playoffs here in Stage 2.
You know, a lot of teams that kind of that are these free agent teams, right? You see them kind of come into Challengers, make a big name for themselves, get picked up by an org, and then for some reason immediately start collapsing. Like, this has been a weird trend if you've been paying attention to Challengers, and yet FlyQuest, formerly Sleepers, are still looking as clean as ever. We talk about how Shopify are that team that are slowly growing, slowly getting their team play put together, but when put to the test, FlyQuest just come out on top. Sure, I'll fully admit it, FlyQuest, not exactly the cleanest team. There are still a lot of gaps that exist in how they want to take this, but the individual play that kind of comes through, they definitely can start to round things up together, and there's a reason why they beat this out. Against such a rehearsed team like Shopify Rebellion Black, it don't matter. They're going to be moving in, they're going to be in your face, making you uncomfortable to be able to close out the win. So a great job coming through from FlyQuest at just honestly seizing the opportunities into their own hand, not willing to play Shopify Rebellion Black's game, and it worked out perfectly for them as they take the 2-0 victory and find their way into playoffs.
100%. Yeah, above all else, regardless of what Shopify was able to throw at them, game plans, counteractions, punish game, FlyQuest never stopped playing their own game, and that's what got them over the line at the end of the day. They will get to keep on playing, but it'll be a couple of weeks. They got playoffs to prepare for and a Swiss stage to avoid Shopify Rebellion not out of the water. We'll get to talk to the desk about the entire crowd and a little bit of an interview with a FlyQuest member. We'll be right back.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got footwork looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek pulling O's at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, folks, congratulations to FlyQuest for being our 3rd team at North American Challengers to make it to playoffs. Welcome, or the final time, welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Van Silly, and I'm in the desk. My cat is in my hand. I have a weird posture to join us. She wanted to celebrate a FlyQuest win, and not only a FlyQuest win, FlyQuest were hungry for that Emily tooth and nail towards the end. There was a moment where I was like, okay, we're gonna go to map 3, and FlyQuest said, no. Let us show you how it's done. Let me get detained right next to them the final round, and then my name is Tanza, and I'm gonna kill them all because I'm Chamber.
I mean, just on that round alone, you know SRB are feeling horrible about losing that and not bringing it into OT, considering how much stall utility they had, considering that, 2 of them got detained. They got the one on site, but unfortunately, Hanzo was there, tucked away, even though we got a pick on site. I guess they thought ETP'd her. Honestly, I don't know what was going through their heads at that point, but the pressure was on them, and unfortunately, they fell to it. And honestly, that game could have easily gone to SRB. I'm thinking back to that first half where there were so many rounds that FlyQuest won just out of clutches. The Astra going absolutely insane. A couple 2v4s here and there, and it was really tough. That first half was so close, and then that second, SRB just dominating, but it was not enough in the end.
Yeah, I'm just gonna piggyback on those points too, especially that last round of we were just saw it finish there from Tanza. It's just you had everything in your arsenal for SRB to be able to push that into OT. Give that spike over to the KJ. The KJ ulties, you gain the space, she plants, you have your Teo being able to play post-plant, you have an Astra able to play post-plant, you have a Huntress Fury able to play post-plant, you have a Convergence Path able to play post-plant. Somehow Nature dies when they're scaling up on that side. Anza lets himself get detained. Where's the call after Nature gets picked that he's behind that box? He's literally detained. Exa was in his POV and gave up that spot, and he still comes out to get 3 kills. That was so frustrating to watch and probably to feel for sure in terms of SRB's comps. This clutch was amazing. That allowed for Satellite and SRB to really come back in that game when he won that 1 versus 4. But that first half as well, that's what I was mentioning when we were going for the game. They need to find good stalls from both the KJ and the Astra, but Satellite as a Teo was doing a very good job to add the layers of stall into the hits. You know, you talk about slow walk-ups, fight hits. It was well prevented by the side of SRB. It just came down to like really small nano mistakes, like op shots that were missed by Smoke, when usually he doesn't miss those on a 3 versus 2 on a defuse on that B site. So just those small things allowed here FlyQuest to win a Thrifty, break the econ of SRB, close that gap rather on that first half, and then I actually saw some great value from Solota, on the Phoenix on defense with his flashes. So it's ironic enough because I thought that usually when you're looking at the composition, you're thinking, oh, it's Phoenix farm orbs and hit every single time. But he was really good on defense.
I mean, just take a look at this timeline as well. I mean, both teams, SRB 14 first blood. I mean, both teams wanted this so bad, and you can tell. And the fact that it ended the way it did, I'm sure FEs is upset. I'm sure those players are upset. But at the end of the day, but it comes down to just, it was those things of communication, which at the end of the day is not the end of the world. But again, congratulations to FlyQuest for qualifying. Now they have a little bit of a break. They have a bit of time. They can take some R&R, which I know none of them are real acting. They're going to be scrimming. They're going to be coming up with stuff for playoffs. But I mean, looking at this, we have to shout out Tanza right away, right? That last round, I would argue they won the game. That last round didn't go to overtime because of him, Emily. That just, for sure. The guts to stay there. And then immediately, as soon as you're out of detainment, jump peek with a shorty. And I saw y'all going crazy in chat saying tones. And absolutely, because that was wild from him.
I mean, this game really just feels like we went back to OG sleepers with how many rounds were won by hero plays. And that's not, you don't always want to be in those positions, but it was actually really sick to watch what the individuals can do on this team. It really showed me how strong they are and how skilled they are, because we've been seeing them play a lot better together. We've been seeing them kind of play more as a team and run it down together. But here, it really, really enlightened me, I guess, on how far these players can go and how they have not nearly reached their ceiling.
Yeah, you have a nice mixture of both, right? It's almost looking like a current Leviathan in the works. You know, when you have somebody that's so well skilled that could just turn around into their favor by having solo plays, but they could also play off each other quite well too. I'm also thinking of the 2v2 when you also had Xander and I think Nature still alive on that A site in the post plant. They were doing so good to take over that site, and then they scaled back for FlyQuest, like in tandem to clear out the smoke first onto Nature, and then double swing onto Xander right after, without feeling forced to really push in to tap the spike to give their positions away. So calmness, teamwork, everything was really there here for the side of FlyQuest, and I'm sure I'm going to hear from Ms. Harvey to ask me why I went against FlyQuest in the first place.
You have to answer for something as fans, and that's okay. We all do at some point in our life, and that is okay. But friends, for our Phillips Norelco game face interview afterwards, after this match, it is none other than FlyQuest's Leo. So Leo, come to the front, take a seat, and let me be the first to say congratulations on qualifying for playoffs. It's a very basic, silly question, but how are you feeling?
Oh, feeling great. Feeling
all right.
Super confident for this playoffs. My team is so good.
I mean, you guys, my first question for you, let's talk about that very last round, because what we saw was absolute ludicrous. We see Hansa get stuck, right, and is detained, and then he's just staying there. What was the communication with the team? Was it just, hey, get what you can get? Or what was going on that last round where they did not clear him?
Well, Tanza just told us just wait and pause because he didn't know where he was.
It's that simple. It really just came down to, hey, they didn't clear me, guys. Let me cook real quick.
Yeah, basically. And then he just killed all of them.
Incredible. We love to hear that. Sometimes it is, keep it simple, stupid, which I love to hear. I'm going to stop my own line of questioning, because Leo, I hear the joy in your voice, right? I hear I feel not only the joy of you qualifying, but the joy you have playing with your team, right? This is you've come from sleepers, found an org, or an org found you, rather. You saw your potential and helped you guys. What does it mean for you to qualify for Stage 2 playoffs with FlyQuest, with, your sleepers brethren here now?
I just think this is the next step for us, and then just prove to ourselves what we can do.
You say prove to yourselves, is that something you maybe didn't believe before, or is that something that you just kind of didn't have a thought of? It's okay, now we have a org that believes in us. We have the talent, the chat believe in us. This is something that we can really, really do, something I didn't hear before. Where would you say that kind of now your belief comes from?
Honestly, from what I've been seeing, our performances, I think we could really win this playoffs.
Yeah, you're going against some heavy hitters in playoffs, right? M80 just qualified today. You guys have qualified today. YFP already there. Looking at the field of people that you will be competing with and future competing with once we figure out how kind of our Swiss stage ends up. Where does that confidence come from? Does it come from you guys? Does it come from how the other teams are playing, or is it just come strictly, from your brothers on FlyQuest?
I think everyone just confident in themselves, and then my teammates a lot of he referenced us as Blue Lock, and where we all think we're the best. Just have our ego.
Do you think you're the best?
Yeah.
Okay, but can you say you mean it? Do you think you're the best?
Yes, I think I'm the best.
There we go, Leo. That's what I'm talking about. You're gonna say you mean it, all right? But this is such an exciting thing. I think we, especially on our side, we'd love seeing people like sleepers who have their own style of playing, have stay true to their own style, make it and stick with that style. Has it been difficult, or has it been a process to stick with that kind of sleeper style? Or has it been something, especially how the meta has shaken out, or has it been quite easy to kind of stick with that, classic sleepers, seeing you guys with the qualifiers going, oh dang, this is such a unique style playing Valorant?
Honestly, it just feels very easy. Like I think all of us just like fit the play style very well.
It sounds like, okay, I'm gonna ask a different question. How difficult is Challengers for you?
Honestly, it doesn't really feel that hard.
And I believe you. I believe that sentiment. And I think now, moving on, I'm gonna let you go so you can enjoy your playoffs qualification. Is there any message you like to send to anyone who maybe didn't believe in you or people who are just meeting you for the first time?
Just watch out for us. We're coming.
All right, simple as that. Well, Leo, I'm gonna go let you enjoy your win. Congratulations.
Yep. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. As a fellow fire sign, a Leo's a fire sign. As a fellow fire sign, that's a Leo talking right there. I don't know if they're a fire sign actually, but the Leoness, the namesake is coming out right there, which is what we love to see. But friends, let's see how our bracket has shaken out. We had 2 teams qualify today, one in the co-stream, one in the mainstream. Look at that, M80 and FlyQuest there, along with YFP. I think I talk about this literally every single time, Emily. I say, oh my God, we never saw this coming. Like we never see how like the brackets missed it up. But then you look at this, you're like, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams have undergone changes. Like M80 is a big one that I look at, and they've been able to find a lot more success this time around. Whereas, like, just the competition, I said this when we went from Swiss to playoffs in stage 1, it got so much better. Like the quality of games were going up every match we saw. And now, again, it's like a completely different story. We have a lot of these teams that were kind of dominating in Swiss in stage 1, not being one of the first teams to qualify. And we have Y rising up, we have M80 and YFP. Meanwhile, when we look at the rest of the teams, we have teams like NRGA, SAD,
that is wild.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. EG and SRB, like so many big, well-known teams that are still trying to fight to make it into playoffs. It's just crazy how it all played out.
And Tenrek just said it in our production chat. NRG Academy versus SAD Esports is insane. Like that is genuinely an insane thing to hear. But also looking at EG versus SRB, I'm be sat for that, getting my popcorn, getting my snacks, and ready for that one. Core versus Snipe Like Gaming. But the way our teams in Challengers, North American Challengers, have gotten so good so quickly, especially in the kind of the creme de la creme of the Swiss stage, has been such a joy and pleasure to watch, especially our ones that have qualified, whether they've been 4-0 or 4-1. It is so exciting to see. And I believe this is only stage 2, right? Like, this is just kind of like the middle of the Swiss stage. Technically things are definitely not over yet. And as I say in North America, as the saying goes, expect the unexpected. Well, friends, got the unexpected surprise. That's gonna be it for us today. So on behalf of production, casters, the desk, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make decisions. Congratulations to FlyQuest, and we'll see you all later.
Restack to stick around on A, so they don't have as much to push into for Hookah here. Fireball ops. No one's looking it. First bird will at least deal with that, but no one's ready for Zeke behind the boxes. Gets 2. On his way down, Sad's got to make this happen fast. Does let them get guns on the board at the very least. Sad will decide to have Stellar send himself into this double, but only one inside the lobby. Fractos reloading! Not checked for a moment. I think the tension is a little bit split. Maybe knowing that, they can really try to drive the hammer down on Welly. He's on a car money, the perfect distraction, and Duelist pops out the overdrive and lays it all over Pate's face. Keep it going, son. Grab your... Oh my God, grab your ace. Please. Give it to the guy.
Pate desperately hidden around the corner, biding his time, trying to find an opportunity, trying to find a sliver of life.
Oh my God. Yeah, he doesn't want to hand it over, man. Looking for it. I don't know if he can run back over here. Time to get it now. You just steal it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I mean, oh yeah. You're trying to strand him. No! Get him! Take him down!
Hang on. Yeah! There it is, yeah. The race over here. You know how this is gonna go. It's gonna be fast and it's gonna be messy.
Scanner done. Nice shot by Xander. Spot the elbow early on. Saturate in, facilitate solely Solana, but that's not what Xander's looking at. Collab with the Outlaw. Nearly silences this round in one singular shot. Solana close quarters to trade it back. Xander on track for the ace! And he does it all on his damn own!
On the other side, the Storm's only down to a pistol. It can actually be enough that he can
Why is no one looking at Leo? What? That's an insane.